I'm back, baby.
Is he playing role-playing bingo, sitting in the GM's chair? Like,
He just can't let go of control.
That is a failing, guys.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
There's a time and a place for everything, and that was the time and the place.
Ladies are in my way. Yes.
Really right.
So lovey-dovey.
With you.
Oh yeah, he loves
My
her.
baby.
We're live? Are we going?
We are.
We are live. Yeah.
Woohoo!
That's a good one.
Welcome back, Timbo. Thank you for getting out of my chair. Not only is this the GM chair, this is literally my chair brought from home. True facts, because it's so much more comfortable. Yeah, so before the break, we left off. What's happening right now is everyone did their rolls for getting your extra points. So was everyone able to mark that on their sheets? Do I need to do
I
anything?
haven't done my roll.
Was there any skills I got to do that for? No.
You did a combat roll.
No, I didn't.
Dive roll.
Oh, yeah, you did a dive roll.
Okay.
Alright, so where we were before we left off is the thing we're focusing on first is discovering what happened to the Sun-Tzu. Because, again, the loss of a Federation starship with over 200 personnel. What happened on the planet is interesting. What happened to this ship is a tragedy.
Yeah.
So that was what Captain Sherman has tasked us with handling first. What's also being handled is Chloe has been given the task of figuring out what happened on the planet. So the chief medical. Let me tell you, there are some of the crew that is incapacitated right now. Is Captain Sherman's fine. Commander Blaine has a broken arm, but she's still able to do administrative duty.
Yeah.
Commander Soren, chief medical officer, is unconscious. Commander Seth Throsserith, the chief engineer, is unconscious. Commander Ferguson is completely unscathed because he's just too mean to get hurt by a little old war core explosion.
Yeah.
Commander Qui-Gon Soot, chief science officer, is fine. Commander Chekhov has 2 broken legs, so she is out of commission right now. So what this means is that Chloe is acting chief medical officer, and Crystal is acting chief over helm and navigation. So that means Crystal is above both Eric and Caitlin. And also that means Coinless is under Chloe.
Honestly,
Or Fish under Chloe.
it's going pretty well.
Yeah. So yeah, all the roles we did for saving lives went
Taking
great.
sucks. Command gold today. High aspirations over here.
Very high aspiration.
I got to do first aid, and I got to replace fix a panel
Oh, nice.
on the bridge.
Yay.
I'm trained. I was like,
I have some plans in store.
All right. So priority 1. Anyone that knows anything about engineering or science or anything like that, so you guys
Yeah.
are tasked with figuring out what happened. So there's 2 ways of approaching this: analyzing the wreckage and looking for basically the black box, and hope that it wasn't disintegrated.
Okay. Does the black box have like a specific signal that would give off? Yeah. Did they set it up in such a way that it would be something we could reliably
there
look
should
for?
be a beacon
It
on it.
should have a beacon.
Okay.
Whether the beacon is still functional is the question,
Right.
because that's a pretty big thing. Also, there's a lot of residual radiation from a warp core explosion, so that could be interfering as well.
I'd like to use an astrogation check to look for it in the debris.
If you would like to volunteer to help with that, okay, you can do that. Astrogation.
I mean,
So
navigation
how would
space.
astrogation apply to locating the black box?
Right.
Because everything's about plotting where everything is in relation to everything else.
That is
So I'm
right.
like tracking it from where it might fall from the explosion impact.
I guess. I mean, you're in orbit of a planet. There's every chance it like burned up in the atmosphere.
Well, you're right. If it burned up in the atmosphere, this would not work. If that's what happened to it. But if it's floating in space, astrogation is plotting nav points around stuff. So knowing where stuff is in space would kind of fall under that.
One second.
Explode.
That's all right. So that's going to be both astrogation and astronautics, because you have to know where was the black box on the ship, so you can even begin to plot where it would go.
Okay.
The black box
Well,
made protected against falling through it.
It would
That's
have
also
been a very
potentially
poorly designed black box if it burned up in the atmosphere.
Well, that's where you're going to find it. If it was damaged in the explosion,
it was a blue box.
We'll see. Okay.
So, can I enlist someone to help me with that? Of hey, who would know the astronautics well, and I know the astrogation well. I mean, I've got
I roll an
astronautics as well, but it's a team sport, so I didn't know if one could roll one and I roll the other, and between the 2 of us, we figure out the answer.
All right. So, does anyone have good astronautics
I have
score?
10.
I have 30. I have 57. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
So
Wait.
So-
I leveled it up yesterday. I have 61.
61 and astrogation or astronautics. Okay. All right. So you 2 can work in conjunction on this. So just give me the average of your Eric average of astrogation and intelligence, Tim average of astronautics and intelligence.
Can I use the starship sensors to look for the black box?
You'll be doing that too. So that's that. We'll get to that.
Rolling up to 62.
Well, actually, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be one analyzing the debris to see if
Oh,
there are
okay.
clues as
Would
well.
I be able to use security procedures because I would know at which frequency the black box is transmitting at?
Everyone would know. That's just standard.
No.
Do you want me to roll now?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah. Please.
I was rolling against a 62. I got a 60.
Okay. All right. So you know exactly where the black box is located. It is in a shielded location, actually beneath the bridge. So what you'd figure out is the warp core. Actually, let me bring up a Miranda class so I can kind of give you an idea of what's going on here. All right.
That is not a.
I'm not.
There you go.
I was just letting.
Oh, this guy
Letting the
again.
stream know.
Yes. So this is the same kind
This guy.
of ship. All right. So if you go down some, there's actually a diagram.
Oh.
All right. So where the black box is basically at the saucer section at the very bottom.
There.
I'm gonna ping. No. Well,
Ping
yeah,
where?
here. The
When
side
you say
view.
location.
That's where I. Yeah.
Ping that
Oh,
again.
the side view is more important for what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Because the warp core is back here.
Okay.
So you can get an idea of what angle the thing would have been ejected at, more or less.
Alright, but you can't have my food.
All right, so Eric, you would have the sensor logs from exactly what position and orientation the Sun-Tzu was in at the moment of the explosion. So you can use that as your starting point for extrapolating where it would have gone to. So go ahead and give me a roll.
I did,
Oh.
and it's 67, but I need 75 to pass. So I got it.
So you succeeded.
I succeeded.
Okay. It would have gone out of orbit at a very high velocity.
Uh-oh.
So it's been a few hours. So
It's no longer in.
Can I plot that? Like
you can plot-
where it's heading, deep space, or
you have a very good idea of where it is. By now, it's about halfway to the nebula.
I would communicate that to. Is the captain on the bridge, or the leadership on the bridge?
Right now, the captain's on the bridge. Yeah.
Captain gets me
That
until this is over.
Yeah.
Do we follow with a shuttlecraft?
what was the captain do?
When
That
you tell
information.
that, when you tell him that, the captain is going to assign crew to take a shuttlecraft and locate it.
We have a shuttlecraft pilot.
Hey, we got shuttlecraft pilots. That's right.
Acting helmsman. Too.
I know, and I'm like, I'm not sure I got pilot and actor.
Well, this is an important mission. However, the most important thing is the ship.
30.
Because
I got 40 feet.
I got 10. We can make work.
I have like a 60 something.
Yeah, but you're the pilot.
Yeah,
Something.
yeah,
Let's get the best pilot on this. This is our lead.
Oh.
Priority one.
Oh,
Priority one's to figure out what happened. So not our current ship.
The science
Nothing.
and engineering team, though.
What do you mean?
Well, for the science and engineering team, it's the priority to figure out what happened to the Sun-Tzu.
Yeah. So
Right, but the black
Jacob-
box is hurling away from us. So we should
Jacob is
get that
part of the
first.
team. Jacob is part of the team analyzing the records. So Jacob would not be on.
yes,
The
security officer gets a pilot of shuttlecraft.
Get more.
Burn up.
No, we actually have shuttlecraft pilots with us. So one of them is going to be sent to get it.
So
We'll hear back from them. They have not.
so unfortunately, the qualified people are going to be doing that.
Dang.
There are other qualified people other than us.
I know, but I mean, they don't do it.
What?
We do
Yeah,
stuff.
but they're not. Yeah, but they're not named cast members, so like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really want to trust a bunch of red shirts? To go in? We saw what
Some
happened.
of them aren't red.
Yeah,
Some
that's,
of them are blue.
They
he
let,
makes a
not
good
on our
point.
crew.
they let trust guest star to handle it.
This is a guest star moment. I don't know. This is the
Everyone's
captain
having-
beams down with the party moment. That's
Okay, listen. We can assess real quick whether or not we can trust this guest star to survive. Have they slept with the captain?
Are they interested in sleeping with said captain?
Fastest whole meeting, it'll be fine.
Probably not. Okay.
Depends how this whole thing goes. Got it.
So
So you're saying maybe?
the entire engineering crew is non-player characters. So, and they have repaired the ship. So there's roles happening, things being done, but not by us. That just has to be the case. So this dude is fine.
We send Chris, he dies.
Oh, it's Chris. We send Chris to go get it. Perfect.
He could very well be red.
He's an NPC, and then he comes back.
No, Chris would be trying to repair shit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So back on topic. What were we doing? All right. So yes, they've been sent out. So now Jacob's team is analyzing. So you're also scanning the wreckage. So you're looking at the science of it. Like, was this actually a warp core explosion?
Right.
Well, does everything match what we know about warp core explosions?
Mm-hmm.
So for that,
I think you get to use the sensors.
I want to use the sensors.
okay, so you are going to be rolling the average of your intelligence, starship sensors, and astrophysics.
Oh, Jesus.
So
40.
add those together, divide by 3.
Okay.
140 what? What's the sum?
Doo-doo.
It's 70 plus 83 plus 63.
53 plus 63 is
So 8.
216 divided by 3, which is
I
72.
had to point to this.
Hey.
Cool.
I was right.
64.
What number you had to beat?
72.
Okay. Yes. Nothing about the warp core explosion itself seems off. Legitimately, the warp core overloaded, from best you can tell. That's what all. And there's the radiation makes sense. The debris that you can find matches. Like the metallurgy, what happened to the metal? Because imagine a singularity exploding is going to have effects on things around it. So,
Yeah.
very little of the warp core material itself still exists, understandably. Very little of a lot of engineering still exists.
So as far as we can tell, it wasn't that Newt soon jumped into the warp core.
Nope.
It just kind of...
Nope, that did not happen. Okay.
There isn't like a random extra piece that doesn't belong.
Where we find like GTP like zooms in, enhances.
But the question is, was it a matter antimatter imbalance?
Romulan.
Well, you can't tell exactly what caused. I mean, an overload means just there was the energy lost containment. Exactly what caused it, you don't know yet. Hopefully, the black box will be able to give you some ideas.
Do we know whether or not having an explosion like this close to a planet, has affected their environment at all yet?
If you want to bring that up, you can ask. No one is.
I'm definitely going to bring that up. Are you
Okay.
kidding me?
We know that the Iosians and the Sun-Tzu made physical exchanges of goods.
Mhm.
Just putting that out
Okay.
there.
So
So whoever
Planted
attacked
the
us attacked
bomb.
the Iosians, and then the Iosians traded something with us, and then
that's not what she said.
Do we
yeah,
make
but
any
I'm saying
progress
that's
on that
possible.
DNA scan?
We haven't
What
gotten
I'm
it.
saying is,
Rigged.
there was definitely something on that ship
Right.
that was not Federation technology that we don't know if it could have had a reaction with the war.
It was a logic bomb.
They dropped a truth bomb on him.
You're not the main cast.
Alright, so your question, Tim, will
You're
be answered
expendable.
after we even do the DNA scan on that, because that is, for our concern, that's an Iosian problem. We've got enough stuff to deal with here that we will offer assistance once we're able, but right now we do not have the bandwidth to offer said assistance. So we'll get to that. Let's see, where were we? Okay, so you are also going to scan the debris, just in general, for anything out of the ordinary. So, so what's going to happen here is the sensors are at 70% efficiency. So for a general scan, you're going to be taking a -30 for your scan.
Okay. So just use Starship sensors for this?
The average of starship sensors and intelligence.
Okay.
And then from that number,
Subtract 30.
yeah, subtract 30.
Right. Okay. So the data is 133. Half that is 72.
133 divided by 67.
67.
Sorry.
Minus 3, so 30.
Ooh. Okay. So you are unable to locate anything else in the debris of.
Okay.
All set. Nothing, just the bird.
All right. So it's actually going to take a few hours for the shuttlecraft to come back with the black box. So in the interim, you're able to start your analysis.
Woohoo!
All right.
That means I'll get my night flash.
No, that's evidence. I'm
It's
sorry.
evidence. I was just
I did say no promises when I walked away.
Wasn't that one you took from the ship?
No, that was one of my personal ones. I wouldn't expend the ones from the ship.
Oh
Well, now
man,
you
it's,
have a
it's a
replacement.
shame. It's a shame you lost it on like the ship where you can print literally anything.
Yeah, but I can what now?
You can-
Replicators do exist.
There are safety protocols, though. I don't think that they would actually print knives.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is ask Arkansas to print you.
Give a slightly better chance there.
give me something to do, please.
Okay.
That's
Let's see.
small equipment.
I keep
System operations. I don't know if I'd succeed, but I could try to make you a knife. You might end up with just a metal billet.
Gets a butter knife back. I did technically ask for a knife. That's not what I had in mind.
You didn't specify what kind.
Tribble.
What do you have?
All right. Tribble. So what do you want to roll for this?
Would that be astrobiology?
Is astrobiology in here? What do we establish?
We called it xenobiology.
Yeah, xenobiology.
And no, it's not in there. We had to look.
Okay, but that's just basically the biology of alien races, right? Okay.
It's okay. Based on the discipline itself, if she gets results that she can't compare, like whatever results she gets that she's comparing, we'll be able to tell her important things about the species, like what type of atmosphere their home planet has, what type of gravity their home planet
Well,
has.
what I'm doing is comparing DNA samples.
Comparing.
Right, but I'm saying, like, when you're looking at the DNA and examining how that works, if you're using xenobiology as your thing, and that's going to tell you about the environment and process by which this DNA came about.
Okay.
So if you don't get a match, you'll be able to narrow it down to a specific type of planet and planetary composition and even fix.
Probably an M class.
Well, no, M class is a broader category.
I mean, there's M classes of very, very different types. Like both Vulcan and Earth are M class, and they're vastly different.
Yeah.
I mean, one gave rise to a species with literal green blood.
Yeah. If you use xenobiology and we didn't have Romulan to compare to, you can still infer that it's a Romulan because of you can trace its origin from Vulcan.
You don't have genetics.
No. But typically on a ship, in a show, when we're making a comparison like that, we're plugging in two samples and saying, computer, run an analysis, and the computer says, yes,
Analysis
this
complete.
so much.
Yeah.
So would that be computer systems operation?
The problem is the DNA samples that you got from the ship are so degraded that the computer can't tell. It's going to require inference from the information the computer is not capable of.
Okay, so it's not VulcanAncestry.com.
No.
But
So,
the samples that I took were good enough.
Yeah,
to
they're
tell me
25
that
years
was-
old, and if she took them from like bone marrow, which it's not gonna degrade. That you can get DNA from a fingernail that's like 100 years old.
And this is space science.
Yeah, keep in mind, a recent story that happened a few years ago was archaeologists found DNA within dinosaur bones. So if we can do that a few years ago, then a few years into space can probably get it from 30-year-old bones. A few hundred years into space.
Alright, fair.
Abnormal bones.
Fair. Alright, let's see. This can't be an automatic thing. There has to be a roll here somewhere.
No,
Yeah, well,
I
see, that's because you can roll computer operation.
Yeah.
Um,
To make
I have a
the computer
55 in computer operations.
Would that be like
in
maybe an
terms of
app?
directing the? So that would be
So,
obviously directing the
my-
through.
Yeah.
My suggestion is you have to culture samples and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it would be like a combination between like either one of your medical sciences or your life sciences, the computer operations, and your intelligence.
So what? Yeah, that's. I think actually we're on the same wavelength. I'm thinking the average of your intelligence, computer operations, and astrobiology, because it can't be a completely automatic process. You have to be able to tell the computer what it's doing and give it some reference.
Right. Okay.
So those three added divided by 3.
You said computer operations
Yep.
plus intelligence
Yep.
plus astrobiology.
Correct.
Divided by 3. That's
All right.
48.
And now this is the sort of result where it's going to be less pass-fail than just how well you do is going to determine how much information you get.
Well, that's not good.
So, well, here's the thing. No matter what, you'll get some results.
Okay.
Or if your
But-
luck is higher than that number, you can no.
This is similar to what we've done before. Is if you beat the threshold, you'll be able to interpret more out of it than just the basic thing that you've seen.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a 9.
Nice.
Okay, a 9.
I know everything.
I mean,
Pretty much hear everything.
I am now an expert on this particular DNA.
this DNA is compared to the samples you have, as far as like genome structure, how you understand, like comparing two races. There's a 98% similarity.
So it's Romulan.
That's what it would appear to be. The results tell you there's a 98% similarity between the DNA sample you took from the ship and the DNA sample from the blade.
Okay. Wait, the DNA sample we took from the ship, you said was similar enough to Vulcan that we could surmise it was Romulan.
That was the assumption there. So
Yes.
you're extrapolating further, yes.
Okay.
So the DNA sample you took from the ship is relatively similar to the DNA sample that you got from the. Let me start it over. So the DNA sample you got from the ship is relatively similar to Vulcan DNA sample,
Yeah.
and that DNA sample is very similar to what you took from the blade.
Right.
I think he said it was like
Okay.
So we can say with 98% certainty that we were attacked by Romulans.
That would appear to be the case.
Okay.
Can I roll luck to see if I can swoop in and grab my blade before security takes it?
It's gone, baby. I took a sample of blood.
Wouldn't that be streetwise?
I didn't take the blade with me.
Well, it's not even evidence. It's in the storage in the medical science lab.
Okay.
There's not like a. It's not like security wouldn't get it because security doesn't need it. It's a sample. It's less evidence than a sample. So. Okay. Figured that out.
Cat gets her blade back, she licks off the blood and comes aboard.
That's not getting her blade back. We need that blood.
Still need it? I feel like we already got all the things we need out of it.
Other people in Starfleet might want to
Yes.
see this DNA.
You want the
So I
actual.
extract the blood out of the blade.
No, you want to leave it as it is. The more process is done to it, transferring it, the more chance.
Thank you. All right. So another thing. So another thing that's going to happen in this time is remember the computer chip. That was damaged in the attack.
Which one?
The one that we took from the Romulan ship was damaged.
No.
Matt feels very strongly about that fact.
Yes. So, I mean, it's basically think like it's equivalent of like taking a modern hard drive and smashing it. The pieces are there, but you're gonna have to figure out how to reassemble it into some kind of concrete data. That is going to take a lot of time and skill to do that.
What type of modern hard drive? The disk ones or the like flash storage?
That's just an analogy. It's totally different. I don't even know how Romulan computers are going to work in like
278 years from now.
Can we take all of the pieces and put them into a teleporter and then have it spit it back out complete?
For plot purposes, I will not even begin to consider that.
What if you rolled a 1 in it? What if you rolled a
I'm not even going to let it happen. Try to happen.
What if you're
I'm
Miles
willing to give
O'Brien
1% chance.
transporter skill?
Nothing to
Well, Miles O'Brien is on a. Well, actually, I don't think he's been born yet.
No. Oh, God, no. Not for another probably 30 years.
2000?
Yeah, but Hard won't be born for like 11 years.
Five.
5 years.
Well, what about Cullum O'Brien, father of Miles O'Brien, transporter genius?
He's not a transporter genius.
He's not on the ship. That's all that matters. He was not on the Sun-Tzu either, so we don't care right now.
I mean, if it was on the Sun-Tzu, he'd be dead.
Exactly. Moving on.
Unless he teleported himself.
Tribble.
Ultra trivial.
Okay. Who here has the best computer technology score?
Probably me. Let me check.
What was the question?
Computer technology.
I have a 57.
I have.
I've got 3.
You have computer operation, not computer technology?
What? I have computer technology 10.
Okay, but what's your computer?
Operation is 4.
Okay.
Oh, computer
Computer
operation.
technology 0.
Yeah, my computer operation is 41.
I think everyone's pretty good with computer operation.
It's
I
computer
don't
tech.
have computer operations blank.
Computer technology is
Computer operation 44.
You definitely have computer operation. It was part of your training.
Which is blank on my.
Well, here.
I'm not the one that made your
Oh,
sheet.
yeah. What? Yeah, his is blank.
It's blank.
I wonder if it's supposed to be
You should have had a
computer
minimum of
operation is
10
57,
or something.
and then his technology is supposed to be tech.
Word.
So we're doing computer tech?
This is computer tech, yes, because you're
Oh.
trying to reassemble a shattered
I have
computer.
57.
Good enough. I got this.
I have a 57 in computer technology.
Can I see your book real quick? The one that has the branch school.
Should be.
We gotta be careful. It's supposed to roll with me. Okay. Huh. Yeah, no, that's supposed to be computer operation.
So that's actually incorrect. That's not supposed to be.
Yeah. That's
Technology is supposed to be operation, so it's in the wrong column
Yeah.
or wrong row.
All right, so then I guess I have the
Because
highest.
nav branch gets 20 in computer operation, but nothing in computer.
I want to try, but I don't even know where I'm stationed right now.
Okay, so who do we determine has the highest computer technology?
I have 19.
I have 10. So.
I mean, with my intelligence, I roll against a 32. And I've been nailing my fitness intelligence rolls.
All right.
Eric, Matt, with your computer technology?
I mean,
I've got a 3.
Oh,
I got a
have
10.
I have 10.
Alright, I'm
He
gonna
has
try
19. Calvo is probably the one with.
oh yeah.
Oh, you're.
Yeah, yeah.
Try this.
Salvo is our guy.
What
Can we roll from his sheet?
He has a he had a 30.
He would. Oh well, there you go. Never
What
mind.
number? Wait, what happened?
Against the 32
For computer technology?
No.
For straight
for
intellect.
straight intellect. I was just like, I'm gonna try to.
Okay, you gotta ask me first before you try bullshit like that. Okay. All right.
well, that's the case. I have a 65 in intellect. So
No, what that would have to be
You'd have to have.
is there'd have to be a negative of 30 on that.
And you would
I'd have to roll a
the
01.
yeah, I'd have to roll below a 35.
So that's effectively the same as using. Actually, no, because you don't have. This is just straight up guesswork. When you're using another skill that's similar, you get a negative 30. This would be a negative 45 if you're just using straight raw intelligence, because you have nothing you're basing it on. You're like trying to learn as you go.
Then I have 20.
That makes sense.
I could, if we had placed like a carousing bet on this. But you can't do this. This puzzle.
puzzle.
I bet you can't solve the mystery.
Yeah, Jacob can make your attempt. So average of computer technology and intelligence.
Yeah, so that's gonna be 45. And I got an 11.
Okay. Now, considering how shattered this is, you're able to do it, but this is going to take a while. I mean, you're piecing together and trying to figure out components, but you will succeed, but it's not going to be that fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what you're doing there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, and this actually may take more than a day. You're not sure yet. Let me see. I'm going to do a roll to see how long it takes.
I can.
I'm gonna check on it. You're gonna have like a little bit of super glue going. Be like, I need you to leave right now.
Oh yeah.
All right. In the middle of all this happening, so let's recap our results so far. We know where the black box is. It's being retrieved. We it's 98% match on the blood for being Romulan. Also, so we need to compare the weaponry too.
Oh yeah. That's all.
That's a
lot.
Okay. What?
What?
We're comparing the weapons that we took from.
that roll did.
All right. So
That
let me.
sounds like a security job.
Yes, it
Well,
does.
this is going to be a. That's going to be a personal weapons technology roll. Okay. What do you have in that?
43.
Okay.
I
Average
have a
of that.
5.
Average of that and intelligence.
107.
You got this.
This is when it counts.
Believe it when you're believe in yourself.
Oh, 12.
Hey!
Believe in yourself. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
All right. So I'm trying to remember here. So we actually don't have an example of one of their rifles from the people attacking us on the planet.
No, but we do have the
The dead
bodies
bodies.
of people who we were talking about.
Okay.
My memory is just that good.
Yeah. Well, you already did on the planet. You can tell they look very similar, but now we're actually testing the results. So,
For an autopsy.
I mean, so you're basically going to replicate as close to a human corpse as possible, basically, just as a test medium. So you do the test.
Wait, we have one of those.
Hey, I have a lot of expensive technology in there. I'm not just gonna let you guys blow it up.
Yeah, you can take technology out and put it in a new one.
It's.
Can.
Call it a challenge. No, we're not doing that. All right, so analyzing it for this, it's very, very
I said
similar.
we would need a spare cadaver, but I wasn't
I was trying to collect a few, but no.
Okay, so everyone, it is very, very similar. However, you can't tell whether the difference is due to it being like a different model or newer or what, but it's based on the same technology. So it's close. I would say about 80% the same.
Based on deduction alone, I feel like it's pretty much confirmed that we're fighting.
And this is compared. This is compared to the disruptors that we have.
You're comparing the disruptors. You're comparing the disruptors, the blast effects of the disruptors you took from the ship.
All right. Does anyone have geology?
Geology, sorry. It's close. It's basic.
That's pretty close.
So, Harkin is going to be like, there's a 20% variation. What if these people were stuck on the planet? What would they use from the planet as a power source? Can we try to use something that
Dilithium crystals?
That's not what they use.
Okay.
some sort of stuff from the data that we got from our survey as we were walking to the ship to see if there's anything that's similar, to see if we can narrow the results. And
Okay. All right.
because we took scans.
Well, that could be biology. That could also be.
Well,
Sorry, biology, geology.
We have scientists that are smart and would be able to say, yes, this is this type of material.
All right.
Would be
Another thing.
Chemistry.
Another thing that would work for this is physics.
Ooh, I have physics.
Does chemistry count?
I have 18 in physics.
Set. No, chemistry because it's a different sort of thing than
Can
that.
I attempt my physics roll then?
You can attempt your
82.
physics roll.
Huh?
So
2 divided
40, 41.
45.
No,
Oh. So
No.
So Harkin doesn't know, but does anybody else know?
I mean, I have physics. Where did it go? Somewhere. Where's physics?
Yeah. Well, it would normally be
Oh,
physical science, but
Physical,
I think you have astro.
I have astrophysics. and
Astrophysics
radiophysics.
might.
Oh, okay,
might
cool.
be-
Pretty sure I had
Which
Okay,
one-
so
which one should
so
I
there's the two.
I have a
sim-
10 in physics.
Isn't astrophysics doing about space phenomenon though?
So astrophysics,
Yes,
physics on a large scale.
Okay, so that would not apply
in
to
space.
So
a mineral
regular
or a
physics.
power source, something.
It would not be. I mean,
physics, you would like.
it would we'd be working on the same underlying principles, but
Yeah.
no, it's not a discipline that's specific to that. But he said he has regular physics too.
I do.
That's fine. You can do that.
Okay. So that's 84. So that's 42. Not much better.
I just see astrophysics as more advanced physics.
Hey, 25.
You have to know
25.
It's,
Okay.
Yeah, it's a zooming
Okay.
in on a part of physics.
Cool. I'm gonna get up in physics.
So what you're going to figure out is
physics out.
where you're going to physic out is what it looks like is the power source for the disruptor. Well, no, you can't really figure it out because you don't have one of those disruptors. So you figure out the power source for the disruptor
They're all
is
dead. What are you-
I mean,
yeah.
we can confirm that, that my theory is sound, right? That it's the power source that's the 20% variance. Because we said that we were 80%
mhm,
with testing,
mhm.
so the role basically confirmed that, like, yes, it is definitely the power source. Whether or not we know what the power source is now is, we've isolated the issue. We haven't solved it, but we at least have a firm assumption. We can make a firm assumption.
So the way that this would work by that logic is that you're able to corroborate how the power source works with how it creates damage on the target.
Okay, yeah.
So you're able to extrapolate that it is very likely that the difference on that metric in the burns would be caused by the power source being different in one way or another.
Okay.
Exactly how it's different, obviously
Yeah,
can't tell.
that's I'm perfectly fine with that explanation. I didn't think that we'd be like, yes, we
So
know exactly.
it looks like the
but-
power source it could be the power source is about 20% difference. That seems to be the most likely explanation for why.
Okay, so now that we've narrowed down to the power source,
Take it apart. Source from plants.
No, we
It's an impossible phaser.
It's a disruptor, thank you.
Does anyone know anything about power systems now? That I would almost think could possibly, like, deflector technology could have some bearing on that, I would think.
Well, deflector is.
I mean, if it does, I'll weigh in. If it doesn't, then I won't.
I mean, would it be like
now,
computer science? Well,
what?
so because it's an alien technology and it is functioning, can I use my computer science?
Well, it's not a computer.
Well, I mean,
Is it? No.
So are we trying to like
Does it have a display terminal on it? Then it's a
Shields
computer.
is because deflectors and shields are very sensitive to changes in power.
Well,
Can I negotiate with the parameters?
like basically everything on the ship uses power in one way or
Yes,
another.
but they're not as affected by fluctuations in power that as a deflector or a shield would actually do. And that's why I'm saying that. That's my argument for saying like a specialist like Hiro who understands those concepts might have a better insight towards an actual power system.
That doesn't fall under mechanical engineering, does it?
No, it's not. What would work better?
Power is electrical engineering.
What would work better is another role in handheld weaponry technology, looking at something more specific.
I don't know. It's like, you as a GM, you can say, well, that makes sense. We can either add,
No, what I'm saying is you can do what you want, but using personal weapons technology. Because the way you would do it is if you have other weapons, you can adjust the power on those and see.
Okay.
Or you can take one of those disruptors and see if you can modify it to achieve the same results.
Small equipment system technology.
No, that is
Mythbusters, this baby.
Personal weapons technology. I will attempt.
Personal weapons
power
technology.
setting my laser. Hope it doesn't blow up in the face.
Well, no. What you would do is you would be adjusting the power source on the disruptors. Like trying different power sources, adjusting the power source to see if you can replicate the results on target.
I will try that.
We got a result.
107. I think that was 107 divided by 54. Nope.
Okay. You are not able to replicate the results.
90.
So you are, as of now, unsure of how or why, what way the power source is different, and what that effect has on the result.
If only we had an engineer.
I know, right?
How about we use Chris's character?
Can we ask Chris's character for advice? He's on the ship somewhere, right?
He's on the ship, right? Or, I mean, Chris would be cool with his character playing a role somehow.
He's not on the ship.
Was he on the suit?
No.
Stuck in the transporter buffer. Damn it.
Yeah. He was running late to the loading dock on Starbase 1.
He missed ship.
I am removing my point that I got for electronics technology last session.
Okay.
Just because the way that was explained was I would not have been able to have a successful role untrained in that. Because,
Can other people try this role?
right?
Yes, that's
Which
correct.
makes it nearly impossible to train in anything that you're untrained in.
Unless you use luck.
Well,
Or you-
No, because luck doesn't go towards
How to train it.
the skill.
Yeah, you use luck in critical situations.
So that is one detriment to this.
No, you can learn things. So that one was there was a lot of negatives to that role.
Yeah, I don't
Like
think it was.
It wasn't a
standard,
blanket
though.
effect.
Yeah.
It was just that.
Oh, so it's not a blanket effect. So I can keep I plug this thing in on the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, I just want to make sure that I'm following the rules. So.
All right. So
Let's see what else is there for. I'm just trying to think of what other things that we can try.
I
okay.
think do we really need to try? I feel like we got all we need.
He's being very thorough.
Mm-hmm.
That
I'm very
20%
serious
that
about my
20% is bothering the hell out of him.
Can other people try the same role that Dave just tried?
If you want
Do you
to,
have personal weapons technology?
Personal weapon. But I do.
I do. It's an awful number, but so
You guys can all try.
Let's
I don't see why not.
Everybody raise your personal.
I mean,
Oh, I got a 55. I did.
oh wait, you have a 55? You go ahead.
No, I mean I rolled a 55.
Oh,
I was not passing.
so that's what that plus intelligence was the check that we're trying to do here.
Our chief medical officer is going to get it.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Nope.
Roll the 70.
here, is anyone else
Still
rolling?
better than my 90.
Where's personal?
The chief medical
Nope,
officer
no
is
idea.
jack of all trades.
I got a 5. Might as well.
Shit.
Hey, never know.
But how do I do?
Yes,
It's
Average of that and
and your
intelligence.
I see them.
2.5?
So
So
43.
43.
43.
Round up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you disappeared, Eric.
You never know, it might matter.
18.
I got it.
You may want to try
Got
just
it.
reconnecting.
Wow. Okay.
I see you now.
What you're able to determine
If you mark it down, that's
is that the only way that you're able to replicate the results, but only using the power source. So using the mineral the power source is based off of. You've never seen it before. It's obviously something of Romulus or whatever. What you have to do is use a replicated version of it, and then you're able to achieve like statistically identical results.
What?
That's a replicated version.
So what I said is the mineral the power source is based on, he's only able to replicate the results by using a replicated version of that mineral.
So they've been like, so they basically just
They bought an
constantly
off-brand power cell from Amazon.
They've been using bootleg copies.
When you get your disruptor from Wish.
This is the way. Yeah, this is the wish.
So wait, wait.
I'll be back.
I was gonna
Okay.
think the blood was different. That's probably just them being based from, but not like duplicated Romulans. That'd be too
So-
much, right?
The way I see this is Fish was like,
Yeah, the wrong idea.
this power signature kind of reminds me of this cybernetic like
No, we haven't.
actuator, this power source that I used for this actuator. And he's like, let me try this. I was like when I had to do this, I did this, and he replicated the thing, and he was like,
Yeah, replicate tons of prosthetics.
In the medical stuff that we got from the Iosians, are there any records of their, like, species data?
DNA wise, yeah, you've got that.
Can I run the same analysis versus an Iosian DNA?
The blood that you got. Yeah, you can do that. So what was the roll you did earlier?
It was
Was it the average of?
computer operations, xenobiology, and intelligence.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Which I think was a 48.
that's about right.
27.
Nice.
Okay. So you're trying to do what exactly again?
I want to cross-reference the Iosian DNA with the DNA I got off the knife that we've now marked.
Okay.
Romulan.
All right. Let's see. That 2% variance. Trying to analyze that. It's mostly inconclusive, but there is a very vague similarity to Iosian. But it's also similar to about 12 other species in the database.
Have we tried running any of the bloods we synthesized compared like the replicators, see if it changes?
How many of those 12 other races are rogue Vulcans?
None. And only 2 of them are located.
Why did I get rolled off?
How many of those races are?
Only 2 of them are located within like 1 week's travel of here.
Or two are they?
No, I don't even know.
Can they still hear us on the phone?
Inconsequential
I don't
to the tech.
Eric, are you there? Matt?
Well, Matt's gone.
No.
Matt's out. I'm here. What's up?
I don't know, just wondering if you can hear us.
Everything was being a little bit weird. So
Oh.
sure we were still connected. I lost my connection to Twitch.
Oh.
Yeah, I lost connection for
Oh.
like a second
Did the stream?
about 10 minutes ago.
The stream,
So I don't know.
that's one of the things I noticed being weird.
Oh, look at that. That was it.
Oops.
But we still haven't been live for 5 hours. I don't know.
No,
No, that's just the recording.
that's what
Oh,
it
yeah,
said in on.
So we won't lose the recording, even if we like yesterday we lost internet. Recording kept going, so
I didn't
recording
lose my
stays.
stream.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I think the stream's been on the entire time.
She's talking about her account. She's talking about
Ah,
the other
very good.
but she's moderating.
I got logged out of Twitch, but the
Ah,
stream chat reset up there.
Oh.
So I was just making sure we still had a connection.
Okay.
Oh.
Yep.
I'm sorry. So I got an email while I was at
I showed it to the
Accidentally, yeah, that I made affiliate. So I was filling that out while you were talking to other people, and when I signed in on my phone, it must have kicked you off there.
Okay, got ya.
Sad.
So everything's fine. It didn't affect streaming. But
Oh.
As long
I
as
was
we're
like,
having
what's
a
wrong with the
close.
light?
I know.
I'm dimming them a little because I'm looking at the exposure on that camera's a little
Yeah, it's a
too.
little. We're looking like ghosts over right.
I can adjust that.
Yeah, that camera view is a little fuzzy,
Yeah. This one.
whether that's intentional or not. But
So one. So yeah. Once I fill this out, the channel will be an affiliate.
Yep.
Which means we can start taking subs. Which also means we can start taking Prime subs.
Yep.
Which if you're not familiar with that is if anyone who has an Amazon Prime account can get one free subscription to a Twitch channel per month.
Yep.
So if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to one channel per month for free.
Yep.
And that streamer gets paid as though you paid for your subscription.
So I can just subscribe to you.
do we get special emotes?
Here's
What's in it for us?
I haven't created any
I
emotes
think
yet,
you have to
but
re-up it every month.
yeah, you have to re-up every month. But yeah, I don't. I haven't created special emotes now, but once I fill this stuff out and become an affiliate, yes, I can make
Things to think about.
subscriber emotes exist. I'd have to actually make them first.
Pineapple emote.
Yeah, there would definitely be a pineapple emote.
And a triple.
Tribble.
There can be. Speaking of triple.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you found out that result.
Which was essentially inconclusive.
It was, yeah, basically.
Okay.
Let's see. And all right. So Tim, you were wondering about the planet.
Yes, I want to know how this has affected the planet.
Okay.
And I wanted to
So
do that as quickly as possible because for diplomatic reasons.
okay. So you're able to, once you are done with other things you're assisting with.
Which was basically just the tracking.
Oh, actually, no. Commander Blaine would have already handled that.
Okay.
So this was taken care of. But what was so you were orbiting over the capital city, and the majority of the debris.
They don't spread out much. So.
No, it doesn't spread out that much.
I mean, people don't spread out that much. The Iosians stay in relatively dense populated
Correct.
areas.
You are
so
correct.
if we take out the capital city with an explosion like this, we kill a significant portion of their population.
This is true. You are lucky that they do have a planetary shield.
Okay.
So it is able to, between that and they actually have the ships in orbit.
Yeah.
Because apparently computerized how efficient they are, they immediately were able to start like swarming down and blasting the chunks before they hit the planet. So basically there was really no damage.
And they understand that this was not something. This was an accident.
I mean, yes, that has been communicated. As far as what we've been forwarding them what we know about the incident.
Okay.
And so far we really don't know anything except like what Jacob figured out that went through the channels, so they know that it was a warp core explosion. The cause of yet has not been determined.
Yeah. So basically, I get back from helping map the thing. It was like, have we communicated this yet? And she's like, yeah, we're talking about it now. Okay. And I got nothing else to do.
All right. About this time, the shuttlecraft returns with the black box. So that is going to be taken to engineering. So basically all the senior staff's going to be there and acting because this is like the thing to know. So it's intact. I mean, it's designed to do this. So plug it in. And the last moments of the ship are, of course, what's recorded. And the last few minutes analyzing that, what you see is the same thing that was the distress signal, that we're suffering a warp core containment breach. Then it cuts off as the ship goes explodes. So what we're doing now is needing to analyze all the data, because this is just so much data, like the status of everything in the last hour of the ship's existence. So this is going to take computer technology to analyze this. And let's see. Or computer technology works. So does
technology or computer operation.
Computer operation.
Well, what you're doing is you're analyzing data. You're not using the computer is one thing, but you're having to sift through data and see if you can come to conclusions based on it.
But how can we analyze data if we've not really waited for another 50 plus years?
Okay then. What I will accept is another is warp drive technology. Anyone in warp drive technology,
I got that.
computer technology, and electronics technology.
That's fine. Yeah.
I was like, wait,
This is Chris's episode. Where is Chris? Why weren't you here?
Okay, I might have written this when he was supposed to be in the team.
Oh.
So where the hell is Matt?
I have 48 warp drive.
All
right, yeah, no, I didn't.
He's one of those cats that's hard to find.
Electronics technology.
Yeah.
Wait, we can substitute that for computer technology or not?
So you can use computer technology, electronics technology, or warp drive
I want to make
technology.
extra sure because I'm like,
Yeah,
oh
so
yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna use
sure
warp
that.
drive
I
then.
kind of qualify. 41. Let's see.
So this right now, this is a all hands on deck. So literally anyone that has any idea what they're doing, they're sifting through this data.
48 plus, and that's an intellect, right? The roll for?
Computer technology. Where are the three choices again?
Computer technology, electronics technology, warp drive technology.
All right, I'll roll it.
Let everyone else to roll first, and we'll see.
So make
All right, yeah. My target was 56. I got a 44.
Okay.
So my computer technology of 2 passed. Yes.
You made it.
Yeah. Well, I
Okay.
mean, it was a plus intelligence, right? It's not.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I got it. Computer technology's going up. Now it's just a still
I
can't
got a
use
9.
it as a
Out of needing what?
43.
Okay, so for computer technology?
No, for the warp drive or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was rolling warp drive as well.
Okay. So what both of you are going to figure out is what happened is the containment system just shut off.
On its own.
Just shut off. He's going to figure out it's because of a virus.
Ah.
And that virus is now on the Lexington.
Ah.
Oh lord.
Sweet.
It can't-
So we need to.
We need a flu shot.
It can infect biological.
We have
right.
2 doctors.
If only.
Yeah.
So Captain Sherman is going to figure this out and go,
I'm a doctor, not a computer engineer.
Shut off the warp drive.
I work with
Yeah.
other viruses.
say, I need to shut down the warp core.
Yep.
Figure out how to get rid of this thing and figure out where it came from.
Came from the Iosians. The Iosians.
So it's going to go off when we go to warp? Is that the problem?
All right, I'm going to suggest that we ask the Iosian. I'm going to Blaine. I'm going to suggest that we ask the Iosians for help on the grounds that their computer software technology is and therefore they should be able to, as part of our we would like to call on their services to help us analyze this virus and come to a conclusion. And kind of less overtly, it's Iosian in nature. They should be able to recognize that very quickly. And hopefully, if they did that if it is Iosian and they did it on purpose, we can look for any signs of suspicious behavior if they're working with us.
Well, I mean,
But we present it as a diplomatic assistance.
Right.
if worse comes to worse, they're really in a high concentrated population. Wipe them out and
Under a planetary shield.
Everybody.
It's not just one city. This is just the biggest one. There's multiple
I
around
mean,
the
all we have
planet.
to do is just
Eject the warp core.
Sun-Tzu's like shrapnel and just kind of propel it towards the planet, right?
Well, they have a shield that can solve that, remember?
Yeah, we need some Ewoks on this.
Yeah.
that's right.
Like literally 2/3 of the saucer section headed
Where's
towards
the
the
shuttle
planet,
pod?
and they were
We need
able
to,
to
like,
stop that.
Blow up the vent in the back of the planet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would this situation make it so that no longer considered hostile to be running scans on the planet?
You would have to ask permission.
Okay.
Because basically what you're implying is you think they are responsible. If you do
No,
it that
I
way. That's
want-
diplomatically bad.
Based on the information that there were Romulan soldiers on the planet, my goal would be to find out if there's a concentration of Romulan colonists on the planet that either we or the Iosians.
Okay. Yeah, that's sure that would be acceptable.
I can't run that.
Alright, so we have a lot of things happening. So let me keep straight what we're doing here.
Something for Sensor Man.
Yay, Sensor!
I have 53 social sensors.
Hey, Matt's back. Great. I got a roll for you, Matt.
Oh, you have a roll for me?
Yes.
What am I rolling?
I want you to roll communication systems technology.
Oh.
Or anyone actually who has communication systems technology. Because what's also going to happen is there's going to be a diagnostic of the entire ship starting to run to see where this virus is.
Okay. I'll try it. It
What?
doesn't look good, but we'll try.
I don't have the communication technology.
Actually, I think that's a success.
It would be half of your intelligence minus 45. Okay. What did you have, Matt?
I rolled a 19.
Okay.
I still have to do the math to figure out which it is. Actually, looks like it's a success.
Okay. What Matt is going to determine through communication systems is that the virus originally came from the Lexington to the Sun-Tzu.
Okay.
And was transferred along our communications.
Okay.
So the origin of the virus was us.
When did we
It was the captain.
When the Iosians boarded the Lexington.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just saying it was likely when the Iosians were on board the Lexington.
Well, no, the last time that we communicated with the Sun-Tzu would have been to tell them what just happened on the planet.
Did we?
communicated with the
To tell them that...
Was it in the data we brought back that we analyzed?
So what happened? So here's the thing. So as soon as they lost contact with us, as soon as Lexington lost contact with us, they told the Sun-Tzu. That happened. As soon as we got back to the ship, we also contacted the Sun-Tzu to inform them of the situation. So the last time that we sent a signal to them would have been right before, a few minutes before they exploded.
And did we already process data like that we brought back from the crashed ship?
we hadn't touched that
Yet?
No.
Okay.
No, you would not have.
So whatever got on our ship would have gotten either back at the starbase.
Do we have to
Starbase
start when we
251
initially
or
took
whatever, or when the Iosians were on board.
Do we have any way to trace how long it's been here?
Now let's get one. So now we've identified there's a virus. Let's do. This is going to have to be computer technology rolls
Alright.
to learn as much as we can about the virus.
What computer technology and intelligence?
It's average of computer technology and intelligence.
57 is not the time.
Alright. I was for 37, I got a 15.
Okay.
Good job.
What's triple zeros?
100.
100.
So.
Okay.
You really don't know.
Apparently not.
Your
He made the
panel-
virus a
Your
computer.
panel is smoking.
This is supposed to
Got
be
me.
that.
Okay.
Out of
So
61.
so who all succeeded?
I succeeded.
Okay. So the three of you that succeeded is.
All your hard work was undone by you.
Pretty much.
So you're going to figure out a few things.
Well, I got it.
The virus. All right. So at this point, you've not been able to get anything from the Romulan data drive at all. So that's not happened yet. You cannot. You don't recognize the origin of it. It's a computer technology, a computer operation type that you've just not seen before. It's the code of a completely unknown type.
So, could be communications.
However, there are Romulan characters in it that you can identify. But as far as how Romulans make their code, you will be able to tell once you can reconstruct the once you construct that data module. But as of right now, all you know is there's Romulan in it.
Do we know when it was introduced into our system?
Unfortunately not. It has some sort of recursive algorithm that basically it constantly refreshes itself to where there's no timestamp.
There is a small chance that when we got picked up,
Yeah, we got
that the
beamed
signal,
out.
there was some sort of signal transmitted, may not be the time we brought back, but something they wanted us to not get on. So they like
It could be
sent
part of the
something at
jammer,
us during
like
that
when
time.
we go through the with their jammer. We could do that.
So you figure that out. You don't know when it got on the ship. Yes.
There are only 3
Can I use computer science? It says computer scientists can use their skill to analyze software and hardware problems.
Okay. Before that, Jacob, when he's analyzing it, no. You set off some kind of trigger.
That's not.
The system attempts to send a signal to cause the warp core to explode, or to shut down the containment system.
Ooh, that's off.
Good thing that's off.
It also attempts, when that fails, to cut off life support.
Ooh.
But that fails. It then just starts going down system by system by system, trying to kill things, but it doesn't work. Okay. If you want to do that computer sciences role,
I do.
yes.
Alright.
Why?
Much better at that.
Do we know why it didn't work?
That's what he's trying to figure out.
Hey, 36 for a 50.
You figured out that it was designed for the next generation of computers.
We're too old.
The Lexington computer is too old for it to work.
Oh, that's
Nice. Well played.
If I mentioned something about that a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That's awesome.
All right. So now there is about to be some communication with the Iosians, which is what Tim was suggesting.
Oh no.
Right? All right. So walk me through that again.
Okay, so our objective is, if they're innocent, then they are smart enough to be able to purge it.
Mhm.
If they're guilty, they're putting it on there, and if it's Iosian, if it's Iosian and they're innocent, they'll recognize it very quickly. Like if it's programming that they have access to, if it works on their logic or whatever, they'll recognize it quickly. If they're guilty, if they put it there on purpose, then they're going to do one of two things. They're either going to botch, refuse to help in a suspicious manner, or they're going to refuse, or they're going to do a poor job that we can recognize as being important, like they're better than this, or they're going to try to make the situation worse.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're working alongside them and monitoring them on the grounds of we're working together to try to solve this problem, then we are in a position to watch for that. But if we present it as a diplomatic assistance request, then we put them in a position where they either have to accept and figure out how to make it work, or suspiciously deny.
Okay. You can pitch that to the captain, and yes.
Don't we have a whole bunch of their programming as reference that we got while we were on the planet? We can reference against.
Yes. And okay, so on the surface, you can tell it does not appear to be based on the same code. It does not appear to be. This appears, the Iosian appears to be, again, like massively superior to what's in this virus.
They digitally sign their code.
Right.
Okay, so the Iosian wouldn't have any trouble if they were somehow infected by it.
Probably not.
Could Iosians debug the virus because they're so much more advanced?
That's what we're asking.
Possibly.
Should
That's
we,
what we're gonna maybe see.
Because we don't, probably doesn't jump through communications, but assuming it does.
What did he say to that?
Yeah,
Okay, so
it
it's-
jumped. It used communications as a carrier
Okay,
wave to jump
Then
from
our
ship
comms
to
So
ship.
we're just gonna like warp to the ground, cut off our communication systems, and contact them physically. We're not gonna communicate to them through the systems and then give them the virus, think we're attacking.
But
And
we've
then-
communicated with them multiple times.
Since
think
we got
that's a-
oh then
Yeah.
oh that might make things worse.
Well,
They might think we're attacking.
they sent us a communication after the Sun-Tzu exploded,
Okay.
expressing their
Concerning.
Yeah.
I'm just like
their regrets.
We probably got our comms probably got.
So the virus goes through the comms. Is that what we're saying?
The virus
Or-
goes through literally everything. It's
Yeah.
probably in the
It travels
replicators.
on the comms.
Yeah.
What?
Travels
Yes.
on the comms.
Yeah, it's probably.
And the
we
only
got
things
our
that
comms
we've
got-
had-
So talking to them is going to give them the virus.
Iosian.
Give them their own virus.
But we don't know if that doesn't mean it's necessarily where it came from, but it's able to transmit that way. It was inconclusive as to where it came from originally.
Probably our comms got infected when something locked, and then it locked onto our comms to pull us out.
It could have come from any number of places. The only thing
Someone get in the shuttlecraft that hasn't been affected by comms and communicate with the ground.
I've got two people talking to me at once. Carol, go first.
Somebody with a computer science background would be able to see in the code how it can be transmitted.
This is.
Okay. Then from your role, you're able to tell that yes, it can be transmitted, of course, through just like a hard connection.
Mhm.
It can go through wirelessly. It basically can infiltrate anything that involves code and try to mask itself.
Okay.
Basically, yeah.
Shuttlecraft's on a different system, right?
No, in the shuttlecraft docks, they communicate with the main ship. There's basically nothing on this ship that's got a air gap.
So even our
How about
favorite be infected.
Actually, yes.
And this is why I use knives.
Got a point.
Just in every system.
It's everywhere.
Oh, okay.
It's infecting literally all the
are we
entire
able to make
system.
it handy?
What about the shuttlecraft we left on the ground? Is that still there?
It's still there.
Is it infected?
Is
We
it?
would have to
Actually, is it
teleport
infected?
there.
That
Do you
has
trust that?
that's already been in the process of being. That's actually already been retrieved. We got permission from the Iosians to get that.
So it's probably infected.
It's already back on the ship. Yeah.
Damn. Because that could have been some other.
All right, we do a spacewalk and communicate from our spacesuit.
Your spacesuit's also connected.
Yeah.
Literally everything is connected.
Well, it's time for
Just,
Sorab's time.
Well, except for.
So
How about our hand communicators if someone hasn't used one?
is it possible that the computer could have chucked back false results to hide something if the virus was on the ship at the time?
Sorry, say it again.
When Carol did the research to figure out what the blood was off my knife, is it possible that the computer chucked back false results because the virus did that to try and hide something?
Theoretically.
Roll the conspiracy roll.
We would have to see if the programming was able to do that.
Right, which means we need to figure out the programming.
Mhm.
I mean, that's for that.
So it could be.
I want to attempt that. How would that work?
Wait, what?
I'm trying to think. What if you attempted that? What would be whether that be computer science or computer technology?
I would think it would be computer science.
Yeah.
Written software.
Sounds more like that. Yes.
It was written Ruby and
Software,
Roman
well,
DOS.
so computer science is software.
Well, actually, no. He already did that. What we found out is it's actually incapable of affecting anything on the ship. Like all the computer
Okay,
systems on
so
the
it
ship
would
are
have been able
too
to
okay.
affect
are too dumb for it to affect, just as a blanket. It's like a
Well, we're
virus.
trying not to infect it more, right?
It's like a virus designed specifically for Windows 11 that just can't touch Windows 10
Or Windows stuff.
Or Windows 8.
or Windows 8 or anything
That's
below.
really what we're
Yeah, yeah.
And we're Windows 95.
Whoever wrote it wasn't a very, very savvy and smart.
Well, no, they actually really were because they've now adapted it to the newest Starfleet
Yeah,
technology.
but you would think that
Yeah,
if you were smart enough, you would make sure that it affects everything older.
Yeah,
you want-
you want your virus to be backwards compatible with
Not if
Windows.
you don't know the technology.
Yeah,
before. Right.
Yeah, they may not know the technology that old. Yeah.
The only
So it
technology
could be a
we
younger
shared
person.
with the Iosians would have been the new stuff.
That's not true.
No, that's not true at all.
The
Because
only technology they
Wait.
analyzed was the Lexington.
So I was,
Yeah.
when did they
Well, they
analyze
would have
that?
analyzed also technology from the first ship.
Oh,
that
yeah,
showed
yeah,
up. So, and that was not a Constitution class. That was a newer ship.
When did that show up?
They didn't
That was like
analyze the Lexington. They just got a tour.
That's true. There you go.
True.
Okay, all right.
They got physical
I said it was like 3 years ago, I think.
stuff from the Sun-Tzu.
That's roughly enough time to make a computer virus.
Okay, so they had to have been here for a while, so it's not some sort of random new threat. I mean, of course, the crash ship has been here for a while, doesn't mean that, other people have shown up by then, so.
Yes.
You said there's a reset loop on the counter, right, for the
So we don't have a
time.
timestamp.
Yes.
Right, for the time. Can we tell how many times it's been reset?
You'd have to.
That would be really stupid to make it reset itself at certain intervals and then count how many times it's reset itself. That's
You'd have to,
completely
like,
self-defeating.
basically-
Or bad coding.
Well, like you said, okay, it resets itself every 5 seconds, and it's reset itself 8,912 times.
Right.
But do the math.
Right.
Which is in there all that many times.
Not really.
Well, I'm
So,
saying that's what it did.
what-
Just throwing a number out there, it does not do that.
are we solely focused on just trying to wipe the virus at this point, or are we trying to communicate
Well-
down to the Iosians?
Well,
we're
we're
gonna need
gonna-
the Iosians to help with the virus.
We've been having a bunch of things happening, so that needs to happen.
I still want to run that census
Okay.
to see if there are
Yeah. Okay.
Romulans.
That will come after. So Tim is going to pitch his ideas to the captain as far as what we're going to ask the Iosians to do.
So if we run the census scan, couldn't this virus travel through that and hit all of the Iosian?
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. As soon as we open comms.
The Iosians multiple times since picking up this virus. It's going to affect the Iosians. It already would have.
Yeah. When did we contact
Yeah.
them? They contacted us.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
better.
Who
Let
else
communications
contacted
away.
us. Once the communications channel was open, it can move.
We don't know what the
communications
worms
channel
program
is two
to
ways.
trigger.
It doesn't matter who opened the door.
Yeah.
Right, but okay.
The point is, if it was going to affect them, it already would have. So
Okay.
running a census scan wouldn't make any further difference.
Right.
So we're saying that comms with them is safe.
Or it's
No
not
more
going to
dangerous.
cause.
It's no more
What's the
dangerous than the
first
current
time?
situation.
Right.
We
Or they're already
it's
infected and they're
dangerous by communicating with them now.
It's like it's like being in a room with 2 people who already have COVID. You're not going to make it worse.
Right.
So okay. So what all? Let me write down.
Double COVID.
Communicate to the captain that you're proposing.
I am proposing that we request assistance from the Iosians on isolating, examining, and removing this virus.
Let's see.
That they assist us in doing so. Specifically, the specific phrasing is that we're asking for them to assist us doing
Okay.
that.
All right.
Should you mention the fact that there's some Romulan in it?
Yes.
Within the virus?
Yeah. So we'll include that there does seem to be some Romulan in it. But yeah, so that's the request. And the reasoning for that is all the stuff I already told you about. That we're going to talk to the guys about. Where, we're trying to create this scenario and analyze behavior and results.
I have another question too.
But the actual communication is the request for help.
All right. So the 3 things were to see whether they genuinely help, whether they help badly, or they try to make it worse. Right.
Yeah. If they did this on purpose, they're going to immediately realize the problem. The reason the virus hasn't gone off is that your systems are too outdated. If they start making alterations to make it in line with the Lexington work, and we have our people working with them, looking at the code while they're working on it, they'll see that.
Think that they would be stupid enough to do that right in front of us?
No, I don't. But if that's their desire, then I'm trying to put them in a situation where they have to. What I'm really looking for is that moment where they have to stop and figure out how they're going to get away with this.
I'm
So
just wondering if we would see that moment.
Open up a DOS window, ask for our bank account number,
Social, Facebook account login.
and then quickly type in the wrong number so that we have to give them a refund.
RM-RF/.
Okay.
It's not actually about catching them doing it. It's about catching them trying to figure out how to do it.
Okay. All right. If that works.
If they're the problem. If they're not the problem, which I'm hoping is the case, they're more qualified than we are
They
to
will-
fix it.
Yeah, but
Be
I
able to
feel like they are smart enough that they would just fix the problem and make it look like they're not the problem.
I mean, that would solve our problems.
That is
It
a
would
distinct
solve our
possibility.
immediate
Yeah.
problem.
That is a
but-
distinct possibility, but also
Then the problem's still solved for our ship. And
For our ship, but not for everybody
Yeah.
else.
I mean,
but also, if all right, they know we need they're presented with the idea that we need their help, that we cannot do this without them.
Mhm.
All right, they are aware of our limitations. They are focused very much on efficiency, and near as we can tell, don't really have a build for they avoided any form of communication or negotiation that allowed much room for lying or misdirection. When I take all this into consideration, I'm thinking that it's a distinct possibility that they are going to underestimate our ability to recognize when they're trying to work around them. And if they underestimate that ability, then they're going to slip up. They're going to do something that they don't think is obvious to them. Might end up being not obvious. I mean, if we don't solve the problem, the ship explodes.
No, it doesn't.
Can't.
Well, yeah, okay.
we're kind of just marooned here, or else because they're gonna be like, we're not gonna go back to Federation. Since
We
we're
can't.
effectively,
Yeah, we can't talk to them.
Like,
We can't look for help. We
a
can't.
leper
I mean,
now.
pretty much. I just don't think that there's a whole lot here that we're risking already.
In my head, they would have just killed us already if they wanted to with efficiency. It's like, our one ship blew up, all of our cons, everything's down. It would have been, guys, let's blow them up. We hate them. Now they're dead. Now we're dead.
Yeah.
And they didn't
Yeah,
do that. So
But not if that's not the end goal.
Right.
yeah.
Because what they would have accomplished by creating this virus and sending us back with it is to cripple the entire Federation.
Right.
So they purposely made it 2 minutes. They just want us to be a host.
I think
Let's pause a second. Jacob's been dying to say something.
Well, no, I was just wondering. So during the scans of the wreckage, did we see any of the drones? I know the drones were destroying a lot of the bigger pieces, but were they also taking any of the pieces back to?
Yeah. I mean, there's also the fact that like I'm not a computer programmer in real life or in the game, and so like in terms of like would this plan work as far as watching what they're doing, they're gonna have to ask somebody else. I'm looking at this from a perspective of can we put them into a situation in which we have a way to either resolve it or find the culprit and force that interaction.
I mean, it's more of an ultimatum at this point than it is a decision.
Well, no, but it doesn't have to be framed as ultimatum. That's the important.
No, I meant for our choices in communicating with them or doing nothing. It's like, kind of gotta.
Yeah. No, I mean I like Tim's idea, but I think they're just going to end up curing the virus instead of doing anything else. Which, I mean, it's going to help us. Huh?
I think we need more information.
Okay. How would you? What information are you wanting to get?
Well, first I want to know if there's a population of Romulans on Iosia.
And also, that needs to be something that we. Yes.
Yeah. So we would discuss it with the captain about that.
I am thinking there are 2 possibilities here. One is that the Iosians are working with the Romulans to cripple the Federation. And 2 is that the Iosians are intentionally trying to frame the Romulans for attacking Federation ships and restart the war.
There is a third possibility that the Romulans are trying to use the Ios. The Romulans have some kind of connection here, and are trying to use the Iosians to attack us without the Iosians.
That's true. That is a possibility also.
That they're not actually involved, like personally involved.
All right. So one thing she wants to add to your suggestion is also to get permission to be searching the planet actively for more Romulans.
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about that before I left, too.
Right.
Operation Kidnap an Iosian.
Okay.
Probably gonna happen.
Possibly. All right. So then, you know what you want to say. I've got it written down. Let's act this out. I am Captain Sherman. So this is gonna be fine. He's doing other stuff
It's
too.
the fourth time. Okay.
He's doing other stuff. I'm doing other stuff. So you're gonna have to try to get it to him.
Well,
So.
I was going to Blaine because that's the order of command.
All right. Blaine is doing other things. Good point. Okay. And whenever you're ready.
Oh.
We're acting it out as if he's doing something and presently I'm doing something.
Oh, okay. Listen, I have an idea I want to run by you regarding.
Okay, first off, is that how you're saying it, or is that your summarizing?
I'm summarizing.
Oh. For the protocol, you got to say commander. There's talk of it.
Okay. I'm assuming that the Greek already happened. Okay, but. Yeah. All right. So, Commander, I have an idea on how we can address this virus situation. It's slightly risky, but I think the whole situation is risky.
Well, I'm from Australia, where basically every single day is a risk with all the wildlife we have, so I'm listening.
Okay. I want to have the captain submit a request to the Iosians to come and help us resolve this computer virus issue. I want to frame it specifically in a way that they are working in conjunction with our scientists, our computer operation specialists, and get their help. And this kind of addresses a few issues. The big thing that we're trying to get out of this, hopefully, is the Iosians, with their greater knowledge on this actual programming, will be able to hopefully remove it entirely, and that'll be the beginning of our partnership. But if, through some possibility, they are in some way responsible, whether intentionally or accidentally, if they're intentionally, then we will be in a position to monitor their behavior regarding how they respond to the request and how they respond to the work, to look for anything that they do regarding it. If they're incidentally responsible, like the Romulans are using them somehow or whatever, then if they get a look at the code, then they'll be able to recognize that and hopefully find a workaround.
See the risk. See the reward. Yeah, I'll kick this one upstairs. I think this is worth considering. Yeah. All right. Good proposal there, Lieutenant Commander.
Excellent.
All right. One thing you didn't mention was Carol's suggestion. So you will have the opportunity.
Well, I haven't talked to her.
We're not all just in one room talking to each other?
I don't know.
No, I kind of just
Were we?
imagined that was out of
I
character.
thought it was out of character.
That was out of character, though I was kind of operating the assumption that would have been communicated to you before you went in there.
Okay.
As was I.
Oh, okay. What was okay?
Because she's a new
That she wants to be asking to have the authority to.
I thought you already asked the captain for that and got permission to scan for life forms. Like that, you actually did roleplay that out where she asked the captain to be able to do that.
I don't recall that.
Or you asked.
There was a plan. I don't think it went through.
Okay.
I think the way I understood it is that she was going to have you forward that.
I'm talking about something that happened like 20 minutes ago, where you said that
I
you
asked
wanted
him.
to. Yeah, she asked you about doing it, and you said that would have to go through the captain, and then I thought that you guys discussed it, and the captain agreed that
I don't
under
remember.
the circumstances, because she pointed out, you asked initially, like, would it still be considered a hostile action to search the planet for Romulan, or to scan the planet? And you said, yes, it would be a hostile situation. And then she pointed out, well, because with what we've discovered and what we learned, we're looking for more Romulans.
Mhm.
And you said, oh, that sounds reasonable.
That was talking to me, not the captain.
I thought that the captain had agreed to it, that was part of that.
That
That's why I didn't. So as far as I knew, that hadn't been
Okay.
said to me, but
So-
it had been said to the captain already. So like that's why I didn't mention it.
So at that point, story-wise, we were all in engineering together. You had said all of the heads of whatever were in engineering together, and we were discussing what was happening with the virus.
and working through.
Yeah. And I asked that question. That was
Okay.
meant to be in character.
Oh, okay. I did not understand that part. Then yes, that permission that has been given
Okay.
to do that.
So that has nothing. So that's a separate.
That will be requested at the same time
Yeah.
as what you're talking about when they talk to the Iosians next.
Alright.
So. Okay. Cool. We need to put hats on when we're in and out of character. That would help me so much.
It's my character.
Nice.
I know this is an alien concept to you, but this is actually kind of.
I've never seen a Kelpian with green hair, let alone green hair. So your argument is invalid, sir. Okay, so that's the next step right now. So I'll act that out. So Captain Sherman going to call down to the Grand Chancellor again, and is going to say, Grand Chancellor, here's the update that I promised you. So we've made one enormous conclusion. You should probably check your computer systems for a virus, because we discovered one on our ship, and we discovered one that is the reason why the Sun-Tzu exploded. The Grand Chancellor in the Posville. That is very interesting. I will have my people look at it immediately. Please contact the Department of Computer Sciences and have them analyze all of our systems. Captain Sherman goes, okay. So yeah, that's what happened there. And considering this is a computer virus, and in light of our budding new partnership, I would formally like to request your assistance in figuring out how to figure out everything we can about this virus and how to remove it from Lexington. Because it appears that it is designed to transmit itself through communications. So if we had returned to Federation space without discovering it, it is quite likely this virus would have spread like wildfire throughout the entire fleet. Grand Chancellor goes, that would have been immensely unfortunate. Yeah, you are very correct there, Grand Chancellor. Grand Chancellor goes, we are more than willing to offer the assistance that you require. I will organize the teams and we will contact you shortly with their arrival time and what they will require for doing their work. Sherman goes, we are immensely appreciative. Now, a second question. Based on our analysis of the incident that happened on the planet, going back to that, it seems very likely that the attackers were of Romulan origin. So what we would like to do is have permission to do thorough scans of your planet's surface to see if we can locate any other signs of Romulans. Grand Chancellor go, that is immensely surprising that it was Romulans. Yes, we will absolutely allow you permission because we also would not like these interlopers on our planet doing nefarious things.
the various
guys.
Those pesky Romulans. Alright, so Captain Sherman goes, you are more than accommodating, Grand Chancellor. We cannot express our appreciation enough on behalf of both me, my crew, and the Federation as a whole. We look forward to working with you and getting this sorted out. Thank you. and the Grand Chancellor will just do a and end communication.
Mhm.
All right, so within a few hours, you're going to have just Iosian teams, like a lot of Iosian teams coming over. Like they're sending ample help, and within about 10 minutes, they have figured out the virus and
Is my buddy
reported
on board?
what?
Is my buddy on board?
No, sadly not.
I was gonna bring him water if
Actually,
he did.
you know what? Roll luck for me.
Nice.
68. And my luck is 67. No, 57.
No. Oh, unfortunate. All right, so they're going to come in, set up their own computers that use the code on this stuff. Just it looks more like computer like a video static than code. It's just like there's just so many numbers flying so quickly that their hands are just moving just like barely visibly with the interface, and they figure out the virus, isolate it within about, like I said, 10 minutes. And they're going to tell you that based on, all right, so the chief computer tech goes, we have successfully identified, isolated, and removed the virus from your systems. According to our previous contact with the Romulans, it appears that this virus is of Romulan origin.
Previous contact with the Romulans?
So,
When did you talk to the Romulan?
well, that is
No, he's not gonna know.
No, yeah, he's not.
that guy's name.
I'm probably not even in that conversation.
Was it 305 years ago?
My guess is about 30 years ago.
Quite possibly.
Mm.
Ah. All right, so they're gone within 15 minutes.
All right.
That's all the time it takes.
They're trash talking us on the way back. Ha ha ha! Those stupid humans.
But it's just fascinating. They're walking down the halls in teams of 5 in lockstep. Then they all step on the transporter pad and just stand there. The next group. It's basically exactly how they were handling the replicators.
So
back.
their weaknesses are going to be bridges.
Yeah, possibly so. They engineer the bridges better than that, of course, because they're efficient. All right, now, what Chloe was wanting to do,
Huh?
searching the planet. Now, the first thing that this is something that no one here has thought about. The Romulan ship itself, that is going to be, of course, the center of where you're searching.
Mm-hmm.
That energy field is still up around it. One other thing Captain Sure is going to ask is permission to send team back down there to analyze the area. But this is going to be like basically 2/3 of all security. They have rifles. They are.
We're going back in, boys.
There's like 30.
Do we get to bring hazmat?
Like the
It's-
SWAT
Lieutenant
level.
Rambo. Where's that?
You're going to be with them. Actually, so is Roscoe.
All of the Expendables.
They get there, and it looks exactly how it looked when you first showed up. There's no bodies.
Grab my knife back.
There's
There's no bodies now?
Is there any blood?
Yeah, we left bodies.
where there had been blood. That area has been excavated so that there's no blood in the soil. You can tell stuff
Ooh,
happened there, but there's no bodies. There's nothing left to analyze.
You think they would have?
Is my knife still stuck? Is my knife got stuck in the wall still there?
The Tal Shiar. God damn it.
Would you have thought before to ask to go retrieve your knife?
Will you grab my knife for me out of the log?
If it's there.
Actually, no, it isn't.
I was gonna say, I'm like,
The medical.
No, it's stuck in the log.
That
the
one.
one that's stuck in the log. I think that I would say that's a rough roll.
I feel like they're that.
A luck roll on my part. All right, I'm getting.
No. That
That's
would've
just
been
my
too
thoughts
fair.
as the GM. He gets to decide that.
We excavated like the dirt. They were very thorough.
They were extremely thorough.
That's crazy.
So,
I mean, it's just a knife in the log. Why are they going to say?
So
Is the ship still there and intact?
yeah, the ship's still there.
The
The
field's
ship's
still there.
the field is still there.
Can we determine?
Direction of the.
The field is originating from the ship.
Isn't the ship turned off?
You thought so. But the field is originating from the ship.
Well, now it's turned on because I always knew we're doing this.
Yes, you can do that.
Safe. Diplomatically safe.
Sweet. Let's put that on.
Okay.
There are other risk factors.
So the procedure would be then you would
Jump and then
have to get out of the shield range, which the range is like a good solid half kilometer. So like it's like a quarter kilometer on each side is how big this bubble is. So you have to get out of that and radio back and send down teams to like comb through this thing.
Or do we just destroy the ship?
That would not be your orders. That Roscoe would know. Okay, now we send in the techs to do this.
We might get the close to this, guys.
Exactly.
Assuming we don't get jumped from the ship.
Okay.
If there's a field within the ship and someone's operating it.
There is one stipulation, though. The Iosians have claimed the ship is theirs. So everything, we can analyze it, but we can't take anything else off the ship.
Blow it up.
But we already took stuff off it. In the
That
first
was
place.
not mentioned, that we took stuff off it already.
Bandage.
So, unfortunately, the cloaking device stays. We can take very detailed scans of it now.
Sweet.
Um,
I can figure out how it works too.
So yeah, you can go down, Jacob. Anyone that has any skills that will be helpful in like analyzing. So computer science, computer technology. Tim, you'd be useful there with some of your engineering skills.
I'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. So
I have one in electronics technology. I can try to disconnect.
you're just watching to see if more Romulans show up. But there's a perimeter of 30 armed guards around the ship.
So
I felt more safe.
the area.
Are
Yes.
me and Matt on the ground or no?
There is nobody in the immediate area, but we're being incredibly. The captain is being exceptionally paranoid right now with this.
I don't know.
Like,
I mean, it's only paranoia if you're wrong.
Yeah.
yes, I mean, the Romulans have cloaking technology. You don't know where those guys came from, how they showed up. Did they teleport in? Did they just decloak? You don't know.
Right.
So you're just gonna cover all the bases.
It could be in our
Eric,
ship
what did
right
you
now.
ask?
Is me and Matt on the ground or no?
You can be if you
Decided
want
to
to.
come down.
I mean,
that wants to go
with-
down.
It makes sense. Matt talks Romulan, so you know.
Would there be anything else? To do?
Yeah.
I mean,
And I know shields, so
I mean, you wouldn't necessarily.
cloaks or shields. Almost.
What was I about to say? Yeah, so anyone who wants to go down to the ship can. So who's going down?
I'm going down.
I mean, if everything goes,
As am I.
they don't.
You're already
down
there.
there. So
Are you
All,
down?
all the important characters.
What?
Are you going down to the ship again?
If everybody else is going.
I mean,
Shit. And they were going to ask you guys, have you been
All
there
our
before?
senior staff down
So,
on
hey,
the
give us the tour.
Yeah,
Oh, this is where those guys died.
We were, like,
Oh.
radiation
As the
suits.
person the captain put in charge of figuring out what happened on
So-
the ground, I should probably.
That- yeah, you
Here's
should be there.
The next question:
You
If
can also do life science scans too.
are the Iosians sending any?
Yes, there
as
are
well?
going to be some Iosians
Okay,
there
that's
as
what-
well.
Yep.
Yes. We came to secure the site,
Is
but
my
now
buddy
they're
gonna
sending
be on the
in...
ground now?
What?
Is my buddy going to be on the ground now?
Actually, he is. He's there. Okay. So yeah, they sent 5 security officers and 10 technicians of various kinds.
So I'll walk up to my buddy and I will hand him my canteen and I will say, "Don't worry, it wasn't the drink from the other night."
I have been instructed to not accept beverages from anyone in the Federation.
Okay, fair enough.
Alright. Moving right.
Can I give him a ration bar?
He'll sit. He will decline. Okay. So.
Eat at his regular eating time.
Yes.
He has had his boot for today.
That's very good for today. Whatever you give me, too strong for him anyway. So.
That's true. OD on flavor.
Alright, so.
Sensation, I feel it.
Priority 1. So priority 1 analyzing is what's left of the computers. Checking for any signs of that virus.
Okay.
Alright.
So
That's going to be, that's actually just going to be computer science.
Is that operations? Or no?
Computer technology.
Well, no, actually, thank you. That's a, well, we bring our own power cells. So, actually, no, computer technology is see if we can even power them on first.
Okay.
All right.
So 89. That's oh, maybe.
Computer technology.
All right, I got a 38 out of 45.
No.
Wait, what
I
we
contributed
rolling?
nothing.
Computer tech. You're not in the ship, so you wouldn't be able to do this.
Would I feel in
I got a nat 1 out of
Boring.
61.
Nat 1
got-
61.
Yes.
Okay.
I got nat 100.
I got
almost-
60.
I got almost double
Mm.
the threshold.
No idea.
everyone else? can
Eric
roll
made
the
up
ship?
for my god roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eric made up.
No idea.
Oh.
31, which I
Okay.
think is a
Eric's just like, there's
success.
buttons.
So who all succeeded? I know you did. I know you did.
I'm staring at a tree.
And anyone online, they succeed?
Ooh.
All right, so,
Do I get a phaser rifle?
yes, you have a phase rifle.
Nice.
I'll probably have some knives on me. I'm paranoid. I'm not-
And
Not-
they'll
nothing
allow
crazy
it due to
now.
this. Everyone, all the security has phaser rifles. Everyone else has a pistol that you had earlier.
I thought there was like 5 knives on
How
me.
does the cat get to carry all these knives with her?
Because no one knows I have them on me.
We're not even going to begin on that one. Due to
It's
time
cultural.
constraints, such
It's a
questions.
cultural thing.
Uh,
Cations are allowed to have
I got
knives.
5 hours and
Ceremonial.
44 minutes to wrap this up, and I want to make sure I can. Okay. So you literally set the thing down, plug it in, just like instant. Like that was easy.
Good kid.
All right, and you all that succeeded don't even have to do anything. Like you've got the systems, just everything that you want on, you're able to power.
You may as well be Romulan in disguise.
Sweet. Who knows?
Okay. All right, so now computer sciences for what we can get off of the remaining computer. Now, also remember, the computer core is gone, so you're dealing with secondary systems. So there's going to be a negative 30 on this because you're dealing with, like, the central processor is gone.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
So-
you kind of sold the
You guys
same.
are lucky there's no deception rolls in this game.
Yeah.
Where's the computer? Oh, I don't know.
Ooh, I did not.
Why do we
Okay.
have to
You know, I
Yeah,
just have a
30
question. What
Okay.
is charisma for, not for?
Charming people and
Negotiations and diplomacy.
Charisma's for
If-
many things?
if people find you attractive.
leadership,
Some of them
motivation.
we'll talk about when you're older.
Except
Yes, we will. Okay. You're not able to find anything conclusive on the remaining systems. Like you don't see any sign of that virus or any virus. It just basically it's you're getting a lot of consoles that are awaiting commands that are not coming in because there's no central processor unit to send them the command to do X, Y, and Z.
Gotcha.
It's kind of more or less like having a monitor on without a computer attached. It's like it works, but it's not doing anything. So
It's displaying no display.
exactly. Like Matt being down there. All right, Matt, give me a roll in Romulan. See if you can translate what these things are saying.
Okay, let's see here.
And Matt
That's a 17.
because he
That is-
punched a hole through the thing, but it piggybacked onto a signal.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
What's you trying to beat?
SDR computer.
Probably less than 70.
Hold on a second,
Okay.
because I'm pretty sure it's not a success. But
That's,
Say, I just instantly.
No, my theory is that when Matt punched a hole through the bubble, it somehow tagged its code, attached its code to his signal, to his communication to our ship, and then that's how our ship got infected, and we infected the Sun-Tzu, and so it's all Matt's fault.
We're calling
no,
for help. Oh no.
Yes.
My 79 is a failure.
It has nothing
It
to
is
do
a
with
failure,
me
okay.
with me telling him that he needed to contact the ship.
so what you
Just forget
find,
that part.
Matt, is you don't understand some of the things it's saying, but the best guess you have is it's saying it's some Romulan character drive not found, checking again in 15 seconds, and it's just that.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
So it's basically every single system is doing that. Now so other
Sure
things.
that's the drive that we took, or is it another one that's so we couldn't get to it?
The answer to that is yes. Because it's an or question.
Yes. All right. So other things that are going to be that you're trying to get more intense data on now with better equipment is, again, you can't take anything, but you're able to scan. Eric is going to be assigned to looking at I think deflector shield technology. So you're working on the deflector system to gain what information you can out of it.
Okay.
And so that's going to be average of 48 and 70. We got it.
Average of what?
48 and 70. And if, well, you rolled a 30?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. So you're able to get very, very detailed information about their deflector system. It's all theoretical because without the actual technology, you can't test it. But you've got an idea of the R&D people. The eggheads back at Starfleet HQ are going to love you guys even more now, assuming you make it back to them.
Foreshadowing.
Well, you know the way these stories go. Something else has to happen.
Yeah.
If it ended like this, you guys would be like,
No, I would just high five. Time to go back to research. Let's go.
yeah.
New
All right.
campaign, Frankenstein's edition.
Now that we're good friends with the Iosians, I'd like to negotiate the release of some cadavers.
Yeah.
All right, Chloe, you are going to look at the very limited medical facilities there.
Okay.
Basically, it's a bed and like what looks to be some kind of analyzer
Twig.
and some like cabinets with tools in it. It's still stocked, although in the impact stuff is like flown around the room, so everything's open. So roll for me. I'll give you emergency medicine to see how much you can learn about their procedures. Okay, so make sure you mark that down. Remember, anyone that's succeeding on the roll, mark it down. All right.
Unless you already did the roll.
No, because this is a new iteration.
So I lost my pencil.
Like when I rolled computer technology earlier, I'd be able to, like when we're out back on the ship doing emergency stuff.
Was that before the break?
It was after.
After the break.
Yeah.
That was the first thing we did when we returned from break.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it only still counts as one.
Yeah.
Well, no,
No, because this is a different scenario.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a different scenario.
So.
Yeah. So okay, I succeeded on a different computer technology check. Yeah.
All right.
So only one per like instance.
Yes.
Right.
We'll go with that.
Okay, so other systems. Who has weaponry technology?
Me.
Oh, sorry. You.
Personal, right?
He distracted me. So you're able to learn that they are very much. They're not equipped for like major surgery. It's a small ship, so it's hard to draw full conclusions based on size. But saying this would not be anywhere near to Federation standard of triage or first aid or any of that. So it's also if you get injured seriously on a Romulan ship, you're probably not gonna have a good time.
Death
All right.
before dishonor.
That's
That's
Klingons.
Klingons.
All right. Who has weaponry technology? Starship weaponry technology. Who's the highest roll in that?
4.
Oh, starship weaponry technology or personal weapon tech?
Starship weaponry technology.
Hmm.
Got
With operations.
That's right.
Nope.
I got it.
What about Starship Weaponry Operations?
No, this is Starship weaponry technology.
Alright, roll 37. So that's 35. 24.
Okay, so you're able to learn. Yes, it's disruptors. This is the first time we've actually been able to see disruptors up close. Like you actually can go out on the ship and look at them. And of course you can't really power them up because the main power is half smashed or 1/3 smashed when the thing's pancaked into the ground, so you really can't power them up. But you're able to look at what they're constructed out of, their design, the way that it's arranged for weaponry on the console and the bridge.
These weapons go.
So again, some more good information.
I was able to conclude that these weapons go. I failed by like
That's
6
nice.
points.
Okay. We're only doing one roll per thing, though.
All right.
So you guys shouldn't both die. That's fine.
The affiliate onboarding has me fill out my name in like 3 different places, but the very first place doesn't have a suffix field. So if I use a suffix literally anywhere else, I have to start all over.
Please.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. Fun fact that wasn't pointed out earlier, but there is no transporter, or at least not one you can identify.
Maybe it was on the first deck.
That's possible.
Very possible.
Tech is about the 8th deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Not even occasion could squeeze down there.
they no. They
Let alone 2.
They get on their scout ships with a ladder.
Yeah. I mean, there is the ability to dock, but yeah. Let's see.
Baby Gorn.
Warp technology.
Rude. What was that?
Oh, I was gonna say there's warp technology, stealth technology.
Yeah. Let's do.
Granted, the ship might be too small to
Well,
more into transporter.
that's the thing. Yeah, warp drive technology. Who's got the highest in that?
48.
And
Oh, yeah.
Let's wait until before you roll anything.
That's why I'm saying the
Okay.
number, not the answer.
Anyone have better than 48 warp drive tech?
no.
Nope.
All right, Tim, go for it.
The warp drive is the thing that gets the cadavers to you.
Yes, I love it.
I mean, you're not wrong.
So wait, it was 48 and 6, so average. That's not gonna make it. What did I say the average was though? What's the number?
48 plus something.
63. Yeah, so I'm rolling at the 56, and I rolled a 61.
Okay. The only thing you can tell is it works in a very different principle from Starfleet ships. What principle that is?
It warps differently.
It warps differently.
We warp right and they warp left.
Something like that. All right. Deflector shield technology.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
That's Eric.
Eric, deflector shield technology.
Yes. Well, what my score is in it?
Yeah, roll it. We know you're highest.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just gonna put
5.
5.
Nice.
Okay, so
Single
fun
digit.
fact, you're able to learn 2 things. A, what principle the deflector works on, but also confirming the theory that yes, when you turn on the cloaking device, that kills the shields and the weaponry. It's
Ooh.
all very closely linked. But yeah, the cloaking device is basically directly connected to both. Or it goes from the power source, whatever it is that Tim was unable to identify, directly to all 3 of those. Through space magic, as Tim said, yes. Okay.
I would share
Oh.
this with the group.
Yeah, all this information is going to be shared. That happens. Okay, let's see here. That's basically everything. There's a technology. Communication systems technology. Let's do that. Who has highest in that?
What was it?
What's their encryption?
Communication systems
Oh,
technology.
communication system technology. I think that's also a 10. But let me look. Yeah, that's 10.
Yeah,
man. What about man?
For communication system technology, I only have a 10.
Yeah,
Roll it.
Operation that he would have gotten.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, operation I have the best, but
That's still
I'm
like
pretty sure.
the best amongst us.
Yeah.
Well, it's so far it's tied. Yeah, me and him both have 10.
Does anyone have better than a 10 in communication systems
I
technology?
don't have,
No.
I don't have any.
Okay, let's have Matt do it because that's closest to his
Yeah.
area.
Cool, and I think I just miss it though. Hold on.
Of course you did, Skippy.
I don't know. It depends.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a photo finish.
miss it by 8.
Okay.
Ah.
You use it to talk to people. That is your conclusion. Okay.
I just used the system. I don't know how it works.
We were doing it. One person was trying the system, so I don't want to compare. Okay. So you're able to figure all of that out. In fact, so you spend like half a day on this thing, just combing through as much as you can. And then at the end, the Iosians start dismantling components and taking them back. So that happens.
Do
You
any
see
of them
the
comment on the computer core missing?
one of them does say, "That is interesting. I wonder who did that." They don't say it with any suspicion, but then again, you can't really tell. It's not like they look at us like that, but no, that's it. They just express that it's curious that it's gone, but as to where it went, they don't know. You don't know.
Will they share any of the information that they gathered from taking all these components apart?
Yes. We will be sharing our results both ways. So
you will learn how the clothing works.
actually, yes. That will happen.
Hey, fish.
Okay.
Light refraction.
So, the soldiers that were on the ground that were shooting us, there were probably Romulan, right?
We are 98% sure that they were Romulan.
Their blood was like a 98% match to the Romulan DNA we took from the ship. Their weapons were like an 80% match for Romulan technology.
And then 100% after we
And
synthesis.
they were, well, yeah, but that's 80% match
But
the weapons that we have that were Romulan, that we're sure of. And
But
we were on a Romulan ship when they attacked. So,
But we haven't found the Romulans since.
no, like I said, when you got there, all the bodies were gone.
It's gonna be like I'm really expecting
Like-
Scooby-Doo.
Like the area has been completely scrubbed. Actually,
Carol scan.
what?
What about Carol scan for Romulans? What does that hold?
So far, no Romulans have been located. Now, one last piece that you did figure out.
Spaceship?
The Iosians figured this out when removing the cloaking device. There was a trigger that was initiated when it was attempted to be opened that activated the cloaking field, or not the cloaking field, the jamming field around the ship. So Sorab attempted and failed to open up the cloaking device, and that was it triggered an alarm that it also appears to
That's
have.
what triggered who came and tried
Chloe's
to kill us.
giving Sorab a very disapproving look right now.
I told him not to touch it.
It also sent out a signal that the Lexington didn't pick up on, but it was a signal on a Romulan frequency.
So if we didn't touch that,
I should have.
So is it still transmitting?
They were able to figure out how to shut it off, so now it is no longer
Was
transmitting.
it still transmitting
But
that?
they just shut it off, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was transmitting it
So-
the entire time until the Iosians
Can
just
we track
figured it
the
out.
Do we know what it was? What the transmission was actually saying?
It was just an alert transmission. It was just
Oh,
it was very simple.
Can you track where the signal, like if anything was picking up on the signal?
No, you can't. It's broadcasting one way. You can't tell what's
So
receiving.
just like a random.
Yeah, it's just being.
It's like a
it's
buoy.
some signal being sent everywhere, like a radio frequency, but not exactly.
Now that the Romulan ship's comm systems are online, like, are we able to identify like comm relays in Romulan comm relays nearby or anything like that? We're now on their net. Like, we powered it up, they would be on their network, right?
The communications array was on deck 1, so it is not functional.
We could rebuild it.
So it's not able. What was transmitting from the cloaking device
It's a black box.
be something.
Faster.
It's actually was transmitting from the cloaking device itself. Like this whole field, this whole signal was built into the cloaking device. So independent of the way anything else on the ship works. What you determine, what you determine though, is that this signal has enough range to basically cover. I don't know. About 3,000 kilometers in every direction. I mean, it's a very. Is it low or high frequency that has low or high bandwidth that has very long transmission? I can't remember which.
Low frequency.
I don't know.
Is low frequency means that it's a very.
So it goes farther though.
I understand that, but which transmits better?
Low frequency
Low is farther,
travels further distances easier.
Okay, so this is a very low frequency. It's actually low enough, which is one of the reasons why it was not picked up. It is like about as low. It's pushing the edges of what was understood about bandwidths that can be sent out in signals.
Put it every.
Yeah, 3,000 kilometers in every direction.
How far is that?
That is not. That's not even get to. If this planet has a moon, it's not even gonna reach that.
I say it's not 3,000 kilometers.
So, only on the planet.
Correct.
It'll get into space. Like if there was an orbiting ship, like Lexington.
Was there?
But if they, like I said, if they have a moon, it won't be.
Okay.
So the bubble, the 3,000 bubble, would get them to space in this planet, right? Or no?
It would reach up into orbit. Yes.
So,
Okay.
an attack just came from a cloaked ship or on the planet.
Or on the ground.
Or on the ground.
That's what I meant by on the planet.
Oh.
Yes, or a cloaked ship or on the planet. Yeah. We
They
don't.
could be long gone by now.
We have no idea.
Possibly not.
No idea where this came from.
Maybe if we pretend
Wait.
Romulan.
Because we're talking about the jamming frequency, right? That's the 3,000 kilometer
No,
range.
the jamming ability was only half a kilometer in every half a kilometer.
Okay,
So
that was the
quarter.
full range
The
of it.
signal that was sent out, the alert, had a 3,000 approximately kilometer range.
So
Can we narrow our scan to within 3,000, the ship scan, to within the bubble?
I mean, like on the planet, searching that area? Yeah, oh, definitely.
Yeah, you're searching the whole planet as opposed to the bubble. Maybe you should focus on the bubble.
Well, they were already searching in like a spiral pattern out from there anyhow.
Oh, okay.
So that would be standard procedure.
So, if there was a cloaked Romulan vessel,
Mhm.
they would have had to decloak to transport anybody to the surface.
That you don't know.
Not necessarily.
We know the weapons and the shields and the.
Weapons, shields, and warp drive do not work.
We know that they have to decloak to fire.
Yes.
So
We don't know about transporting the ship.
we know what.
Oh, we know the communication. Well, okay.
Do we know what time the beacon was enabled?
Mhm.
Can the Lexington go back through its logs to see if there were any subspace disturbances within
Half an hour of that on each way.
the time frame after that signal went off to see if a ship in.
Or anything anomalous was detected.
Yes.
Basically, just you're looking
Yes.
for your a broad.
Well, I'm assuming that it had. Yeah. Because it would have had to been in the system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would have already had to have been.
Yeah.
in
So if there was
orbit.
anything anomalous after that point, from the time that like we engaged, between that time that it was enabled and we were engaged.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. All right. So you can submit that request, and what's going to come back is there's nothing. It's going to take a few hours to go through all the logs, but nothing comes up as far as anything unusual in the atmosphere. There was one small energy spike about 1 kilometer away from the bubble.
Okay.
That happened about. So the thing was triggered at, I don't know, at one specific time. The bubble, the spike happened about an hour later. And then after that, it was after that point you guys came out of the ship and were ambushed.
So how far? So we're at about a kilometer and a half from where we are.
That's where the energy signature came from.
Yeah.
Now, because they were using passive scans at that point, all they know is it was an energy signature. What it was,
But they have the general idea.
Yeah.
Of like kind of the area where it actually originated.
They do.
So
So we can go there.
do we want to? I want to go to there.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Okay.
want to go there too.
What you find there is just a clearing in a field, but there are footprints.
It looks like a
And-
clearing in the field.
No, what
Should
you
I use
see?
my
Is
hunting?
there an impression in the ground?
Like where they
Like
dug
What
the
there
trash
is?
can.
Smash trash cans somewhere.
Can I
What you
use
will
my
see?
hunting?
No, what you will see is there are footprints that start and then go towards the ship.
So they were beamed.
You see footprints that were there and then they go towards the ship. What that means is up to you to determine.
How many sets
If
of
they have
footprints do you
like
think?
6.
or they have an underground base. Instead of being in the sky, they're up in the sand.
Either way, what it looks
There were
like
7
is
guys
they
that
beamed
jumped
to
us.
this spot.
Outside of the ship.
Unless there's like
What
a
was that?
bulkhead.
There were 7 guys that attacked us outside of the ship.
No, there was 6.
Yeah.
There was the 2 here, the 2 down
It's
below,
close.
the 2 that were in the brawl, and the 1
Or
on
like
the
they
other
have like that
side.
camouflaging card. They
I'm
put
sorry,
over
whatever the number was, it was that number.
I'm trying to think of like.
There was the 2 up by the
We
logs
scanned
where I
for
got the
life
1 stuck in the
science.
log. There was the 2 under the rocks. There was the
It was 8
No, there
total.
was 8.
no, there's 8.
There was 8, yeah.
Yeah, because another guy jumped out of the bushes.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Ripper.
Yeah.
Can I roll geomorphology to see if there's anything that's peculiar about like that kind of area,
Sure.
like where the steps stop?
I
Like
mean, you can, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes.
Can I try my hunting?
That's 10.
Sure.
Come on, 45.
Intelligence
No, it
plus
didn't work.
6. So I gotta roll against a 35. Oh
It
no!
said that you had a badge.
A 10.
10! 13!
It's a badge.
There's footprints going from one spot that start here, going towards the ship.
Alright, fair enough. I get bonus. I get
You do, you do.
Get the terrain.
Do we know that the clearing, the ship is definitely gone from there? There's not just a closed ship right in front of
Yeah,
us?
you're subscribed.
I'm sorry?
Do we know that this clearing is actually from a ship that's been there and left, and it hasn't just cloaked and still right there?
You have no idea.
Throw rocks.
Yeah, I'm sure I should probably throw a knife in there and see if it's bounced off.
You want to waste a knife? Just
I
throw a
can
rock.
see,
Grab it.
I can pick it back up.
Okay.
I like you throwing it.
It might dent the knight.
You might break the knife.
I don't know, maybe.
On what?
It might blow the edge.
Well, if it's a ship there, you might break it on the hull.
Well, I mean, if he hits something, then
The ship there, we're really screwed too.
Yeah.
It's well worth the night.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you. Will tell you one thing.
Be a turret. You'll be like, ah, crap.
Romulan cloaks are not perfect to visual sense.
Yeah.
Like they cause a distortion, and you don't see any kind of distortion anywhere.
unless it's in they improved it. Prototype.
Yeah. Stealth boy.
So it's the
Still
Klingons.
causes distortion too.
Unless you're really good at stealth.
No.
And then technically it can't see you at all.
Okay.
So I throw a knife.
It hits nothing.
Okay, good. I'll go find the knife.
Okay.
Roll luck. You lost the knife.
Oh, damn.
Now 100. There's just like a quicksand exploding.
Should I actually roll luck to see if I found the knife?
No, it's fine. You see it.
There's a sarlacc there.
No, there's not.
Boba Fett climbs out.
So there's all you see there is where footprints begin. So
Okay.
the
Have we scanned subterranean already, or no?
Commander Roscoe, who's in charge of this, you scan everything. The ship scans the area, comes back. It's apparently, to all intents and purposes, to best of the starships, anything, just an empty clearing.
Right.
So, yeah, that's what you find there. Or is it? So, we're going to return to the ship. And yeah, that is where you are next. So, what do you want to do next with the information that you have?
Can I finish the computer?
That is still in process.
If we
They're definitely
scan
coming from
space.
somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely went somewhere. We just got that signal and that was it. Nothing else in that 3,000.
We have no way to
range?
figure out what type of signal sent that little energy burst.
Is this a Hollow Earth situation?
There could be.
Caves, man.
Where's the
Iosia is a superstructure.
Yeah, it's a dicey.
Do we know where their like main supply of the crystals are? Maybe there's something to investigate there.
True, where's their main energy supply?
Because obviously there probably is, if there is Romulans and they want to get hold of technology, like the big supply of fuel would probably be one of their targets.
Well, I'm going to tell you for timekeeping purposes, because that could be a very long tangent. That's not going to reveal anything.
For this.
Yeah. If this were a campaign open-ended, sure, let's go down that rabbit trail. But for the 5 hours and 14 minutes we have left, that's not time worth spending. So.
Then I don't really know where we're supposed to go from here. Yeah.
They're in the nebula.
Well, we already established that the signal would not reach that far out.
Hmm.
Supposed to just like send
It
scouts
retreated to the nebula.
checking the skies.
Well, the scans are continuing, that's for sure. And so far, there's no sign of anything Romulan or any other kind of structure. Just really, the way the Iosians work is there's like 100 cities on this planet. That's it. And there's nothing between them except for areas needed for resources like dilithium.
I mean,
There are like hydroponic type farms that are built near water sources. Like
Yeah,
they have the resources they need, but
the Iosians have drones
they do.
because their drone ships met us.
Yep.
So the Iosians would also be able to program in the most efficient scan grid pattern for those drones to look for visual evidence of a cloaked ship, because
Okay.
you did state that they are not visually perfect. So their drones would be able to quickly and efficiently identify if there is a cloaked ship on the planet's surface and or in orbit.
Let the drones do it. We can just
Huh?
Yep. I like where this is going.
Okay.
As
You can submit that request if that's your
I
idea.
submit the request.
Let's see. All right. So that will be something that I will run a flagpole. It's not a bad idea. One consideration, though, is that their sensor technology is inferior to ours. So they can do that, but there's a chance that they would still miss something. They're willing. They will inform us that we are willing to offer assistance. However, we may not be able to accomplish this with its efficiency that you can due to the inferior nature of our sensor technology.
Oh, you know what?
But it would be visual. It would be just because.
What if we use our sensors but their pattern?
I mean, you'd have to. Yeah. They can calculate the way to do it, and that would work too.
Yeah.
So.
Or even heck, just let Iosians
Giving
do it
them
on our
free
ship.
technology. What are we
Like,
sharing?
here's our station.
Okay.
Done.
That's totally fine. And that'll be submitted. The Iosians
Bring in
will
Iosian
agree,
crew
and
You'll find nothing.
and they find nothing.
All right.
There's like not even any abandoned settlements. There's outside of the cities. There's no evidence anywhere in that area of any kind of human, Vulcan, Tellarite, Romulan, Iosian, anything.
Are we scanning like the orbit of the planet?
Well, we're scanning as deep as they're able to. And the scans can go with the soil composition of Iosia. Let's see, go about
Do we just like
4 kilometers deep.
Okay.
do we just like
On average. Some places are more dense, some are less dense, but it's not like the crust on a planet is going to be completely.
How many moons are there for Iosia?
so this is this like a take
2.
5 situation? We just like chill and like have
Also-
downtime.
Also, that was possible to move within 300,000 kilometers. Ours is 384,000 kilometers. So if theirs are significantly closer, then they would be.
No, I didn't say 300,000. I said 3,000
Oh, 3,000.
kilometers.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's way off then.
Yeah. There's the moon.
Do any of the moon's orbits intersect with the range of this bubble?
A moon that got to
3,000
3,000.
kilometers.
Do you know what kind of tidal forces that would cause?
Well, I mean, it also depends on the map.
Hey,
Yeah, it could be.
also, space. So things are gonna happen.
Well, let me see what the let's see, International Space Station. How far up is that?
Are we gonna have a moon mission?
Zero G skills.
Not that far. The International Space Station isn't as high as you think it is.
Everyone knows in Star Trek.
Yeah, only 254 miles. So
I have 10
yeah.
the operation.
What?
So I was asking if we're scanning the orbit around the planet. Like,
Oh yeah, we're scanning. We're scanning
The whole 3,000
everything that we can
kilometer
scan.
bubble.
We've got the Iosians. Well, what the Iosians, because we can't scan everything, is they have agreed to be scanning they're scanning space, like the orbit around, while we're focusing on the planet, because they've got way the orbit around the planet is a lot bigger than a 3,000 kilometer area. So yeah.
Cool.
Still think it's the hours.
You know, they seem like a
Suspicious
really helpful and trustworthy people. I don't know.
I remember earlier when he was saying it's the Iosians, you were saying it's the Romulans, and now it's just I love how
It's
So-
both.
so much uncertainty.
It turns
you know
out.
what? You know what switched me was the fact that the disruptors matched when they replicated the power source.
What switched me was the fact that I'm totally going to. It's the Romulan. The hills have Romulans vibe now. They just clone themselves or their weapons to the point they barely even recognize the Romulans. They're just like, that's the old world. This is the new. We survive in the desert, eat dirt.
Did you compare the
Or like a
Romulan,
single-
the Romulan blood with the goop food? The replicated food.
Is it like a Romulan resistance?
Do you want to do so?
It's like a Soylent Green situation, but like it's the Romulans.
Oh my goodness.
Do you want to do so?
Can we? I mean, we literally we're just waiting for
Hey,
the
you're a
scan.
doctor too. You can do that.
Fine, let's go to the planet. Hey, it's called the Iosians. Hey, can you send me some of your food?
I'm really hankering for some gray shit. Right
Yeah, I
now.
think that's great. I mean, we already confirmed, like, we contact them. They don't care. They'll probably,
Were
like, I
any
need some of it.
Were any of the Iosian drones active and like what were they scanning and all during what you have different little energy flux?
Uh-huh.
Were any of the Iosian like drones active and scanning for stuff? Because they might have more than just passive Sun-Tzu logs, so if we can get logs from that, we can figure out what that energy burst was caused by.
You know what? That's a good thought. You can submit that request.
All right.
That will be submitted, and when it comes back, the Iosians will say none of the drones or ships in the area was actively scanning in that region at that time.
All right.
Of course they
We'll
are.
try.
Convenient.
Allegedly.
Yes, because we would scan literally every square kilometer of the planet all at the same time.
Yeah.
This is
That's how else you scan a planet.
yeah. Okay.
Puts in the
Also,
request
Iosios,
for-
could you get me one cheeseburger for Soren?
Put it next to it.
But
You
you know,
gotta
like,
wake them up.
it's like, you know, like, they have like
The smelling salts.
yeah.
Yeah.
I want, the thing is, I want him to wake up and be fine, because I can't keep gaslighting him if he's like,
Hey, but if he's dead,
You
then all the
should
things he
keep
put against you are
gaslighting him.
effective.
Okay.
so yeah, I put in the order for some of the Goop series and the burger for my gaslighting.
Well, what they will inform you is that the burger actually came from the ship.
That makes sense.
Then I'll just ask the captain to see, like, about, because I
You
won't
can just
tell
go
him.
to the recipe and order it.
Okay, fine, I'll just do that. Make it simple.
Your cheeseburgers are within your authorization range.
Yeah.
No, that is senior staff only. The deliciousness is reserved.
I was
good
hoping to
sir.
get the captain and I'm
Wait a second. This is an episode Lower Decks.
I'm sorry.
Dreaming.
No, I feel
Go right
bad.
back to sleep.
So yeah.
Just like nomming in his sleep.
Pointless. I mean, if the captain dies, then all of the restrictions he set against you doing.
The captain didn't set any restrictions on me with Soren, and then
Yeah, if
Yeah.
Soren doesn't pull through,
So
then
quick.
all of your restrictions don't
What you need to do?
apply.
What you need to do is install an upgrade to make Soren wake up, and then
you know what? If we're on downtime and we have, I totally will do like, can I do like, because I have actually a skill, I have like a plus 20 to Vulcan biology. Can I run like just to see why he isn't waking up?
I mean, you can just look at the chart and show that there is brain damage that happened.
I mean, awful. I'm sorry.
You don't have so
Okay.
the prognosis is uncertain.
So there is brain damage. Am I able to analyze if if he has like a part of his brain that's stopping the rest of his brain from functioning, it's kind of like inhibiting it. If I were able to make a cybernetic replacement in order to reconnect those synapses.
Okay, I'll already tell you that you will be able to. Oh, look at just roll it. Just roll. If anything,
Roll what?
Roll it and see if you even know how to do it.
Bio with the bioengineering part?
Yes.
He has a 99.
I am just saying, there's a 1% chance he fails.
91.
Got close.
So, yeah, you would be able to do whatever you're thinking of doing.
I got this.
But you're not going to get authorization from her.
Captain!
It is
Wow,
right look
disrupting
down
the
upon
chain of
complete to go
command.
over your commanding officer's head.
That's what Captain Chloe?
I'm not captain.
You're my command.
Oh, Captain, this is in the Oh, Captain, my Captain
I'm
context.
clearly doing some bootlicking right now. It's like, could I
Stop
help
interrupting me
Soren?
while I'm trying to kiss your ass.
Could I
I would absolutely never agree to performing a medical procedure on someone that they are morally against.
He's
And unable to give consent to.
Exactly.
He's effectively a vegetable right now.
No, he's not.
People wake up from comas all the
A
time.
vegetable means no brain activity.
Okay.
There is brain activity.
I'm feeling better.
How long do you want to wait in this life or death potential critical situation for the crew
This is
to wake
life
up
or
in a
death.
port? We're like potentially on the verge of war, and our head medical staff is in a coma.
So basically, you're telling her that she's not competent to
I'm
do the
telling
job.
you,
How,
more
what happened to the bootlicking?
You crossed me like Soren did.
You didn't give him what he wanted, so screw you.
You should have had me when I was being cordial. I could have been like this forever, but no.
Just wanted to do one image.
Now I wish Soren was back. At least I could gaslight him.
Okay, there's enough of that for today. Anyone else have anything they're thinking of at the moment?
I mean, the goops thing is still my. I thought it was kind of a joke, but it could, if we can analyze what they eat, that might have some inclination. We have nothing better.
They've been enslaving and eating the Romulans all this time.
They have no other joy but eating Romulans.
Yeah.
I mean, he did say there was a massive twister from this story. In the introduction, so who knows?
Is there any?
Well, I mean, it's that the Iosians are rogue Romulans. The Romulans are rogue Vulcans.
I told you, there's like 1,000 times synthesized Romulans. Because that's what the Iosians are.
These were originally the Remans.
Oh no.
The Ravaglians.
Well, because Romulus and Remus.
Yeah. So, I guess analyze the goop, see if there's anything weird about it.
Okay. Alright, so you're comparing it to...
Gnome size.
Romulan DNA, Vulcan DNA, I guess, and I guess Iosian. I'm just gonna cross all the borders.
So you're comparing the goop to DNA?
I'm trying to find if there's anything suspicious about it on a
I mean,
genetic
it's
level.
the most efficient food. It might be quite similar to DNA, because isn't that basically what we do with meat?
Okay.
To create our proteins?
Yeah, that's gonna be... What the hell is that?
Because don't we like take the
Cannibal
acids of our
Lecter.
meat? Don't we like take the acids from meat and then turn it into our own? So what's the most efficient way for eating? Basically, do that on a much easier scale.
I'm sorry, say it again, please.
Like when we eat meat and stuff, we break down and take their acids and like their amino acids and turn it to ours. The most efficient way of eating would be something that's pretty much already their acids. So that might actually be something worth checking.
Pretty much.
Some sort of meat substitute.
No, this is simple enough science. You're gonna tell it's very similar to. I mean, it's got a lot of similarities to Iosian A, but also to just the way their planet is, just the morphology, the chemistry. It came from Iosian.
So it's unintentional Soylent Green.
No, it's not similar enough to. It's not people. It's goo. That came from Iosia and Iosian replicators.
So could we clone an Iosian from the goo?
No.
No, okay. Okay.
It's about as similar as your DNA and genetic structure would be to
a banana.
That cup. Someone analyzing it figure
goldfish.
Both came from Earth.
Hey, if I can cross the line between machine and man, I can cross the line between cup and person.
Sure you can. Okay. Moving right along. All right. Anyone else got anything that they are thinking or wanting to suggest that we do right now? Matt, Eric?
I have no. I feel like there's no clue out there. There's no thread to pull. It's all.
Like a building 3.
They got away. You know, like I don't know. I got nothing.
Yeah, I guess we just got to prepare to leave the nebula and run into the fleet on the other side of it.
What, the Romulan fleet?
Yeah, we're gonna leave the nebula. The Romulans waiting for us.
Okay.
Or
because we haven't done space combat yet.
Yeah.
Not done space combat.
I don't think my knives are that effective.
Did I ever finish the drive from the Romulans?
You're getting close.
Okay.
You are getting very
We
close.
should probably wait for that to be done.
At this point,
what role does the drive use? Because I might be able to pull it out for a little bit.
that's not going to make any effect.
So are our systems clean or no? We haven't figured out how to cure the computer virus on our ship yet.
If you want to roll computer sciences again, just to double check.
Yeah, we want to verify that.
Yes,
Obviously.
I do.
I'll give both computer science or computer technology. You can roll either of those for this.
So one person or everyone?
Anyway,
Man, I am abusing that computer technology today.
I got a 10.
you see no traces of it.
I got a 3.
You
Nice.
also see no traces of it.
I got a 27.
Is that
I got 78.
Guess what? You see no traces of it.
Almost.
Okay, so
Not-
they
right,
might
You'll,
be
you'll even
actual
find the
allies.
Iosians were nice enough to defragment our hard drives.
Hey, these guys are awesome.
Hey,
The one on the crew.
these shields are more
Where's the
efficient.
Romulan mainframe?
The Romulan mainframe?
Guess go from the biggest.
The one we took from the Romulan ship.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
D20 on bottom.
That is still in
Okay.
process.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
it was smashed.
I just wanted to make sure that the Iosians didn't take it.
They didn't know we had it.
Okay, so the ship's scrubbed clean, so we don't have to worry about infecting other things anymore, so that's good.
Looks like it.
Mhm.
But the problem is we still haven't figured out who, and there's Romulans still out there somewhere.
Right.
Yes. And
So
Or they've ran back to Romulus and we're screwed.
one thing
You know.
that's going to happen actually in the interim is the captain is going to now that we know the ship is clean, the captain is going to send a shuttlecraft out beyond the nebula with a message for Starfleet and wait for a response.
Oh.
So this checking actually happened right after the Iosians. This would have happened before you guys went down to the planet. I spaced on that part.
Okay.
So you've gone down, you've looked at the ship, nothing. The next day, if no one else thinks of anything, the shuttlecraft is going to return.
Do we have dreams?
With large destructive burn.
No. Nope, it's perfectly fine. The guy just kind of stayed out there, slept all night, and by the time and was woken up by the incoming communication. So yeah, it's a message from Starfleet Command saying, basically, in effect, you don't see the communication; it goes straight to the captain. But what it's basically saying is, due to the unpredictable nature of the situation, the heavy damage to the ship, and your current lack of progress, we're being ordered to return back to Federation space.
Okay. But thanks to the treaty, it is.
It has not been ratified.
Okay.
It's not been.
Do you want to guys like meet with the royalties before you leave? If you're fun.
Have a drink?
I mean, hey, if we're gonna leave, we can like consider this just like paid leave here for a little bit.
Alright.
I don't think they gave us that option.
But we don't get paid.
Yeah, that's not how the orders work usually. It's not like, hey, leisurely come on back whenever you want.
Did
You
they
know?
say leave immediately though?
I think we need to get make sure that there's going to be like a security detail on the way to keep an eye out because this is apparently a very dangerous area.
Okay.
Romulans crawling around in the friggin' planet.
Looks
where
like
they're
it.
coming from.
Okay, you want to offer that suggestion to?
Yeah.
All right. So
Are the shields raised? I would offer to raise the shields.
yeah, the ship right now the ship is
Yellow alert.
departing is going to be on yellow alert because it's
We don't have a yellow
We
alert.
don't have a yellow alert.
sadly not. Well, yellow alert would honestly just be
Yeah, the lights turn yellow. That's it, right?
pretty much.
Can we go to red alert because this is a war zone right now?
Well,
We're
what
not
yellow
in
alert?
emergency situation.
What yellow alert
I mean-
means is that the shields are up and the weapon systems are
Everybody's
they're
watching.
warmed up, but they're not charged.
But watch now.
Yes.
We can't
I
use
guess.
weapon systems, can we?
I say red alert
The phasers
because
are functional. The photon torpedo tubes are not.
Do we ever turn do we turn them?
we're damaged and another ship was exploded. There you go.
There's the
And,
yellow.
okay.
Line alert.
Oh,
Lime alert.
no. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay. All right. So the Iosians will agree to send one command ship and with its 10 drone subships to escort us, actually all the way to Federation space beyond the.
Right. I was talking about that's cool, but I was talking about us sending people to help them, not for Romulans.
Oh, like on the planet?
Or in
Just
the
like
area?
yeah,
or-
like ask Starfleet to send a security ship or a security detail to come hang out there and be accessible to the Iosian.
Oh, you mean for them to send another ship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody's better prepared to deal with the possibility of
Maybe.
Romulans.
Okay.
Maybe let's eradicate the virus first.
Yeah,
before
we did that.
Well, we eradicate the virus, but what if they just send another one to the new ship before they can like?
Yeah, we created antivirus software for this.
Well, the Iosians have identified it and know how to purge it instantly.
Right,
So
but
if
does
it
the
happens,
Federation
the
have that tech?
Iosians basically,
And
They
whatever
could-
report they drew up for us, we have.
yeah. So we would also know how to defeat said virus should it appear again. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, Sun-Tzu didn't know that they had the virus, and that's why they exploded.
Right. But now, thanks to the help of the Iosians, we can identify the virus.
Standard issue.
We need to transmit that now, so that at least the Federation has antivirus that's up to date.
Software update.
So basically, what was sent is the
It'll take
communication.
17 hours. To
What was sent is communication asking, giving update the situation, all the data that we've gotten about it. So Starfleet had a chance to analyze and see what the virus was and how.
Oh,
They have this.
So they know. So they
Okay.
know that.
Yeah.
As far as your suggestion, you would be able to, if and when the ship gets past the nebula, we'll send another communication to that effect.
Yeah.
Asking for.
Asking for support to be available to come to the Iosian, to Iosia, and be available to the Iosian because there's apparently a Romulan presence that we're concerned about.
Correct.
And that the Iosians are concerned about.
Trip, I got a question for you.
I have an answer for you.
Is the nebula in such a fashion? I'm thinking like a cloud would be in the sky. If a ship passed through it, would there leave a signature? Like if a plane passes through a cloud,
Yes. So the nebula,
you could see the signature.
the
Is that
nuclear
something we could study the nebula to see if a Romulan ship passed through the nebula? Because we're the only ones that passed in and out recently.
That
So
long. That's a very, very large area to investigate. That would take weeks.
A nebula like this.
The nebula is like surrounding an entire solar system.
A nebula like this would be.
I didn't know how obvious of a trail it would be.
No, and it,
Like if a plane punches through a cloud, you could see the little plane cut out, cartoon style for a little bit,
also
and then
because
it, like
of that, the atmospheric pressure also helps because there's no atmosphere in space. So literally, the only area disturbed would be the exact outline of the ship and nothing else. So it would be exactly ship-shaped. Ship-shaped.
right. That's why I make it. I thought it'd be, you're looking at a whole nebula, and then there's like a stencil cut out of an airplane. I'm like, that's where the airplane went. That's kind of what I was thinking.
You'll offer that, but you'll be told that that's just not feasible to try for just how vast. Also, how far away it is. I mean, this is like millions of kilometers away, but it's also millions and millions of kilometers in diameter. So
I was trying to determine if the Romulan ship has left through the nebula already, or is it still lurking?
I mean, it would take.
We're going.
This is like scanning. This is like scanning for a pinprick-sized hole on like a football field, but work.
Okay.
We also don't even know if there was a Romulan ship.
Exactly.
Because you don't even know if the pinprick is.
So what you're saying is it's not impossible.
But for the purposes of this game, it is.
Sounds like you need some luck.
Yeah.
Needle? You're looking for a needle in a needle stack.
No, you're looking
A very
for
specific needle.
You're looking for a needle in New York City.
And you're not even sure if the needle's even there.
Sounds like there's a chance.
You're guaranteed to find some.
Yes, this is a completely friendly show.
You're looking for a very specific needle.
Exactly. Okay, let's get off the needle wagon.
Why is Jason in the woods with a chicken?
Let's get off the needle wagon. All right.
Is that why you're showing me this house?
Yes.
We're grasping for needles.
I don't know. Yeah. All right. So yes.
Like, this is a little outside our first range. Oh, Jason's there.
Someone put up a Zillow listing. I'm sorry. This happened to come across my dash. Something come across me, and I was showing her because I couldn't forget.
Couldn't wait to forget.
Well, if I waited,
You would
I
forget.
would forget.
Yeah.
So therefore, I couldn't
I
wait.
can't wait to not remember this.
So,
Half my life.
but anyway, it's a Zillow listing that somebody put up, and it looks like a quaint little house in New Hampshire, and it's beautiful. It's a bit outside of our price range, but most importantly, The photos all have serial killers in them. Like,
It's all Jason.
no, it's not. Later on, it's Michael Myers too.
Oh, okay.
That's awesome.
Okay. Speaking of killing and things being killed, it's time to leave this planet. So yeah, so it looks like the mystery of what the hell happened at that crash site is, as of yet, not going to be solved. So,
Also, is any of our, head staff, big chief staff, what are they called?
the
Department heads.
department heads.
Yeah. Are they all still out?
It's only been like 3 days, so they've got. Amazingly, Starfleet ships are not totally handicap accessible, but they have got Chekhov up and walking, but she's on restricted duty because she's still got broken legs. She can get around, but she shouldn't.
Right.
Does that mean that I'm still in charge of the department?
You are still in charge of the department, but she has said if you need help or advice, she will be there as soon as her legs will allow her.
Wait a second. Are we looking for a pair of Romulan space boots in our ship?
No, you're not.
No.
Ah, damn it.
We could just teleport her from one chair to another.
Hey, man.
That's just how I get around these days.
I feel like
I haven't seen a hallway in 30 years.
That's a spoiler, isn't it? No.
And how long is it going to take us to get back to Federation space?
We're getting there, Matt. We're getting there, Matt.
It took us a month to get there
breaking both of your legs
first time around.
for a little bit of light duty.
That's true.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not saying we should take her off light duty. But we're talking about handicap
Saying
accessibility.
Scotty wouldn't have accepted light duty.
Give it all she's got.
Right, but would Admiral Chekhov have accepted light? Because
That's going to be her standard. What
would
Chekhov
Chekhov
do?
do?
She's smart enough.
Chekhov would be looking for nuclear weapons.
Here's the funny thing. You know who has authority in this is her. You can actually tell her what she can and can't do as far as restriction on duty. So because Soren is still out. However, Cess has woken up. But she's still not fit for duty.
Right.
Okay. So congratulations. She's recovering. You're a great surgeon. All right.
Awesome.
I made Carol feel really good, and I'm glad.
Hanging out.
She saved 3 lives, man.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
She's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And Dorians, no less.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay.
I almost took 2.
That's not comparable, and you know it.
I took 3.
That is comparable. That's almost. Let's see.
Almost 4.
Almost not killing someone is not comparable to saving them. So,
What about killing them? Is that
Just
comparable
think.
to saving them?
The next morning when they woke up, everything tasted better.
So anyhow, it is the day of departure. So Matt is on the bridge. Caitlin is on the bridge. Let's see.
This is when the board teleport on.
Oh gosh. And right now, let's see. Actually, yeah. So would Eric. Eric is running shields at the moment. So that's your rotation for shields. Okay.
Hooray!
Where are we on this map?
So the
Should we be on map?
you can be, yeah. It's not necessary. But so you want to go up?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember approximately where we were before?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember.
By Cineron.
Here.
Yeah. About or I'm.
Yeah.
That's this
Okay.
general area. All right. So the
Between
three.
Cineron and Basic.
Yeah. Basically between Center and Best, that very area. And I know nothing about this planet, so don't ask. I don't know where those came from. All right, so what's going to happen is, so captain's on the bridge. You 3 guys are at your stations on the bridge. So it's going to be your standard, what you see in every show or movie, that when they depart. So They're going to hail the planet. Matt, you're going to hail the planet. It's going to go to the Grand Chancellor. And so Sherman and the Grand Chancellor are going to greet each other, and Sherman will say, well, Grand Chancellor, it was a pleasure meeting you and your people, and I'm very pleased that we've come to an agreement on inducting your people into the Federation. I'm beyond thrilled that you've decided to join us, and so that we can share our resources with one another for the benefit of both of our peoples.
She's going to say, wait, what?
No, she's going to say, Captain, I am equally pleased about the nature of our arrangement and how it will benefit both of our peoples. And I want to express, as much as I can, as deeply as I can, my condolences for what happened to your crew and the crew of the Sun-Tzu. We will continue to endeavor in your absence to figure out the cause of both of these incidents in order to bring those responsible to justice and prevent this tragedy from happening again either here or in Federation space. And when we are also in the Federation. The captain's going to say, I cannot express how much those words mean to me, my crew, and the Federation. So, Grand Chancellor, it was a pleasure beyond all pleasures. I deeply hope that we will get the chance to meet again in the future. But until then, thank you. And Godspeed. So, and of course, Grand Chancellor's going to go and transmission. All right. So the Lexington and the command ship and the 10 drones are going to make their way out of Iosian space, past the nebula. And they're going to make it past the nebula, no incidents, no Romulans popping up out of nowhere. And so the communication that's going to be sent Starfleet is along the lines you're talking about, again, updating the situation, we are departed, recommending that they send, well, they're going to be sending more ships anyway to, like, more formalize the induction. And actually, that's going to be fast-tracked to some degree. They're going to attempt to, based on all this. But, so it's not only going to be another diplomatic ship coming, with, like, all the pomp and circumstance people, but also security ships that are even better equipped for investigative type stuff. Like, they're going to figure it out one way or another when they get there. So, you make it past out, you're out of Iosian space. So they've agreed to escort you all the way through into Federation space. That's going to be going through the Alterian expanse
So
here.
we're not able to like warp.
Well, you are warping.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you are warping. Right now, the ship's able to make a maximum of warp 8. If you remember, you were making warp 11 on the way here, primarily.
Their warp drive isn't as good as ours, though.
You're going back to Starbase 241 for
not that place.
To put in for repairs, basically, because that's the closest place that would be capable of affecting better repairs than we can.
There's somebody looking for a rematch there. And
I can get more knife practice.
Yes. All right. So you guys are in the middle of the Alterian expanse. This is a region of space that's safe, but there's a lot. If you don't know how to navigate it, there are some anomalies. There's nebula. There's random stuff. About this time, guess what, Jacob?
I finally finished the drive.
You finally finished the drive.
Oh man, that took forever.
Turned out to bomb.
There we go.
False. All right. So I will tell you what it says right back because I need to take a quick biological pause. So be argued.
Quick down, he's got use notes.
Dun, da-da. Dun, da-da.
Hey, no
Dun,
puppy.
da-da.
Everybody, jump on.
Dun, da-da-da-da.
Yes, I did already. I have so many.
Well, I didn't apply them yet. I just, casually roll the die and mark down what the result is.
Oh yeah, I could.
4 for the top one. Personal weapons.
Ooh, that was a 4. What did I roll for? Was personal weapons technology.
My knife.
Where's my pencil?
Ooh, that's an L. Oh.
So now I'm at 9, so I almost have basic skill at it.
Computer technology.
And-
3d4s. That's right. I get the.
And both are.
That's a crayon. And a switch.
My personal weapons technology is
Is
not
this the one that's been
47.
missing?
I don't know.
My knives is at 41 now.
What's this? 2. What was this? That
Not
was
this scary.
hunting is plus 2, I think.
Can I borrow your eraser?
Plus 1.
That was 2 2s.
65.
Computer operation is 7. It doesn't erase very well.
It does. Do it great.
I've raised 2 of my abilities to 9. Just under the threshold for both.
My attack, it ends up being knives and dexterity, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect, because I'm at 41 and I have 89 dexterity. Math is much even now. 130. Half of 130 is...
I have not had the opportunity to use
Half of
my one primary skill this entire
65.
Mm.
So it has to be the 65.
All right, crew. Did we have good rolls?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, good to hear.
Maybe at some point I'll get to be a diplomat. See about increasing my diplomat.
On the size.
All right. Okay, so the computer core has been reconstructed.
Yes.
What's that mean?
That it has. Took forever though.
So now it's time to analyze it.
Okay.
What's that roll for?
All right. Well, it's already been built. So basically, right now, this is actually computer operations. It's been rebuilt. So Matt, you're going to need to assist on this because they're not going to know a damn thing this thing says.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was gonna ask him if
You sure it's computer operation, not computer technology?
Yeah.
No, technology was to fix it. Operation is to run it.
44 in that.
Nice.
I need 14.
I don't know how they work, but I know how to use
Computer
computers.
operation. I have a
Computer operation.
Okay. So the way this is going to work.
14 of that.
The way this is going to work is none of you can even succeed at all unless Matt does.
So Matt has to.
No pressure, Matt.
And now this
No
has to
pressure.
roll because this is technical. No, this is technical language. It's not like your average Romulan.
He doesn't like that novel you
don't worry, Matt. We trust your rolls.
Wait,
Never let
can you read that first? Is that going to help him?
No.
Oh, I thought
Just-
you
just
did
get a
pretty
5.
nice. That was a D4.
I mean, you don't know.
Here's
You could have some relevant stuff in there.
great luck for 5 years.
But I can just keep trying it, can't I?
You can, yes.
Like 2 weeks to get to Starbase, right?
No, it's going to be like 2 months.
Well,
25
I have to
Because we're moving
get
it
below a
from-
32, and I just got a 25.
Hey, there was a 5 in there.
I'm sorry, Matt just got steamrolled. What was that, Matt?
Oh, I succeeded with the 25 out of
Okay.
32.
So you are able to figure it out. So that means that the people operating, you're able to tell them, okay, that's what this says. That says, okay, let's put that. Let's let this. All right. So computer operations. Anyone that has computer operations.
Oh, everyone does.
I mean, even I have computer operations.
That's a standard skill.
Can we keep on rolling until we succeed?
We're gonna see who
I'm
succeeds.
just kidding.
74. That's not.
Ooh. Hold on.
I need a
I got a 26.
I needed a 52 and I got 12.
Okay.
I got a 16 out
I
of
got
40.
70.
Nice.
I rolled a 16.
I got 70.
Nice.
To pass, I needed 40, and I got a 16. So.
Okay, so many of you succeeded. That's great. So you're able.
I did not.
Well, you're able to talk people.
Fingers were like,
You were busy translating.
Yes. All right. So you're able to access the system. So you're into the computer. You have access to literally any and everything on it, except for some files that require passwords or like that are actually encrypted. That would require computer science rolls to get into those.
Sweet, I can do that.
Yes.
Read that novel. Read that
Now-
novel.
53.
how about carousing and just randomly betting? Like
One
random-
thing you should think of though is you already are aware that the Romulans are known to booby trap things. I want to access everything else first before you try to go for the encrypted stuff, just in case it has like a memory dump or wipe.
Okay. So we access everything else.
Yes. So tell me. So where do you start? What are you looking for first?
Can we have like the last known locations or the last places that they've been?
Unfortunately, that's going to be in the classified stuff. What you find is basically anything that would have been on the black box for the Sun-Tzu is restricted.
Okay. It's restricted.
Or classified. It's stuff you're going to need.
Yeah, the encrypted stuff. Okay, well then, I thought that I lost before was only encrypted.
What about the Sun-Tzu? Like the
What I was saying is the information that's the same as what would have been on the Sun-Tzu's black box.
So everything
Gotcha.
in the last hour of operation.
That, but also like navigational stuff to
Is there any
captain's
logs?
logs.
Is there any
What about
logs hinting
personal
what
crew
time
logs?
it was?
Those are
on?
not.
Okay.
Personal crew logs are not encrypted.
Okay. So can we?
Can I take a look at the navigation logs?
I just said the navigational logs are encrypted.
Is there any logs
Oh.
at the last time, like the ship was turned on? Basically, like, can we pinpoint the exact time when the ship crashed?
That's nav logs. So no.
There's no.
Communications. Those are all encrypted too.
The Romulan, there's a date at which it ceased functioning, but you don't have a cross reference on what that would be in our timeline, or for what Federation time that would be. Like there's,
the guy that speaks Romulan?
but it's not. You can tell what the numbers are, but you don't know what that equates in the Federation calendar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do the personal crew logs give any insight into what they were doing?
Okay. So the personal crew logs are extremely Spartan, as you'd expect. Very straightforward. They're not allowed to say anything classified about where they are, where they're going, what they're doing. Just like during World War II, letters from home, if any classified information would be redacted before your loved ones got it. So there's nothing in there that says. The closest thing you get to anything is you see a timeline of like you don't know what to reference it against, but these logs go back about 7 months worth of time. So that's the best you can tell from that. Again, the information is just really boring stuff. I mean, Romulans apparently can love each other, and I mean, there's more passion with Romulans than there were with Vulcans, of course. So there's love, but it's a very blunt kind of love. So like, it's weird. Romulan.
The kind that would be in the novel.
Yes. Let's just say this crew has learned more about Romulan culture than
anyone ever in the Federation. It looks like.
All right.
And it's also scarred someone's brain forever.
Yeah. Do we get that under
I
social
forget who read
sciences?
that. I just saw that picture, but.
I might actually let you make rolls for Romulan social science after we're done, but we'll get there.
Did the person that see that picture learn anything in Romulan physiology?
What picture?
Apparently
When they opened up the love novel.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not illustrated.
Yeah.
They don't make picture books of this stuff. Whether you'd want them to.
They definitely do.
Yeah.
It just doesn't mean that guy was carrying it.
Okay. Oh, I know what that's called. Never mind. See, I'm innocent.
Let's see.
Okay, so that's what you see there. The crew log, other than the timestamps, that doesn't really give you much of anything. Anything else?
We want behind that.
Yeah, pretty much everything we want is behind that.
Do you have any
That
good
makes
cooking
sense.
recipes?
Yeah, there's
What's the-
recipes on there.
Is there a certain role you would do to hack through the encrypted?
When we finally have
Yeah, there'll be
diplomatic
computer sciences, but we'll get to
negotiations
that.
with the Romulans in like 200 years, and they're like, "Well, we prepared this Romulan dish," and they're like, "Where did you get this recipe?"
What do they have?
I do have 10 points in Xeno cuisine, so I'm not
Oh, there you go.
All right.
Trip, what do they have on Iosians?
Any files on other races? Guess what?
It's classified.
Oh,
Classified.
well.
While all this is happening, the data is being dumped into a separate computer system that is not linked into the main Lexington computer.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Captain Sherman was very, very adamant. This is air gapped. If there's a virus on this thing, I'm not getting it on my ship again.
Yeah. I was gonna say, are we doing this in like a shuttlecraft that's like over here on
Nope,
one side?
we're doing it right in the.
Ready to get spaced at a moment's
and-
notice.
It's like, oh no.
And what's is we have shut off anything that can receive a signal. So yeah, this is what the Iosians were informed that we are doing a routine. We're repairing the communication system, so we will be receiving no messages for however long. We'll let you know once we are back working, and they agree. So.
I get a strong feeling the Iosians are gonna attack.
Of course, you think that.
All the drone ships are gonna turn inward.
Well, I mean, why not?
Because they're a red herring. Pointless.
Well, the Romulans are the red herring, I thought.
They're all red herrings. The border coming.
Watch them find a Romulan ship, but they can't contact us because our comms are down. Or something stupid like that happens.
Something's going to happen.
Yep.
Oh,
That
man.
is the
We
nature
know
of
this.
tabletop.
That is nature tabletop campaigns.
Metagaming the heck.
So it feels like we've done everything we can.
All right. Any other suggestions on things to try to get off before we attempt to crack this thing?
I don't even know what else I would look for.
Can we do this? Can we make a backup of the data now? That way, if it does.
Can we back up all the data?
You can. That will be a computer science to see whether you can back up and copy the encrypted stuff, because generally encrypted data has
So-
safeguards against being copied.
We want to back up the not encrypted.
Oh
stuff
yeah, yeah.
So that
Yeah, we've already
we
done
can't.
that.
That automatically.
We've done that.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
done that.
Okay.
But I'm talking about backing up the encrypted stuff, so in case I screw up,
In case it
we
gets-
can
I
do it
mean-
again.
Take the hard drive and put it in the replicator.
I know.
So wait, you're wanting to copy the encrypted stuff off the thing before you try to crack it? Is that what you're saying?
So that
Well,
So
yeah,
we get
'cause-
another chance if he messes up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can also copy it off the copy.
You can attempt that.
Okay.
But
It's
you
never
couldn't-
been 100.
If you mess up
Wait,
that,
is the copying counting as a
you
crack?
didn't even try to read it.
So what should
Is that true?
So
Should
copy
we do-
all the non-encrypted data first.
We
already
did.
did
That already happened.
Okay.
Let's do both sides simultaneously.
Copy and crack.
Well, what would you
Yeah,
roll,
so
what would
we
you roll
hit
the
both ones
copy?
at the same time.
Copy,
So
I mean, it's
we
gonna
make
be
a copy
computer
roll and then we
science
make a
either
break
way.
roll.
Yeah.
What you're going to find is that it's not going to allow you to do that automatically. Like everything else copied just fine. This is resisting being copied.
That makes sense.
Oh,
because
Hear
it's
me
part
out.
of the encryption.
Yeah.
Right, it has like that.
I think we need to make an implant so we can plug the encrypted copy into a person's brain.
We're not doing that.
Ah.
We're not interfacing this with someone's brain.
All right.
We could.
So that's 106.
Could.
The
That's
highest roll.
53.
Fine, we won't do it in a brain. We'll put it into a plant. How about that?
I do have a botany.
Didn't we learn from Discovery?
Out of,
53.
out of 53. Okay, so.
He does things with the lights and I panic.
Sorry. No, if anything else bad happens, you'll know.
Oh no.
Red alert.
No, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Oh, did I say that? I didn't say that. Let's see.
I'm assuming we air gapped this.
Yes.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we took all the precautions. It's just I might fail now.
So we'll send you out in the shuttlecraft to do this.
Sweet.
So what's
That's what I
going to come up is Matt. You're there with him. It's
Yep.
going to display a warning
Okay.
saying invalid attempt, 2 attempts remaining.
Oh, sweet.
Effectively.
I-
It says it a lot more angrily than that, but
This is like a three tries at opening the
Strike
This
one.
is a life-threatening situation.
Is there any information in that manual
Well,
that you
that-
found on
yeah.
Captain stuff, Commander stuff,
Oh,
that would
no.
tell
Maybe
us how to access
maybe
the
we give it
staff?
access.
Are there any randomly circled Romulan letters in that love novel? That
Oh,
That means looking for love.
or that's where he writes his passwords down. You know, one of those things.
so Matt, if you want to get that manual out and do another roll to see if you can find anything in it that might help with this,
Were
you
there
may
any
do
post-
so.
Were there any post-it
I
notes
will
in the-
do that.
Or the plaque.
Yeah, where the plaque itself.
No, there's nothing.
Did we try what's his face's name?
Yeah, as a password.
The ship was named after. Did we try password 123?
Password 2. Why my password's password 2?
Type in one of
Don't
I think-
say downstream.
And all of Dave's data belongs to me.
The Ted Lasso reference. What if I password?
Was that the last roll you just did, Matt? That 81?
That was the third time.
What?
What happened?
Well, because it's on paper, I wouldn't. Time would be an aspect, but I wouldn't be worried about deleting itself. So I could
Yeah, no, it's a paper.
repeatedly
So he's just
go at
he's
it.
reading it and rereading it.
He's
Okay.
trying to understand it.
Considering that
What
it's not, if you're telling them hold off and they're not continuing, okay, yes, keep taking your time.
I feel like this is important.
This
Yes,
is
very.
important.
Yes, because
Can he take
Did we steal any?
there
other
we go.
Hey!
Finally.
All right. So you are able to find a section that talks about security and yeah, it basically talks about security and encryption to some degree. It gives you the basic idea. So it gives you a basic idea on the way that Romulan encryption and security is structured. It doesn't talk about the computer, but it gives you principles that can be related to what you're attempting to do.
Does that mean he gets a bonus?
He does get a bonus.
I was gonna say, is that a bonus?
I'm
I thought it was-
forced.
All right, so
You know if it's
let's try again.
alphanumeric now.
What was that, Eric?
Now you know if it's alphanumeric or not. You know,
Yeah, you've got a better idea of the kind of what it would consist of.
You don't have to,
password
you don't
structure.
have to include at least one special symbol.
It's Romulan. It's all special
15
symbols.
That's right.
All right, so you're making it with
And
a
at least 2 asterisks.
bonus of 15 for your computer science roll.
Okay, so that I should hopefully get it.
You got this. You got this.
So, yay, 25!
Hey!
Finally!
Yahtzee!
Oh, that was really
Okay, you're in.
Sweet!
What do you want to know?
Navigational data.
Wait, what was the password?
Something no one in this room will ever be able to pronounce.
What was
Write it down. What the translated to roughly.
No.
And then we can.
I don't know
Can I
Romulan.
pronounce it?
No, but he can translate it
Translation was-
into an English.
my voice is my password. Verify me.
No, there's no equivalent English translation, but it comes something along the lines of slaying your enemies before you.
Yeah. So murder.
7.
So he's changed his password 7 times.
That's true.
Okay.
Or his favorite number is 7.
Right.
Or he has 7 kids.
So what you're going
Nah,
to
he
find-
started at 1.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
all
you
right, all
definitely
right.
started at 1.
Very important information for everyone. Okay.
Listening very intently.
This ship came from a Romulan outpost, or basically a star base, in their northern, from the upper territory, what you see on the map. So
they numbered it 271.
yeah, whatever the number is. So it's
So we're going to Starbase 271.
no, we're going to Starbase 241.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So yeah, basically an outpost right about here, and its track basically has it going in a circle.
Where it come from?
Right.
Alright, thanks.
Yeah, so it came from approximately here. A starbase there that we've never knew existed. So this is all new information to us. So it looped around Guardian Republic, I don't know what this is. I've never heard of it. I don't know where that is in canon.
Garidian.
Kind of made a loop past here. Deep Space 5 and Starbase 185 did not exist at this time. This map is about 60 years too new, but it gives you an idea.
It's late canon from TNG. TNG video game.
It's to the
Yes.
to the left of Frigate.
So basically, it made a wide loop until it came back to Ionia, which is where its career came to an end. So that's its most recent cruise. You could look back at previous cruises, of course, so that go scouting. It's various places.
And exactly how long ago
Do we
was
know
that?
why
Since
the
we
ship
had
was
we had
stopped working?
a rough idea from the dating.
Yeah, when was the last time the ship was on, or like the last hour?
Yeah,
of
do we know?
operation?
And do we know why the ship was?
The star dates would have
We're
been.
getting
in the
there.
logs.
We're getting there. That's not
Okay.
navigation.
It didn't crash because of a navigational thing.
I just want to see
No.
how far off, how close Hero was.
Okay. All right, so that's actually going to require some extrapolation because again, their calendar and ours don't line up.
Right.
So what dates this ship is saying mean nothing to us. You're going to have to go based on the data it has about like star positioning and just this is basically going to be a astrogation.
That sounds like I should do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So problem 1 is that this is not
6.
what?
Boom.
Oh yeah, you got a 6. Good
You got a
lord.
6.
Okay.
Oh, well,
So hold on. Let's please don't get ahead of me here. I'm explaining things.
Okay.
Oh,
There's
you said
going to
astrogation, I hit the button.
There's going to be negatives on here because this is not a science ship. It was not designed to know the position of planets and everything except for just beyond like basic tactical stuff. So there's a negative 30 here for whether you can glean any useful information out of what it knows to compare to what we know to use for time reference. On
I think I
basis
still
of
clear it.
celestial bodies and everything.
I still think I still clear it, but
Yeah, he got a 6.
Okay.
I got a 6.
What were you rolling against?
You tell me what I'm rolling against.
What's
in
your
that
average?
Astrogation and intelligence average, and then subtract 30 from it.
Subtract, not divide, just subtract 30 after that.
Correct. Divided by 30.
And then you want me to divide or no?
No! God. Okay, Eric, the way these rolls work is you take a skill compared to one of your attributes and then divide those two. You add them, divide them, and then now you're going to minus 30 from the result of that. And that's the number you're trying to beat.
Okay. I appreciate everyone's understanding.
Well, you know, it's California. It's
You
fine.
got up early this morning. You understand, man.
We have different math over there.
They do.
Do I round up or round down?
Round up.
77.
So that's the number you had to beat is 77? Okay, so minus 30 is 47.
Okay,
You still beat it.
Still beat
Okay.
it by quite a bit.
Okay. So the ship crashed almost exactly, 24 years and 6 months ago.
Pretty good.
Nice.
All right. So what it was doing, what you see is it was cloaked in orbit of Iosia at the time when everything ends.
Was it 6 months?
Yeah.
24 years.
24 years.
Okay. What else are we looking for?
What was its mission?
Its mission was purely scouting for potential further conquests for the Romulan Empire.
Scouting strange new worlds.
Scouting.
New life and new civilizations.
So
that we may subjugate them.
To conquer where the Federation has not conquered yet.
Oh, I think that needed to be on the poll of what show we need next.
What a
The Romulan
Yep.
version of TNG.
Oh god.
Oh god.
So what brought it down?
You can't actually tell. Just everything seems to end all at the same time.
And
Oh,
what is
it's
that
one of
time?
these things. They picked up too big of a rock.
What? Just what you'll notice though is that the astro, the nav.
Tried to lift it too
They
hard.
tried to track
It's
their
heavy.
planet and
I have no idea what this reference is, and I'm not sure that I care. All of the logs end simultaneously.
Okay.
So, the navigation ends while it's still in orbit. So apparently it stopped recording before it crashed.
Which
Did we
suggests
get-
that the system shut down.
That's one possible explanation.
Were
or that
there
it was intentional.
any internal communication recordings of engineering contacting the bridge or bridge contacting? Did you glean any of that data from them?
You would have. So there would be recordings of internal communiques on the ship.
So now that we know the time and everything when it did that, what were the last internal communications that were recorded?
So the last communication, timestamp wise, is an order from the bridge to engineering to shut down main computer.
Oh.
Like a virus?
A virus?
That's literally all it says. Shut down main computer, and that's when literally everything ends except for one item that has a later timestamp.
And what is that item?
A captain's log.
Captain's
What's it
log.
say?
Yes.
Supplement.
All right. So you're gonna pull it up,
Bring it out with it.
and luckily through universal translation, the lips aren't synchronized. At least they shouldn't be because you're translating it in English. The captain is this is Commander Torak of the, what did I call it? What name did this ship have? I don't know.
The
The tall something.
the turret.
The tar.
Datar was the
Turret?
D apostrophe
All right.
T A R
person
E
at a
T.
time.
The apostrophe
The tart?
T.
T-A-R-T.
T-A-R.
I did not call the D-tart.
Yeah, no. It's more the
I might have added a T
Tarte.
then.
It was like the Tara.
Ditarte.
Is it? It's hard.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, I thought it was
hard. I remember
Tarte.
reading.
D apostrophe
Yeah.
T-A-R-T.
The R.
Because it's bigger on
Yeah,
the
it's
inside.
the Dorcas.
Datare. D apostrophe T-A-R-E-T.
Oh, I missed it.
I thought you said.
T-A-R-T.
So I was right.
I heard
Okay.
you on it. Okay. Datare.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Taro.
Yes. Okay. All right. So this is Commander Tarak of the turret. The ship is going down. There's nothing we can do.
I noticed the Doctor Who.
We intercepted a communication from Iosia, and then a few days later, we were doing a routine scan and found there's something that infected the computer. I've given the order to shut the system down, but whatever the system is, it attempted to overload our propulsion systems, but it failed to do so. But everything is failing. We are in a decaying orbit. Life support is failing. I have failed the Empire. I've cost them the ship and the lives of my crew. To any Romulans who find this, stay away from this planet. There's nothing here but death. Then he's going to take out a dagger and, yeah, do a thing best not described and then the communication.
Going down.
He's not a Klingon. I don't think that.
No, Romulans are very spy-oriented, like kill themselves in order to.
They're also very honor-oriented.
In that episode of Strange New Worlds, where they
Oh, spoiler alert!
Yeah.
So
They
they actually
destroyed
did
him.
somebody or something? They
yeah, but they took it willingly.
He was willing to die.
He was willing to die because of the
See, I always felt that like Romulans were more duty bound, Klingons are honor bound, and humans are like the three like major.
But
He failed his duty.
yeah, failing your duty is a duty bound.
Is a fate as bad as worse than death.
Yeah.
Death before failure.
So it's kind of.
But I didn't like. I
Self-sacrifice.
wouldn't think that he would take his life.
Well, that's your way of redemption.
Falling into enemy hands is more dangerous to them.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming too. Is like him falling to enemy hands. He's got suicide.
Then he let his ship crash.
Yes.
And he's,
Because everything was dead. It was in a decaying orbit. There's nothing
Yeah,
there.
there's nothing he could do about that, you know.
So
I would have thought that he would have set the ship. So.
You can't. There's no control over anything.
There's manual things.
No, like power was off. Everything was gone. There was nothing to use to self-destruct.
So the question now is,
Crack open a photon torpedo.
Damn, that didn't happen.
Romulans are pretty clever.
Yeah,
I think they would have found a way.
Well, this is a scout ship. It's not where they put their best and brightest.
They have a cloaking device,
so we
which
have a
obviously
couple of
wasn't
questions
destroyed.
now.
What? I'm sorry.
We have a couple of questions that we need answers to now. First, like we know the virus came from Iosia. It originated in Iosia.
What? It came to us through IoT.
It came to the Romulans through Iosia.
Through an intercepted.
They
So
intercepted.
where did it come to Iosia from? I think it arrived in Iosia 305 years ago and infected the people and in their mainframe system. And it's
Okay,
just
well,
a factor
wait.
of okay.
I'm doing a thing.
Okay.
Okay? We know that it came from Iosia and infected the Cardassian ship.
Cardassian?
Romulan.
Sorry.
I'm yelling.
Cardassian.
Cardassian.
I haven't been contacted yet.
The question is, did it infect our ship from the Romulan ship or from Iosia? And in either case, why would the Iosians not have told us about it once they found out that we
Yeah, they really didn't know.
The virus is 306 years old.
That's possible, but if they had defeated the virus 306 years ago, they would know about it.
Maybe they're not affected by the virus, and they've had it for 306 years.
Now they redesign it for the Federation.
Or
Because they're designed for the ship specifically.
Well, I mean, it had
Yeah.
Romulan text in it, so presumably it came from the Romulan.
Unless they.
Unless
they
the Iosians use Romulans.
they've taken out other Romulans, mimicked the Romulan information, and then did what I was saying.
But I think it's an
about-
external infection that arrived at Iosia 305 years ago and took over all of their computational systems and has guided their process guided their lifestyle ever since. That they don't know is there.
Now, I'm not saying I can take an Iosian brain and download its memories onto
Which
a
one?
computer.
They've got
And
two
both, exactly, both of them. Right?
Yeah.
But I'm also not saying I can't read their minds through installing them into a
Yeah.
computer. So, the obvious conclusion is
We need to see if this program is in their brains.
kidnap the Iosians.
Create a diplomatic incident.
I mean, if you said it infected their brains, you gotta check somehow.
I feel like
It's
I mean, you're.
that might work. It just might work.
Right?
On a complete
I
side note,
don't
I want to
know if
download
the
all of the
Iosians
data
are
that we have unencrypted
But if they are,
to the
that does not
other
mean
computer.
that we can take their brains out.
What are you
and
downloading?
put it back in.
You
You don't need to keep it.
He doesn't want the brain
air
itself.
gap
He just wants the
system
data
on
off.
the
Yeah.
downloading.
All right, so Jacob is also downloading all of this data to another air gap.
So, is there a what was the message that they received from Iosia?
Well, they didn't.
They were
receive
just
it,
they weren't
sent-
receiving them. They were just like spying.
Well,
Oh,
no,
no, it
they
said
intercepted the transmission.
they
What was the
Oh,
transmission?
intercepted
So what was the
transmission.
transmission from Iosia?
And where was it intended to go if they intercepted it?
It was
Would that be
a
in the logs?
It was
It
a
should be.
come
Yeah,
and
so-
vacation in Iosia.
Well,
Paradise of your dreams.
you are able to find that information, and literally all it was communication with a Iosian ship in orbit.
Yeah, see, I don't think that they know that it exists.
So, a virus was uploaded to the Romulan ship that was meant to go to the Iosian ship.
I don't think in the Iosian system it's a virus.
So, question:
That's
So-
my point.
Is this
Okay,
virus?
so it's just
can we
how
can
their
we determine
programming
if this
works.
virus is like a sentient like AI?
I think it's like an OS virus trying to affect the Windows system. It's not going to do anything.
Do you think?
It's gonna
Wait,
sit
do you,
there.
do you think that like you're kind of saying like it's like they made an AI and then it just took over the society?
No, I'm saying it came from somewhere else, and I mean it's possible that it came from them originally, but I think it came from somewhere else. It arrived in Iosia, and it has become so ingrained into their computational systems in the last 305 years. It's not a virus to them. This is just part of their operation.
Right.
And they're unwilling.
Right.
And they're unwittingly
Yeah.
carrying it and operating with it.
Do they? If we
They
go back,
supposed
getting
they
down.
did find the virus.
They're immune to it.
Yeah, we even checked that. So they just
Actually-
the virus and they were able to solve that.
We just need to
Three of us
install
checked
first
that.
again on every single one of them.
That's what
I mean, that could be their just
they got on our ship, and they were able to pinpoint and wipe out the virus in
And three
minutes,
of us saw it was gone.
knowing that we recognized it as a virus that was going to destroy our systems.
Right.
If it was something that was built into their core processes,
They would just skip over.
they would have seen, oh, this is our technology that's having a bad effect on your systems, and said, hey, this is a thing.
Right.
We should do something about it.
Well, they did.
But they didn't say that they were responsible, and that's what I'm stuck on.
Right. I'm not saying.
She's really mad at their accountability skills.
No. If it was unintentional, they would have said something.
And the
So-
captain didn't
But what if they don't
put
know
all
it's
this
their
information
fault?
already,
That's
right?
But he's suggesting that it's built into their core processes. If it's built into their core processes, computer science is their absolute number one thing. So they would have recognized it when they got on the ship and saw the virus. And then they would have been like, hey, this is our core process happening on your system. So we should do something about this so it doesn't happen anymore.
I think I do have to kind of acknowledge, note here, that the objective to having them come and solve the virus problem is literally the conclusion she's drawing.
Yeah.
The reason that I wanted them to do it, that I told them we want to do this, is so that we can keep an eye out for something suspicious, exactly like what she's saying she sees now.
Mm-hmm.
So she considers. All right. So summarize the conclusion. Exactly what you come to.
What I'm saying.
My test worked.
What I'm saying is, if this was something that originated even outside of the Iosians, like he's suggesting, that is built into their processes, that they, whether on purpose or unintentionally, infected our ship with. If it was purposeful, they would hide it. If it was unintentional but built into their core processes, they would recognize the code. And tell us.
Maybe they're immune to it.
But that's not the point. Is if they recognize it, they tell us about it. Unless the whole point was to cripple us.
They did say they isolated and fixed it.
But they didn't say that it was a problem.
But there's also the Typhoid Mary situation where they could be carriers, but they never had an example.
Right.
So like the last
Exactly.
ship, this ship, and if it happened something weird on the last ship, just wasn't
Right.
put it. Or if
But
it's
the
a
thing is,
They're
okay, so
they're a transmitter. They're not an
New
source.
did it anyway.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. Well, we're
But
saying
only
that they
after
don't
me
know.
exposing other people to it, and she didn't instantly know, oh, I have typhoid. Well, I'm
No,
yeah.
but even after she knew she was a carrier, she continued to infect other people, and
Yes.
that's why she was morally wrong in that situation. That's what.
Okay, maybe not the best example, but like, if they're a vector and not the actual host, then that situation could be true.
But once you realize that you're carrying, if you don't stop carrying or try to do something about the fact that you're carrying, then you're still intentionally infecting and causing death.
But what if they didn't know they were causing?
But
Right.
but what if that's their core functioning? Like
Yeah,
just
if
because
that's
I'm a
if
person,
it's in
I can't
their-
change.
in their central systems, then they will recognize it.
We need to check. We need to check for the virus again.
Check how.
Well, we're on an air gap system, so.
No.
You know, our system.
After we purged the thing, after we purged the virus.
Yeah, we already checked for the virus again.
Yeah, after we purged the virus, we purged the virus. We checked for the virus 3 times. We did all that stuff. We were going about our business, and then we called the planet again and left.
Yep.
If it was something that was accidentally transmitted just by a function of talking to them, it was back. We've been talking to them nonstop for like 3 days now.
Okay.
So we will compute.
Yes, but we've also been moving at warp, haven't we?
This
So
would be.
the virus is a. Whoa.
We should still be able to check.
Yeah,
So this would be computer science or computer technology.
Yeah.
65, 60.
Are we all rolling this?
Total above 60.
Anyone that wants to, yeah.
I think it's 45.
I got a.
What's this? Computer science?
I got an 8.
Or computer
Definitely
technology.
not.
I got 13.
I
Use
got
your
a-
that's a computer.
I got a 99.
I got an-
I was a one.
You beat him by 1.
What?
I got a 99.
I got an 8.
Okay.
The virus has infected everything.
I got an
So
80.
badly, the virus is in your brain.
Time travel was
Your brain
bad.
is gonna become 2 brains.
Okay, so the people that succeeded are going to recognize the virus is not on the ship. He's convinced it is.
Final click the pop up. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, I am.
This is skills in the turkey all over again.
Hot single Andorians in your area.
And Rob, battle in your area.
Well, what did scales do with the turkey?
Oh no. Okay. So that's not there. Captain.
That means that. Did they install some sort of antivirus that prevents it from being there? Or did
No.
we? Okay.
No.
So that means that it's not incidentally transmitted.
But they do know. But if it shows up again, we do know how to get rid of it. They
Yes.
showed us the procedure.
Yes, but the
But
point
it
was
means-
there wasn't anything blocking it from showing.
It wasn't an accident,
We're trying to reinfect
It's not
ourselves.
accidentally transmitted just by as a function of talking to them.
which means they're not a carrier.
Hmm.
They're intentionally sending it.
So what
Unless
else?
it-
Okay, time to turn the ship around and blast them out.
Go aim for the crystal deposits.
We
Yes.
want those
Well,
crystals.
so
I know, but we also don't want to
the
infect
virus
the entire
infected the
Federation.
Romulan ship, and it took down.
If they had a
Then
virus,
infected.
gave it to us,
The
then
Sun-Tzu.
cured it, they can make
and
another
took
one.
the Sun-Tzu down.
Maybe
And
it
then
was
infected
Us first.
It's
No,
a test.
infected
Well,
us first.
Okay,
species
well,
that they
whatever.
want to
So
talk
it
to.
infected
Will
us,
they ask for
but
help?
it couldn't do
Yeah, we
anything
did.
to us. So
We
how
have
does
some
this
tests.
virus mutate?
I
It
don't.
didn't mutate.
But it has
This
to
is
have,
too
because the
convoluted
Romulans
at
don't
this
use
point.
the same
We
technology.
we
as
literally
the Sun-Tzu.
circled around this like
And
3
the Sun-Tzu
times.
doesn't use the same
We're like,
technology.
they're safe. They're
But he
not
was
safe.
able to
They're
take
safe
down
again.
2
They're not
separate
safe.
ships.
They're safe. They're not safe.
You know
Are
what I'm
they?
saying?
They're safe, but kind of sketchy.
I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
it originated on the Romulan ship.
No, I'm not saying that it originated. I'm saying they got the virus.
We should just
They
go to
didn't-
the Queen.
The Romulans got the virus.
Right,
Very
and it
simple.
took down their ship.
Yes.
Be efficient like they are.
The
Just
Sun-Tzu got the virus.
ask the
And
head.
it took down their ship.
Yes.
That's
Because
completely
they-
different technology.
Because
off
they
the
got the
virus,
virus
Or did they put an
after
antivirus on that killed it?
the
Like, is there an antivirus?
They
like,
cleared it out and then they
Iosians
told us how to make an antivirus.
got
Like, they are
information
just-
about
we know
all
how
of
to
our
we know how to
systems.
fix it.
Oh, okay. Because
And
if there's an
rewrote the
antivirus on
virus
there,
to
we should probably
handle
defrag
our
that to make sure it's not the
systems.
virus hidden as
Yeah.
an antivirus.
I think we
The
kinda
reason
did
it's
that
got
already.
Romulan in it is because they integrate everything together into one thing. So if
Because
they
there's a
see
Borg.
that our systems need a little tweaking, they're not going to write a whole new virus. They're going to just tweak the one they've got to handle our systems.
Really good.
Okay.
They're bad people.
Anyone else raise anything else?
Is the captain there to like, you know?
The captain is super.
Okay, so he's kind of already got all this information.
Yes.
What does he decide?
The
Full
captain
skill
is going
war.
to say,
Nice.
"Is the virus still on that computer?
Which computer?
The Romulan computer?"
I'm assuming
no,
so.
we didn't check.
Did we check the Romulan?
Well, that's why we
computer?
air gapped the system.
Yeah, that's why we got it onto the
We
side.
didn't check.
checked.
Computer science on that one.
Yeah.
This is not computer technology; it's computer science purely.
Computer, well, I got a 79, so I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
Uh,
you can keep getting into it.
You can keep checking
I
on
mean,
this
it's
one.
like close. So.
All right.
There we go. I got a 17.
Yes, it is very much still on this computer.
Can we tell?
Can we try to purge it?
Can we compare it? Yeah, I was
we
gonna say,
still
can we
have it?
compare it to the other virus and see if it would affect our systems?
Well, we have the data about the last virus, so we know its structure.
Right.
Okay.
Can we
So we
compare
can
it?
compare the
Is
structure,
the structure the same?
see if it was
Right.
Is
modified.
it identical or is it?
There's
Is the one
it's
that hit
very
us?
similar.
It's tweaked.
It's definitely similar,
But is it like?
but it's
focused-
not the same.
So it's focused on like Romulan.
Percentile.
Well, you don't know for sure what it's focused on, but what it looks like is that the virus that hit us is, yeah, whatever, the coding is more geared towards the way a Federation ship would work.
So it was custom.
Blast the
Custom
Ionians
design
out of the
to
sky!
the Federation.
What you'll also notice with this other virus is it doesn't appear geared towards any particular race or anything. It doesn't look like, it doesn't seem very similar to what's on the Romulan, the way the Romulan system works.
Okay.
So what you're telling?
Wait, so the one that hit the Romulan ship doesn't look like it was geared toward Romulan?
That could be the conclusion you come to, yes.
Okay, so the alien AI that took over Ionia 305 years ago is trying to self-propagate,
That's what I'm thinking, right?
and the Ionians
Don't even know it.
don't know it.
Right, they don't know
Because
it's
they're not actually controlling that process. That process is controlling them.
Either way,
They're like those ants.
happened?
They're like those zombie ants.
They got two brains. One brain.
Yeah, one of them is
the
a zombie
ignorant
ant
one,
brain.
and the other one is the hive mind. It's hive. I'm getting paranoid levels of we need to dissect an Ionian. It's gone past the point. Oh, it's a funny joke. It's like, we gotta do this, guys. We just gotta rip the band-aid, okay? We gotta dissect the brain. See
Do we
which
even know what happened 305 years ago?
No, we have no idea.
no idea.
No one even thought to ask what happened 305 years ago.
Let's go back.
We have the Ionians.
I didn't know 300. My character was
Okay.
305 years ago.
We got a very simple solution. We're traveling with a bunch of drones. There's like man drones. There's
No,
Ionians
there's a
in the
command
ships,
ship.
right?
Iosians.
Iosians in the
course.
ship, right?
Yeah, and the
who
command.
donated to me?
No, they got sent back.
Somebody donated
No, I
to
thought
Carol.
we still.
Yay!
we
There we go.
We're still with them, right? They
Yeah.
haven't gone back yet.
We're through Carol.
So what we
It's
could
more
do is we
accurate.
could ask
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
of them onto the ship,
And then just kill them.
knock them out, do a brain scan with some questionable
Well,
means.
Can you brain scan them without knocking them out? You know, get your.
Well, I mean, if they're
Thank
gonna
you.
resist
Yeah,
us
thank
with
you.
violence
Well,
or
if
cause
you
of
get
shit.
behind them with a medical tricorder, they'll never see you.
I don't. Can you scan brains with a medical tricorder?
It's not going to be very accurate.
Yeah, so that's, and they have two brains too, so I'm not sure how that works. So all I'm saying is,
Put you on a contract.
we attach them to the a custom matrix, and we just copy all of the data, send them back, and if they're bad, we got the information. We just blow them out of the skies. They're good. We send them back ignorant, and we say everything's fine. We don't have to make this complicated with what's good, what's bad. We just get an answer, and we're done.
We are the Federation. We already have the what's good, what's bad.
But we really? To explain to me in explicit, hard fact what the answer is.
You know, I'm going to say one thing. This is a very smooth kind of conversation.
Very in character right now.
In character? What? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I imagine them two in character talking this out. That'd be great.
Two viruses, they have a lot of similarities.
Yes. You can tell that they're from the same basic idea, but the details vary.
It's evolved.
No, like they're
Rewritten.
I mean, it's also significantly older, so they're farther apart than say Windows IS and Mac IS.
Okay.
So
Could we create a virus that looks for this particular string of code that's common?
I'm sorry. I said that completely backwards.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I said it backwards. They are more similar than what you would find from a Windows system or a Mac system.
Okay.
So they're based on the same general principles. You can tell there's some common architect at some point somewhere.
Right.
But it's not. Yeah,
So could we create then sort of like an antivirus that looks for that common structure within digital space, and then delete it or remove it the same way that the Iosians removed the virus from our ship?
So you're wanting to make an antivirus for this specific virus?
Well, I'm looking for the commonalities between the Romulan virus and the Sun-Tzu virus, right? If we can find commonalities in that, we can create a virus that looks for those commonalities and then kind of destroy all of that.
So you're wanting to develop a way to destroy the virus that's on the Romulan computer?
Well, not just the Romulan
but
computer.
So just like something that can destroy any variation of this virus, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like updating your virus definition.
Kind of, yeah.
Basically. I mean, you can. That's something that can be attempted.
Basically running a heuristic scan based on.
So what's that a roll?
It's like
What's that a roll in?
That's going to be computer science.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Alright, so let's see. So
based on code traits.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Alright, so I got a 49 out of 53.
Okay. So it's going to take you a few days.
Oh, I wouldn't know
that.
How long is the trip exactly?
It's going to take like 2 months.
And then we can
because we're traveling at warp 8 as opposed to warp 11. That doesn't mean that warp 8 is it scales. It kind of goes like.
So I'm just gonna make the preparations. I won't go through with it. But I have this card, and if you want to play it, go ahead. I'm just gonna make the preparations for a brain connective device to read memories.
I have a suggestion before we go dissecting anybody's brains.
No, he's not
Just
talking about
preparation. It could be useful in the future if we discover some other race.
If the Ionians, if the Iosians are unaware,
If the board junior are
or
unaware.
being controlled, or something like that, then we can just talk to them and get them to agree to running deeper scans of their neural network.
It could cure them.
And it could also debilitate them.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah, it could do. We could do
much,
this in a
much harm.
We could do this in a more diplomatic way. Of, hey, can you run some deeper scans? I'm gonna get some more information. Since you joined us.
It's like all those robotic
Inefficient and maybe move out to the desert.
If we go into this with the assumption that they don't know what they're doing, that something else is doing it, then everything suggests that they would cooperate with that if we just told them
It's a
what
get
they're
out
doing.
situation. They're like
Did
trapped
we
in
check
their
the
own
back of
heads.
their necks for little
Yes.
spikes?
Yeah, you did.
You checked for those.
I did.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you were talking to the security guard.
Yeah, I asked.
Oh,
I
yeah,
specifically asked that question while you were talking to the security.
Guy.
I mean, you can always
Security
request
guy's
to get
not
like
gonna eat a
deep
giant
medical
bug
scans, like a
across the
diplomatic
floor.
thing, like, hey, you joined the Federation, can we try and get some deeper information, learn about your culture and stuff?
Well, this would
Or not
really be the
culture,
time to
race.
do that. That would have been something to be done back at Iosian.
Oh, hey, we forgot. By the way.
Yeah.
Hey, we're
Now that
back.
we have new information.
Forgot
If
our-
we can read the memories, we could probably erase them.
This Cation here
You
forgot
just
forgot her
really
knife.
like
We
that
came back.
word,
We had to
right?
come back. We had to turn around.
I forgot one of my knives.
Because
Yeah.
it's easy.
It is efficient.
Oh, by the way,
You can't tell me the Federation
I mean-
hasn't done some sketchy things in the past.
That's why there are laws now.
To prevent further sketchy things from happening.
I know.
And Section 31.
Yeah.
which is very
We
much
could
one
always
thing.
we could always have Dave
Yeah.
Dave invite one of the Iosians on board again.
They won't have a drink with me though.
It could be a consensual break.
I'd have to find another pretense. Marksmanship competition.
There you
We
go.
pretend we just need to talk to them.
Yes.
We have a diplomat.
Okay, so what's about to happen?
Diplomatic.
We're about to get one
Well,
of
we
them.
can't do anything from here. We have to get Federation approval to
Well,
turn around.
who's on our?
We're traveling, and we have like 10 drones with us. We
Who's
should
on
ask
the
one
edge?
on to talk to them.
Well, the
the
Iosians
escort.
are with us?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're escorting us all the way
We
to
have
the
a command
Stargate.
ship with us and 10
Oh, I
drones.
didn't realize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's on the command ship?
Yeah, who's on the command ship?
Yeah, Bob. Let's talk to Bob.
Who the heck's Bob?
The guy on the command ship.
Yeah, there's a random guy.
Hey, I picked the names, thank
Random generator. Bob Orr.
Oh no, it's him. My
It's
fellow-
Bobby.
Oh, what did you say there?
Oh yeah, did you get a message
that?
with the donation?
Organic blade.
Did I do this?
I don't know. I thanked
Wait,
the person who donated, but I didn't know there was a message because it didn't come to me. It went to her. So what'd you say? Go to your page. Then.
It's gonna be something really. He's gonna call me cringe, most likely.
We didn't realize that we had to go and look for it special.
Yeah.
Because it didn't arrive in the thing. Oh, there it is.
How are you guys really listening to TW? Don't you know how cringy that guy is? I mean, he hasn't even said his signature catchphrase.
Oh god.
It's tripping time. I'll donate $10 more if we get to hear the legendary line from the blockbuster movie Trivia. Thank you, that was worth looking special.
Okay, so for the kids, and if you don't donate, you are off the mod team.
It's just like it's Morbin time, but
It's tripping time! And I'm done. Oh, God, I hate it.
Well done, sir. Well done.
I hate everything, especially you. Alright, back to reality. Okay.
Back to reality, he says.
Back to
the commander of the
reality.
ship is.
Yeah.
Back to Bob.
Alright, so what is being proposed right now? After our little.
Alright, well, her proposal is we talk to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're our friends. We just came from talking to them. Maybe
Okay.
we could try talking to them.
Alright, what do you want to.
I want to lure them onto our ship under false pretense.
We're gonna call that Plan B.
Yeah.
I like how the doctors
I want
very opposite sides of the spectrum.
I want the Robin Hood archery competition, basically. Phasers.
do you get the giant missile arrow and do you get
I
the
mean,
Atlantis guys?
we could invite them, and she could do archery competition with them.
I mean, it would be.
So
We
what's
could do
plan
knife
A?
darts.
Plan A is to tell them we discovered that the origin of the virus came from their systems.
Okay, I don't think we should
Real quick.
reveal it. We had the opportunity to sift through the data that we got from that ship,
Mm.
Yeah.
which is 100% accurate.
Yeah.
And does not tell them that we have the tour.
We had the opportunity to scan through the data from that ship. We managed to unlock some logs
Mm-hmm.
that told us
that the virus originated in their systems.
Okay.
So we would like to talk to them about doing a deeper scan of their systems to see if we can figure out where it's originating.
Their systems. Which systems are you talking about?
Well, that the
Like star system or their like biological system?
well the computer that the virus that took our ship down and that tried to take our ship down, that did take their ship down, originated in a intercepted message
Yes.
sent from the planet to an Iosian ship.
Yes.
Okay.
That
Do we know what type of
and
Iosian ship?
you know note when we say it, we're highlighting the fact that like they intercepted the signal.
Mm-hmm.
We don't, you should probably know that they did that.
Yeah.
But that's admitting that we took the
No,
data.
no, it isn't.
It's
It's admitting that we have data from the ship, which they watched us collect.
got data from the ship. They
But
were with
what
us
if
Not
when we
they-
got
out.
it.
Yeah.
What if they realize that like they have the same data and it's not data that they have? And it's like, well, where did you get this data from? Because they did comment that the data core was missing.
We can cross that bridge when we come to it, but they also know that we did scans. We did scans and collected data before they got to there.
Yeah.
So we
Then
don't
we plan
have,
B.
we don't have a perfectly identical set of data.
Okay.
And remember, there was some stuff removed from the site
Yeah.
after you left.
Which they
the
all
first
know
time.
happened.
So if we do a marksmanship competition, he can retrofit the room to be one giant medical scanner,
I'm just gonna
and
call
we
it the
can
brain
we can
wrench.
I
just
don't know if we have
can
the
just
the
scan the entire room
equipment
while
for
we're
that.
doing the thing.
We're gonna call that Plan C.
Just for clarification, I'm gonna name the device the brain wrencher.
That doesn't sound unfortunate.
Should I add a nader at
But
the
we
end?
want
What
to
you-
take a look at their
Brain
computer
wrenchinator.
systems.
Yes.
I got it.
Brain wrencherator.
Wrenchinator.
What you can do is
And
you can
possibly
create like
their
a safety helmet that
brain.
scans their brain, right? And be like, look, when we're doing archery, you gotta
ooh,
wear a
we
helmet.
could do the marsh.
Who wears
you-
a helmet while shooting a bow?
They don't know that. I think they might.
Bows.
I said they don't know
You
that.
could do the akimbo thingy.
Hey, see, there you go.
You could have the competition.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and
plan
the
A.
helmet is part of the safety gear.
There you
Yep.
go. I have my
Plan A.
finger on the tribble button.
Plan A to ask them for permission to do a deeper scan of
Plan
their
A is
systems
boring.
and their neurological.
So their computer systems and their neurology.
Yes.
Okay. All
See
right.
if we can pinpoint where the virus is coming from. And
So
if
who
they
are
don't
you-
Cooperate,
Well, if they
that's
say
a
no,
red
then
flag.
like, hey, why don't you come over?
Who are you going to tell that plan to? Because you're not the one communicating with them. That's going to go through the captain eventually.
Well, yeah. So he was talking to the captain.
Okay. So that plan goes to him.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to talk to Commander Blaine about that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
All right.
cover this
So
in my plan.
again, let's do that again. Pitch it to me as if I'm her.
Okay, so we want to talk to the greetings have happened. We want to talk to the Iosians.
Greetings, that's happened.
We want to reach out to the Iosians and inform them that having analyzed the data that we collected from the wrecked Romulan ship, we've uncovered some concerning news. One is that the ship went down shortly after intercepting a Iosian transmission that we don't know if they realized happened from the surface to the ship. The other was that the nature of that message infected the Romulan vessel with a virus very similar to the one that we just purged from our systems, which suggests to us that it is embedded somewhere deeper in your systems, or at least in your communications, and therefore would require some deeper scans to isolate and address, and that this problem has been going on for a while.
You can think a second.
This is more of a parasite.
Maybe. We don't know that.
I see one potential issue with that plan. Is that if this is intentional, we basically played our entire hand.
Exactly.
Right.
Not even about the Romulan that we have the Romulan computer. It's that we are aware that they are the origin of said virus.
Right.
And so if their intentions are hostile, that's going to open us wide up when we're sitting out here with a somewhat crippled ship, and they've got 11 ships out there, basically.
Right. But they're escorting us all the way to Federation space.
Mhm.
Which means
Can't we work faster too?
we can.
No.
Which means.
Are we at max
can-
warp?
We can.
We're damaged.
All right.
We can have. We don't have to tell them right
Cat's
now that this is the case. Hey, Cat's here.
Hello, kitty.
We don't have to tell them right now all of this. We can end this conversation and time it when we're at the border of Federation space, we're very near it,
Okay.
and have backup available.
Okay. You didn't give a time frame in the original proposal. If you did, I didn't catch it. I'm sorry. Okay, that is much better. That once we're in a situation where we're not out here literally alone with them. Okay. And that, yeah. I think the captain will go by that idea. That works.
And that gives us some time as well to kind of plan out exactly how we're going to say it.
Did you mention the brake generator?
I did not.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to start building up the.
Oh no, I'm doing that. Yeah. I already told you guys.
He's
I was doing
running
it.
out of room in his
Very
in his
tight
quarters.
Mara's side is
Mara's
just getting
probably
gradually more
just-
cramped.
I know, right?
At least I remember her name.
Unfortunately
took
for her,
over
she's
her
Vulcan, so she
meditation.
really
Well,
doesn't.
actually, I wanted to ask that. Did she survive the crash when everything broke out?
Yeah, she was fine.
Okay. So okay, that's actually. I was gonna say. So what about the people who didn't? They have room in theirs. I was gonna say that. I'm like, that's really.
Well, you
awful.
just said it.
I know, but my character would, so I kind of had to.
Oh, God.
So he probably would just store stuff.
That's not happening. That's not happening. That is totally secondary to anything else happening. All right, so let's return. So let's go back to your project.
Okay.
You were working on trying to use the code from both viruses to create a magic bullet for the virus in general, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you succeeded on that roll, right? All right. So about 3 days. We're still in the middle of the Alterian Expanse at this point. You are able to figure that out.
Okay.
So what do you do with it?
Well, now I'm going to test the virus on the Romulan, my
Okay.
antivirus on the Romulan virus that we have on the
Okay.
aircraft system. Okay. So do I have to roll for that, or just like?
So yeah, you're gonna plug it in.
Okay.
It's gonna sit, and it's gonna spin for a
I don't
minute.
know if
Carol?
I want to read that out loud.
Huh?
You can read it out loud.
Thank you. My favorite part of Star Trek was when they said, "Man, this really was the Star Trek," and then the credits rolled. Kat told me for my final message. Was to say that she's pregnant and Dorte's the father.
What that means, I will not even begin to elect. Yeah, sorry, thanks, Kitty. Sorry. Yeah, thanks. Oh, those two are fun.
And thank you for the other $10.
Yes.
Yes, good. You kept up your end of it. Okay, I don't have to hang you up by your. I don't have to hang you by your thumbs this time. This time. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you plug it in there, and it starts working. And so the computer has lights on. Of course, they glow green. Suddenly, the lights all start glowing white. And don't know what to make of this until all of a sudden there's an impact and the ship starts lurching sideways. The lights start blaring.
Oh my God.
There we go. the captain is going to come over, and because the ship got hit, red alert's automatic.
Yeah.
And it's going to come over the system saying, "All hands, battle station."
Oh dear.
So, you two go to medbay. You're going to actually go. The security teams. You're actually going to go secure engineering.
Oh, I was actually in with all of you guys. I thought I was just the entire time.
Well, if you weren't in engineering, you're going there now. That's what your
That's
shift
fine.
is right now. Let's see. Tim, you're going to go to the bridge. You are going to go to science. Okay, so Eric, Crystal, and Matt, Eric, yeah, Alex, Matt, and Eric all go to the bridge.
We do Starship up in there.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Just for clarity's sake, because we are having a vote based on character names at dinner time. So it's Crystal, Kat, Caitlin, and what's your character's name, Eric?
Hiro Nakamura.
Hiro Nakamura. How did I forget that?
Right?
Yeah.
Descendant of the creator of the Nakamura Tower.
Yeah.
That's Nakatomi Tower.
Yeah, seriously.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oops.
good luck, James.
You're getting your references mixed up, Matt.
Yeah, Matt.
What are you thinking, Matt?
Okay, so
All right.
really quick, you said that all the lights turned white on the computer.
Yes.
Did that get rid of the virus?
You have no idea.
Okay.
Before you could figure it out, the ship got hit. So
But I mean, I'm still in science, so can I look? Did it get rid of the virus?
This is the problem with working in the med bay. You don't know anything.
well, I mean, if you want to take the time to try to figure it out now, you can, I guess, because there's nothing else that you're needed for, really.
So,
Yeah, so that's important. So, okay.
yeah.
You're now under extra stress because lights are blaring and the ship's getting rocked occasionally as they're getting hit by something.
Okay.
You know?
Space turbulence.
So this is going to be computer sciences again with a negative of 15.
There's 15. All right.
Hunted by
Space 21, 91,
Space whale.
42.
Got
19.
19. Okay. Oh no, virus is not gone. The virus has actually wiped the entire thing. It is now just a virus.
Oh,
Good.
Wait,
what did I do?
The entire computer core is now just virus.
You flipped a boolean. You put a true instead of a false. Come
All
on,
right.
man.
I'm glad we
So we're
aired
gonna
out the
want to
system.
blow that thing up.
Face it.
So if it
Well-
has affected the
Blow out the airlock.
Estonian
Well, hold on.
Don't
This is
just-
Star Trek,
don't just-
not the Battlestar.
Well, you don't
Don't just
know
blow it up the airlock.
what's
Then you
happening
just blow it
just
up the
yet.
airlock, then it gets picked up by somebody else, and then it affects them, and this
Um,
problem just continues growing.
Here's the fun part.
What you're
If you're right about affecting the people will be pure virus.
What you're also going to figure out is it's putting out just an insane amount of energy.
Face it.
Like explode?
Yeah,
No,
my idea is
it's
sounding better and
basically a
better.
signal.
It's
The
gonna
thing
be
is turned into a beacon.
it's gonna be explosive energy when we blow it up.
How did
Right
it go?
meow.
I'm powered.
Everyone in your decisions.
Sledgehammer.
I mean, you can unplug it
Is it
and
energy enough to melt the super glue holding it together?
no.
It's
It will shut down if you take the power off out of it.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Drop
So
Then unplug that.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, but the ship's still
Transported away.
well. Shields are up, so that's not happening. I'm
So Mark, you need to label it.
Break down the shields and then transport it.
do not turn on.
Make sure it's not on just a flimsy post-it note.
Oh, I was gonna say with a big yellow post-it note.
Those fall
Okay.
off the thing.
Notebook paper and a piece
So,
of tape.
how do I
Sometimes I've
analyze
lost
how
the
the
post-it note.
antivirus turned the virus into a beacon?
You don't know. Well, actually, so what you figured out is again you activated a kill switch, basically. So like you set off its the virus that was on the thing, like the older virus, you made it mad.
No.
You poked the
You made it real mad. So
Emotionally or like metaphorically?
Metaphor.
If it's a robot and, or like sentient,
Well,
then we got another issue.
You poked
Okay.
the bowl.
So what did it just completely wipe my antivirus?
Yeah,
They
and
wiped
summoned
everything.
the board. You know we're being attacked.
Literally, all of the code on that computer is
just
the
virus.
virus. Everything that was on there is gone.
Okay. I think this is an.
Plug it into a person.
I'm just telling you all guys that now.
Let's see USB put on a human.
What?
I feel like we would have seen evidence of that, wouldn't we?
Well, that's the thing. It constantly mutates from ship to ship to ship, right?
But if it did, it would have taken us out.
It didn't mutate that.
Yeah, it doesn't mutate that fast.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean,
Did we actually
How
study?
long did it take to wipe out the Sun-Tzu?
we don't know how long
but
it was
did
on
we
there.
actually study this virus, or did we just look at the virus compared to the one that we got and say, hey, it's similar, and then
Yeah,
stop?
we did look at it.
Yeah, but did we extensively like try and study it, or did we just go?
There
they look
needs
similar,
to design a
same thing?
positronic brain
We
for
did
it to.
multiple computer science.
I could probably synthesize a brain. It wouldn't be better than. It wouldn't be a better computer, but it would be partially organic.
So there's actually not time for this kind of conversation happening right now. The ship is under attack. So
I'm spending a lot of engineering.
I'm looking at every single one of you.
So far, character.
I know. We must continue moving before we have less than 4 hours left. Okay. Alright, so the people that get to the bridge are going to see that all of the Iosian ships are attacking. They have surrounded the ship.
Those bastards.
Yes.
Oh, we're so stealing one of
All
them
of them
and
or all of them?
letting the good
All
doctor
of them.
Okay.
mess with them.
How far from Federation space are we currently?
We are currently in Carol.
The Altarian Expanse.
If you want to zoom in on the Altarian Expanse, that big purple space up there.
Purple?
Oh, we have another problem.
Altarian Expanse.
We're at work, right?
We're not now.
Yeah, now
I was gonna say, because if we're at work, we can't use our phasers.
Well, no, they fixed that.
Yeah.
They
No, we
fixed
can
that.
use our phasers before,
So
but
we go
he
back
said we
into
can't
war.
fire the
You
phasers
can't
while
fire
we're-
phasers in work.
They fixed that after the first movie.
Oh.
No.
I was gonna say you could, right? Yeah.
That was a design
I mean, I don't know
flaw
the
that they
science
fixed
behind it.
after the first movie,
Okay.
which almost blew up the ship because Kirk didn't know that, but Decker did. That movie. That was a drug trip and a half. 70s, yeah. Okay, so what's going to happen is the ship is getting pummeled from all sides. Remember how it was earlier? Panels are exploding.
Do we not have the shields up? I thought we got the shields up.
Shields are up.
Shields are up, but you're getting
These
hit,
weapons,
and the shields are being
you're going
failed.
faster than the speed of light.
Like
Physics.
You're
We're getting knocked around.
I mean, so these guys have less advanced weaponry, but there's 11 of them.
We're all still in warp, right?
No, we dropped out of warp. After the first shots were fired, we dropped out of warp. So actually, the first thing they targeted was the engines. So that knocked us.
We're still
Can we-
warp, I'd say we're
Can we jam their node?
short stop.
Like jam their communications? They're all drones. I'm assuming they're talking from the
one is-
mothership. So right, but that still squares us down from 1-1 as opposed to 11-1.
Destroy the command ship.
Yeah, then the drones are useless.
Well, they already are shooting at the command ship, but it's
Shielded.
we're apparently it is shielded, of course, but apparently they're dealing out a lot more damage than they're taking. Yes.
Let's
I think we should send an antivirus.
jam them.
That's actually kind of a smart idea.
First antivirus.
Send the antivirus to the ship. It'll take over the ship, and then we'll
Yeah, then the comms line to the ship with
What
the
will take over the
antivirus.
ship?
But it'll mutate into
The virus or
The virus
antivirus?
will.
yeah, well, yeah, because I'm
Assuming
assuming
the
they
virus
have
is
the
on the
virus on the
ship.
ship.
Because
Well, I mean, it
I don't know
would
if they have the
stun
virus on
them,
the
so I
ship.
meant
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
find out.
Wait, we can't beam it out.
Huh?
We can't beam it out.
we just need a comment.
Well, we could open a comm link and say, hey, what are you guys shooting at us for? And there's the antivirus.
I'll leave the door.
Their trick against them.
Yeah, that's right. It will be
But don't we have to introduce it back into our system?
Yeah, but our system's immune to it, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean,
The Iosians said that they made us immune to it. But
No,
plus,
they
no,
didn't.
they just
They
showed
gave
us how
us
to
the
get rid of
ability
it,
to get rid of it if it comes back.
which is fine.
also we checked to see if it was clean, and
Yeah.
that came out clean. So
Anytime.
But this is also a different virus.
No, it's
No.
not.
It's similar. It's like the same thing.
Yeah, it's meant to work for all
It's
of
just
them. so.
designed slightly differently for different.
okay, so anyway, we're on the bridge. We're seeing that happening.
Yeah, let's Trojan them.
Who's the pilot? Who's this?
So what's been happening is the communication's been attempting to hail them to no effect. And also attempting to communicate with Starfleet, also to no effect. The Alterian Expanse, guess what? It's
Just as dead zone as it was the first time we came through it.
correct. Yes, it is.
So we can't get a message to the ship that's like right next to us.
We can if we'll accept it, but they're not accepting
No,
it.
the Alterian Expanse blocks communications.
Oh.
We discovered that yesterday when we flew through it to get to Ionia in the first place.
Yeah, we.
Question.
They've been planning this from the beginning.
About dropping shields.
What happened?
We'd have to drop shields to beam anything.
Correct.
How fast can we do that? I think we have the transporter ready, then lower shields.
With 11 ships shooting us at once, not fast enough.
Yeah.
I have so would shields inhibit a shuttlecraft?
Yes.
Yeah,
we have
it
to
would.
drop shields in order for the shuttlecraft.
They can make it through
not
navigational deflectors, but combat deflectors, no.
If they have the correct frequency, they can go right back to the
That works with, if you're into generations, that works with energy weapons. But has that happened in canon where a shuttlecraft has gone through deflectors that are up? I can think of instances
No.
where it has not worked.
Yeah.
Can we send a virus over a
I
phaser
can
beam?
think of instances where it's
So
not
if we hit the ship with an attack that has the
There
virus
was a
loaded
plot
onto
point
it.
in Discovery that they had to drop the shields in the back half of the ship in order
Right.
for people to get out during a firefight.
Okay, so yeah, you can't fly a shuttle.
Is there a way that we can load the virus on attack and then launch the attack at them?
Well, I mean, we can
Yeah,
lower
that's what I was,
rear.
I was kind of hoping that we could do. Is
Like,
they're behind
basically
us.
affect
Yeah.
one of the
They're
phasers
surrounding
and then
us.
use the phaser
They're
to
everywhere.
affect.
Phasers are not viable carriers for
And
data.
our torpedoes are.
They're energy.
Yeah, but
We don't have
torpedoes are.
We don't have
We
to-
can't.
Torpedoes are not
Yeah,
energy.
We can't fire
Is
torpedoes.
there an asteroid field nearby?
Uh, not a field, no.
Do they only take 2 dimensionally?
You don't know that. Well, I mean, actually, no, they're surrounding us from,
we do.
like, in approximately a perfect sphere.
Do we?
We shoot a probe.
Yeah, I mean,
Shoot a probe, right?
I mean, isn't that just an
Probes?
Probes are different than photon torpedoes.
You do have tractor beam. But what's going to happen during all this is you get to the bridge and you're going to hear the person who is at tactical or at Shields calling out repeatedly, Shields 33, 28%.
That's my job.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Are you currently?
That's my job.
Okay, so you'll take over on that. You'll take over on that when you get to the bridge. You weren't there
Oh, okay.
when this started.
So is the command ship
Okay.
bigger than the drones?
Yes.
So would it be a perfect isodecahedron? Because, like...
Don't at me.
So maybe that's what will be their undoing. They're going to be like, wait, we got to position ourselves perfectly so that
All right.
our mass is distributed.
So what's happening is the
Keep
ship is,
scattering them.
the ship is maneuvering, but the Iosian vessels are maintaining almost perfect orientation around us.
If we infect one of the drones,
Like we change direction and they compensate almost instantaneously.
if we infect one of the drones,
Their computing power.
and
Possibly.
it spreads like
Ah.
wild.
Gotta think outside the box, guys.
Oh, wait, we can't go to work things, right?
How big is one of the drones?
Now, no, the engines have been knocked offline. That was the first thing they did.
Wait, completely off?
How big are one of the drones?
The warp engines are offline.
But we can move.
Impulse engines are working.
Okay.
Impulse and thrusters.
Okay.
Well, they do expect the most logical and most rational approach to combat, so they're probably expecting us to follow the most practical protocol.
So if we barrel roll,
If we do something, all I'm saying is if we do something unpredictable, they'll have trouble calculating potentially.
Yep.
Because they work as computers. Computers don't work in situations that are like high risk or uncalculated, more unpredictable.
Spontaneous.
Or illogical.
Yeah.
So here's what is going to happen now. Alex is going to take over at weapons.
Alright.
So you were asking earlier about rolling for that, and now you're about to.
I have to be 57 into the math.
All right. So yes.
So if we have a warp
So the good news is the ships
I
are
will
saying
volunteer to go in to the warp.
is
Do we have strong enough weapons to kill the drones in one hit?
we don't know. You can try.
Alright. So
Okay. All right, guys. The way this
you
is
want to
working.
go out with a bang anyway.
The way that this is working is, again, all the ships are staying in relatively the same position, so it's not really difficult to hit.
Right.
It's a close range.
I'll
So
die a hero.
you're gonna have a plus
Oh, wait, no, that's
15
Yeah.
to hit to hit the ship. Yes. You are going to be ordered to focus on the command ship.
Alright, so I have to be 72.
Yeah.
16.
16. All right, that is a very clean hit on the command ship. Let's see. And let's see.
It dodges.
It does. No, it hits. It doesn't appear. Reading the shields, it appears that it's fluctuating to some degree, but we've definitely not made it through the shields.
What's your favorite? Light?
No, I don't think
It's like photon beam energy.
Energy. Can they be modified to carry?
How big's the drone?
The drones
Should we try and take out the drones?
the drones are approximately the size of a shuttlecraft.
So we could possibly.
I say we snag one of those and then put the virus on it, and then when the drone talks to the mothership again, the whole thing.
I can
Tractor beam.
Tractor it through the shields.
Well, I mean, the shields are gonna go down in
You
a
were
second.
asking about the whole thing about.
Well,
Anyway,
shields
the reason I
shields down,
there was
teleport a drone.
tractor beam to throw a photon torpedo.
That's going to be like the end of Star Trek 6, like doing surgery on a torpedo
But
sort of
either way,
nonsense.
you have to get it through the field.
Well, no, photon torpedoes.
are calibrated to actually fire with their tactical
Okay.
shield.
Yes.
So we can just tractor beam a torpedo.
Wait,
Push
With
it out,
his antivirus.
and
So,
then catch it with the tractor beam.
Is there space to taser someone onto the drone?
like, in photon torpedoes and fly it out.
Is there space to teleport someone on a drone?
Just drop them all out the back and fly away like mines.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah.
What better option do we have, though, than trying to tractor beam a photon torpedo?
We have to make sure that we put them onto a really, really ridiculously slow conveyor belt.
What? Small question. So when photon torpedoes like hit, right?
Yeah.
Or like would you think we could like sneak behind a photon torpedo, or like, or does it just pass right through?
It just passes over. But the idea behind when I originally asked about a tractor beam, the idea that I was trying to get towards was making a data bomb.
Yeah.
Photon torpedo. Towards the antivirus.
What type of data bomb? Like with the antivirus, or like a really
the
high capacity
antivirus.
zip bomb that was just a little.
The antivirus.
No, the
If we were looking for a delivery method, then
0G, someone just swims across.
yeah.
So,
0G skills. Rocket
We're gonna
boost.
get shot.
No, probably not. They're so
Fly
tiny.
across with a USB dom,
There's-
plug it in.
Bluetooth.
So I have to go out, I have to walk out onto the deflector dish, unhook it, and then kind of tether it to the other ship. I got it.
All
Trip, let this happen. Let this happen.
I would like to throw my basketball to
I
see if
mean-
I can throw the photon torpedo.
if we weren't up against a hard deadline, I might consider it. Hey, we can't go past 8. That's what I've been told repeatedly. So, Okay.
There's no rule that says we have to.
Who said we had a hard data?
Environment
Okay.
operations.
I mean, the goal is it.
The goal is that. Okay. If
Well,
we
that's
overshoot a
the-
little, that's fine.
that's
I-
the minimum goal
got it. Okay.
in order to meet.
I don't want to stay here all night, as much as I love being here and I love you guys,
Yeah.
but I still want to get this done.
Alex probably
So-
isn't allowed to stay much of that.
I don't think my parents would care that much, to be honest.
Okay, well,
So can
that's not opening the door to any kind of bullshit,
Oh, yeah,
please.
yeah, yeah.
That's
Well,
not what's happening.
I know
But
So
Sounds like surgery's
the
happening.
leash just got a little longer. Just a little.
can we make a logic bomb with a photon torpedo? Yes or no?
Oh,
Yeah.
why?
Okay.
How she rolls.
This is okay, guys. This is time for plot bullshit shenanigans.
All right.
This is a luck roll
That's one of the
because
best
something
stuff.
that
okay.
should make
I'm doing it.
Not me.
no
Not me.
sense.
I got
It was his idea. He has to do it.
Was this time travel?
No, it was his idea. It was his idea. He has to do
His
it.
idea.
Keep it. No, actually, it was my idea.
You don't want it to be my idea.
It was
You don't
my
want it to
idea.
be mine.
It
It
was,
actually
What's the
better
idea?
his.
it was originally my idea to
We're
probe the
sucked.
ship
We're
with some sort of
sucked.
attack with the bomb.
Have a luck of
No, but he's the one that asked. You are the one that asked me. Can you load a virus onto a photon torpedo? Did anyone ask that first?
I did ask if we could do it onto a different one, so it wasn't initially my idea to be modified.
What? Onto a different
you,
one.
You
I asked
for
if
the
it could be
photon.
done
doing
with phase.
Luck
No.
or phase
That's
there.
that's
So,
different enough.
Modified my
It has to be
idea.
the person who pitched the idea.
So here's the thing. You can get it onto the photon torpedo. That is totally doable.
Oh, okay,
The question is
how
whether that would actually even work. Because I mean, what's it going to do? How's the photon
Well,
torpedo going to
it's-
uplift?
If you swap a photon torpedo with a probe,
If you're thinking about
isn't that the same difference?
Circles are deciding the BS,
Yeah.
and I got one right now. It's not a great one, but it's a luck roll one.
So the question is not whether you can put some kind of computer onto the photon torpedo that has the virus on it.
Right.
The question is whether you can put the virus on the photon torpedo in a way that actually will have any effect on anything.
I mean, I feel like we have all of the information we need about their technology in order to make that happen.
Well, that's fine, but also there's luck. This is life or death. We're on a time crunch. So this is the kind of thing like
He can
Can
just
I not use my luck and use like anything else?
He can
It's
propose the
supposed to be
idea to
three.
me. He can propose the
His luck
idea
is
to me
three.
and it would become my
Yeah, my
idea.
luck
He's
is
really
not
better
great.
off rolling a computer science.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that.
He can propose the idea to me and that becomes my luck roll.
Oh man. this is a
Yeah,
tough one. This
or
is a
he
tough
could propose it to fish, and because
My
his-
luck is still also extremely high. My luck's at 95.
Which I need to surgically implant it into a torpedo.
There you go.
Cat, if you sit on my laptop, I'm not gonna be happy.
one.
You already loaded. Roll 20.
Okay.
Can you propose it to me and then it becomes my roll luck?
All right. So this is going to be a fun roll.
Oh, boy.
We're gonna combine a few things that God never intended to be combined.
Yes. I'll take it.
All
But
right.
it's rolling a three.
Just like with the internet.
I think you mean Janine.
No, I think Roddenberry would love the hell out of it. Of course, he was an atheist, so him loving it, God hating it,
There you go.
pretty much the same thing. All right, so Jacob,
That's
this
not offensive to the atheists of the world.
Running
Maybe?
my calculator after this one.
all right, so this is going to be a combination of we're reaching new levels. This is going to be 4 things you're averaging.
Sweet.
Woo!
This
Okay.
is gonna hurt.
Okay, are you ready?
I am.
All right, obviously intelligence.
Okay.
You're going to have computer sciences.
Okay, got that one.
You're going to have astronautics.
Astronautics is on this other one. I think that's 40.
Okay.
Okay.
And starship weaponry technology. There's always one.
In bowling.
Divided by 4.
Yes.
Ooh, 38.
Okay.
All right.
33.
That's doable.
Okay. Now here's the thing.
Alright.
Okay. Go do
Alright.
that. You'll do
Let's
that.
see if we can even do this first. I got an 85.
So,
I managed to blow up the whole ship.
well, what's going to happen is you're going to go and try to start working on that. Your failure isn't immediate.
Oh, okay.
So it's not like you just sit down like, can't do this, get up. No, there's a process. You try. It takes a little time.
for narrative purposes.
But then you forget that the photon torpedo tubes are not working. You shove it in and it gets stuck.
Sweet.
No, there's going to be officers down there, that are like.
Don't cut that wire.
There's like yellow tape across it. Do not fire. Just okay. So we're going to continue on the bridge. That's the main thing. Also, there's going to be casualties starting to come in. Chloe and Fish. Not going to worry about that immediately, but that will be something that comes
Can we
up.
send a probe out?
Where was he doing that? Like in an empty cargo bay or something?
No, he actually went down to the torpedo bay.
With all of the live ammunition just kind of stacked there.
Have you seen the? You've seen the end of Star Trek 6? When
it's all
McCoy, when McCoy did surgery on a torpedo, very heavy vibes of that.
But he was adjusting this. Okay. He's adjusting the sensors, not.
It's a similar theory. So what he's doing actually is a little more intense. Yes.
We saw a little probe go through the shield.
Can a what?
Will a probe go through the patches?
The only things we have that will go through the shields are phaser fire and photon torpedoes, and we cannot fire photon torpedoes right now.
I have a
Yeah, but we
really,
can
really
push in
dumb
that
idea.
general direction.
Yes.
And get
I
the
have a really dumb idea that might work.
Okay, and I have a very dumb answer that
30
might work.
billion foot USB cable.
Probably won't. So, if we could, because if we're trying to infect them, right, basically
Yeah.
the virus, it wouldn't necessarily. This is really dumb, but if we could use the shields, like form the shields to like get an infection into our shields that we're immune to, and then like somehow kind of mesh our shield's energy with theirs, and couldn't it like theoretically leak into their ship?
Well, I see what you're saying,
so
but
you
we'd have
want
to
to
get awfully
adjust our
close.
shield harmonics so that they're the same as their shields,
Well,
and then touch.
I'm basically,
Man.
we can also like send out, I don't know if there's like a shield pulse we can like hit to like shoot out a bunch of energy from.
I mean, the thing is that the
I'll do the roll for that.
pulse, but that is for energy, not data.
And our deflector got damaged.
Well, the shields are in the process of collapsing as it's being continuously hit.
No, but when the
That got fixed. Yeah, I mean the shields were up, so if that was damaged, the shields would not be working.
no, I'm saying the deflector isn't what powers all of the shields.
So the shields are
shield.
deflectors.
But they're individual shield, like.
I'm just going by the logic of the show. It doesn't really make sense. It's going to be shield emitters all over the entire thing, but the deflector dish is what controls all the shields. Don't ask me. Ask whoever wrote it that way. Yes.
Will a knife go through a combat shield? If I throw a knife hard enough with the virus on it, and it goes through the shield and hits one of the ships.
When you go.
Because there's no friction in space slowing it down.
Like, seriously, can we intercept the data between the transmission of the data from the command ship to the drone?
I mean, you can.
Try.
Yeah, you can attempt to.
And then could we modify that message?
Do it.
Huh?
I gotta even say what we can do yet. How it's gonna work. All right. So your proposal is what exactly?
So if we intercept the commands, like the transmission to the drone ships from the command ship, because we've already seen that.
Basically,
right?
what
We
happens
know that
with
they
the
do
long
that.
ones, but inverted?
And then we can modify the message, attaching our antivirus to it, and then it'll continue on its way to the
Basically,
drone,
what happened with the wrong
right?
ones.
So you're trying to send a message that the drone will pick up.
Via a message that it should receive from the command ship.
Like what happened with the Romulans.
Here's the question.
We're trying to hack the drone
If
to hack the
drone is
mothership.
expecting a certain format, wouldn't it be easier just to change the target
What do you mean?
coordinates? So,
To the mothership or something.
like the way that I see
Pineapple the drones.
Well, we can. Because the drones aren't going to make it through the shield.
No. So, like, the command ship is going to be sending these commands to the drones, right?
Right.
They're most likely going to be pretty basic commands, like
Right.
attack X. But what I'm trying to say is that it's most likely going to be like an expected format. Like, it's just going
I'm
to be
not
like.
saying change the format. All I'm saying is attach the virus to the message.
Yeah, but I don't think that.
Antivirus.
I don't think that antivirus would be actually like
Well, but
processed by the drone.
No.
So why wouldn't it be easier
Because
just
now
to
the drone's
change
a host.
just to change the actual transmission to say that your target was this, now attack the command ship instead.
But the
Why
drone's
don't you
now a
just
host, so
process
next time the
the
command ship
Yeah.
talks to the drone, it's
But
going to
now,
pick up the virus
but now
from the drone.
now the command ship is going to be like attack what? Because now you're sending a message that was meant for a drone ship.
But it's coming from the command ship.
If we affect the
Yeah, so
drone,
if it comes from the command ship and you're telling me to reroute it to the command ship.
No.
tell
Reroute
the
the
drone to
target.
attack the command ship.
So your string will be like, command.
You're hacking the drone.
Yeah, you're hacking the drone. It would be like, this is your command. This is your target.
So
this
basically,
is,
telling it to attack the other drones or attack the command.
This is your telemetry data, right?
That's
But that's the way I would expect like a drone system to work. It wouldn't be like, just send a mass amount of data. It's going to be specific data, and anything else is going to be filtered out by the drone.
We don't know that it would be filtered out.
right. We have no idea. That's
So
cool.
that's
even if it doesn't affect the drone, it's on the drone, and when the command ship goes to the drone, it's going to get the virus from the drone and
if the communication is only one way to the drone, you're infecting the drone. You're infecting the drone.
So-
So
But it can't be
before we
just
do
one
anything, just so we're not going down rabbit trails, let's figure out a few things first. Let's figure out how they communicate. Because if you
We've
don't,
already done that though.
you never.
So they are able to communicate?
Well, we established that early on.
Oh, yeah.
How did that work early on?
That
With
drones receive messages from the plant.
Okay, they do.
Bluetooth.
So from-
It was all by Bluetooth.
But you didn't establish. You saw they received signals, but you didn't establish like what kinds of signals, how
No,
it
but
works.
we also
But if we-
established that the Romulans were able to intercept one of those signals.
This wasn't the drone signal that was being sent. What was sent to the Romulan what was sent to the Romulan ship. The ship up here was not a drone. It was just an Iosian ship. So that's a different signal.
right, but if we
can
if
try
we've
it.
known if we know that we've seen messages between the command ship and the drone ship, then we should know how they're sending the message, right?
What you need to do is understand better of the way the communication works, what the content of those messages is as well. So you want to gather more information on this before you even attempt it.
So we have to intercept the message
Yes.
to change the message.
Do we do a roll for that?
There is definitely a role you can do for that. That is going to be a communication system operation.
Huh. Matt.
Skippy,
Yes.
how much of what was just said did you hear?
None.
Heard communications.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Just
Roll
about
communication.
Skippy.
Roll communication.
And that we're trying to figure out
operation.
how
Operation.
the drones communicate.
Okay, yes. So you're rolling communication systems operation.
You can do it.
That I'm
That's
pretty
pretty
sure
good.
is a success.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that's good.
That'll work.
Yes.
Okay.
That is a success.
So you are able to successfully pick up some of the communications between one of the drones and the mothership. However, the content of that communication is encrypted. So you don't know exactly what's being said both ways. That is going to be computer science decryption. That's going to be sent down to you.
Hey, Skippy, plug in your phone.
One
Oh,
thing.
my
Yeah.
Oh.
Jacob?
Yeah.
This is some...
I thought it was
Okay.
Skippy's phone.
So, if the Romulan decryption was like, I don't know, a 10 on the scale of difficulty, this is 100.
Bring it on.
So you're working for a negative 60.
What?
Yeah, this is
That's possible.
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't
1% chance.
Huh?
1% chance.
Want me to roll the die? I've been getting really good rolls.
Damn
Want me to roll the
good.
die for it?
Oh, come on. If ever I need a 1 in my life. Well, that's definitely not. Oh, damn, I was so close. I got a 7.
Okay.
Oh.
So,
You
what's
close.
able to be determined is that they are sending signals back and forth. There is a pattern to it. Signal comes in.
Signal comes in.
Okay, so signal comes in, and almost instantaneously later, the drone ship makes some correction, fires, does something. So what you can determine from that is that the drones receive commands directly. They aren't operating autonomously whatsoever. It's not like being given general commands. It's like every time it moves, every time it fires, that information is coming straight from the command.
Okay, so what we do is we take a photon torpedo and we change it we swap out its internals to a jammer for that frequency, and then just drop some of them out beyond us.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I
That
like that.
Yeah.
they also make probes would do the same thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
probes. Something can do that.
But
Okay.
probes, we have to drop our
Can't
shields.
deflector shield, though.
We have to drop our shields to fire the probes.
But
That
the
is
photon
we
torpedo
established.
So we can just throw
So
the
that's why,
photon
yeah.
torpedo.
Okay,
probe brain and a photon torpedo body, and
Hey, good idea.
basically. So,
It's a proton torpedo.
proton torpedo.
Yes.
Um,
You're welcome. We're gonna come up with the most unconventional solutions.
Leaving us very little choice. If we're honest.
Yeah.
Like I said, if
Wait,
I
what's
mean, we
happening?
can just open the bay door and like
We
put
have
the
to come up with the
torpedoes
most
on the end. and
unconventional
spin
solution.
Mhm. That's Star Trek.
like I
Well,
said,
with
if
the
the knights
physics,
will go through the
physics,
combat field,
with the-
I'm willing to chuck a
The
knife at one of
physics
the
of that,
drones.
they would just stay in place.
No. That would have been fun.
We'd have to make it like a launcher arm.
Do we need
Oh,
a
sweet. Let's do it.
You're an engineer, so we're done, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Make
so
the launcher arm.
Create a
Let's go.
signal jammer? Can't we just jam a signal from the ship?
I mean, yeah.
That's also something you can attempt.
Communications!
And then you can we infect the signal jammer with the virus or the signal
Virus. I mean, yeah,
It's an antivirus, guys.
It's
Antivirus.
different.
What's a virus?
Basically a
to
virus.
It's a virus to that virus, but we don't know if it's to that
Yeah.
virus.
I mean, is that feasible then?
I mean, you can send. That would be the equivalent of sending out a signal with the antivirus on it, and hoping that they answer it in a way that would actually infect the system.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
So,
But I think a better shot is just jamming the frequency.
Well, that's what it was.
Until they compensate,
too,
and then we have to
then
figure out.
attached to that jamming frequency would also be the antivirus.
Is that possible?
that
Attach the antivirus.
time it takes them to adapt, we can blow up some drones that aren't doing anything because they don't have any direct command.
I wonder if there's a code that
Or
doesn't matter
if we do manage to block all the drones, we can lower shields to send out any sort of probe.
Well, the command
The other
ship still
ship
is firing
still
at us too.
Okay, fair.
So, jamming signal?
Jamming the signal
But did we
antivirus.
ionize the whole plane?
I'm sorry. What year is it?
It was a dig at Enterprise.
It was. That's why I asked.
So that's we're gonna basically
We're gonna science it.
You're gonna science this shit.
hack the thing and disrupt the stuff and send in the antivirus.
Okay.
That's the hope.
I think the plan right now is just to jam the signal.
All right.
It's still
Is it
sciencing.
possible to upload the
Try to
antivirus
jam,
on the
then try to
jamming
infect.
signal?
Yes, you can
We should
broadcast.
probably also do that.
You can broadcast what you came up
You can
with.
simulcast it, but again, it's whether or not they answer it, right?
I mean, it's all a
anything
jamming
if the
signal. When jamming
communications are
signals like stopping it.
Huh?
jammed. It doesn't answer anything if the communications are jammed.
Yeah, that's good.
All
Try to
right.
figure out a way
So-
to get there.
What are we doing?
Would that be the
If we just
Jamming
cast the
signals.
signal at the ship and it hits the ship physically, is
So
that?
how are you? What?
Okay.
If we cast a signal at the ship and it hits the ship, is that?
Okay.
That's not how it works.
Okay, so jam. Is that, jam, right? Is what has been proposed this stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
Regardless of what else happens.
Jamming in a way that will also be a carrier signal for the antivirus that Pinal does.
What role would that be?
Yes.
So,
all of that would be communication.
well, there's multiple steps in
Yeah, I
that.
said the computer based and
So you've got to. So the virus has already been developed, so that's not a problem.
Yep.
Transmitting it.
The simpler solution is the fastest argument.
so I'd have to work together with you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you would be having to develop. Okay. So I'm going to need communication systems technology from someone to identify a way to even jam the signal in the first place.
Computer systems.
Communications systems technology.
It is a one-person role, or is it anyone who can try it?
This one, anyone who's on.
That's a map.
Let me think, actually.
All hands on deck situation.
This can be an all hand. You can be communicating. So everything is happening. Let's just say has been happening also in character, but communication
Much
is
faster.
happening.
Yes, much faster.
Yes.
So, what's the
Communication systems technology.
communications technology?
Sweet. I don't have that skill, so I just roll intelligence.
Matt, did you roll?
I had
Minus 35.
So minus-
probably.
11.
Switch to these dice.
You could roll
Nice.
intelligence with a minus 45.
At a minus 40.
Very nice, dude.
That would be. Let me look at your sheet real quick to see if there's anything even
Success.
remotely close. Matt
Hey.
got it. Nice.
Nice.
Okay, so Matt, you have identified.
I'm weaponizing communication.
Yeah. So their communications technology is approximately on par with ours, so it was not incredibly difficult to do this. So Matt has identified what the frequency is that would need to be jammed for this to happen. So that's been done. All right. So the next role is going to be adapting our own system to broadcast as a jammer, which is not directly designed to do, but as in anything in Star Trek, you can modify it within a plot.
Oh, science.
Really,
So-
all you need to do is just have more power than the other transmitter, and then you've essentially blocked it.
You're not wrong.
So, yeah.
DDoS attack.
So we just transmit the antivirus really loud on that frequency?
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's
I think that means the drones would get it.
Yeah,
That's quite possible.
because they're actively receptive to
I just
that
love
frequency.
how
Something
he,
built into
like,
your
oh, let's
antivirus.
use a photon torpedo. Let's send it on a phaser. It's like,
Cause
just broadcast the thing. I'm sitting here like,
auto run.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was okay, but broadcasting was literally the first thing we said.
We did say that.
And then we were kind of mentioned.
And when that was shot down, we started.
how did
going
you
weird.
say it as broadcasting?
Well, we said first, but it was send the signal out really loud all around us.
we were trying to do communications too, and then that said that because of the field we couldn't, so it was kind of assumed that all those systems.
I don't remember being asked like that.
Well, I mean,
Well, he said a shield burst.
yeah,
This is before that. But I distinctly recall like
I thought we were trying to hail them, and you said that,
Yeah.
like, ship to ship, like, whatever communications. And then it was like, well, the
Oh,
drones are
because
somehow
of the,
communicating.
Yeah,
because
we're
of
in
the
the-
alter and expand,
Yeah, 'cause we're in the
communications are
mix.
messed up.
Yes.
So that's why I assumed that, like, no communications
Yeah.
were going
Okay.
to work, and then
So
it's like,
how
well,
are their communications working?
You made an assumption that
That
it
is
was all communications. That's not what
that
I
was the
said.
assumption.
Said you weren't able to
It's just
contact.
our frequency.
Wait, what?
Oh, I just said that it's just our frequency.
I talk about antivirus.
They could have like a method.
When I said you weren't, you were hailing Iosians, they weren't responding. You assumed that meant it was because of interference. I never said that.
Right. What I'm saying is that I said antivirus first, and then he joked about and just install Converse skill and everything.
Okay, that I remember happening,
Yes.
but I just remember it being said in context of a deflector pulse.
That'll happen later.
That would happen later.
Okay.
Let's
I'm
just
not
try
sure.
bitching them on
So
the
what we've
frequency
done is we've
first.
circled back around to our very first idea, but now we know it'll work.
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
I guess,
I'm so confused.
wait, not to
I am
drop
too.
not to drop an idea. Persistence paid off.
All right. So how do we do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that just operations? That's just sending out signals, isn't
Yeah,
it?
pretty much. You gotta modify this.
That sounds like
We should just
like
contact them
Matt
first to see if they
turning
just
up the
pick
volume.
No, we already turned that.
The signal
No,
strength.
but it wasn't that signal.
That's not what the problem was.
Crank the signal strength. Divert auxiliary power to.
So what's
Use all the shield energy.
So-
We're going in.
what we're gonna do is we're gonna transmit the Beastie Boys really, really loud.
Yeah. And that'll be our
No,
carrier.
Rick
point.
Astley.
And bam!
Is that classical?
Let's rickroll them.
Yeah, we're gonna rickroll them.
Yes!
You know the rules, and so do I.
So
Play sabotage. Very
Well,
loud
we
volume.
can't say that they're never going to give us up. That they're never going to let us down. They're never going to run around, and they definitely can't say they're not going to hurt us.
Mm.
And we should get a copyright thing and just play the song anyway.
No. We'll roll beyond that.
So Matt's
Okay.
taking the roll.
So yes, Matt, Crystal, hi. So this is going to be what the
No,
hell?
don't do that.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
It started singing.
Crystal, communications systems operation. Now, because you're having to do something the system was not directly designed to do, you're taking a negative 15.
The system.
Oh.
It's not designed to act as a jammer.
Let's make it
Really loud. Divert
Yeah.
auxiliary power to
Use
calm.
the energy from the.
I have failed.
Overpower the signal.
Alright.
Yeah, that's all you're doing. Like
I mean, you could just try again. Though.
it is like
can
an
try
operating-
again.
because like when
Then I will try again.
like
And I have failed again.
the officer
Ooh, it failed worse.
having trouble getting
He's
a
getting fatigued.
all they're doing
Um,
is they're
Volume
Is the
button
third
down.
time's the charm?
power
Yeah.
Yeah.
to the communication system. That's all he's doing is boosting power to the transmission.
It's gonna be like
Have
it's gonna
engineering
be a lot more
and
calories.
more power.
So are we actually just like in a fire?
That's a sign. That's a sign. He
Okay.
blew out the communications from the power.
Else take on Tom.
So,
Comms are
we
down.
need-
actually attacked right
We
now.
need to give him enough power that he negates the negative 15.
well, what's going to happen is the ship is about to take a hit, and the comm station is going to just do the normal Star Trek thing.
So, photon torpedoes?
No, we just take them with. Should we like just start attacking? Or-
We have been shooting at them.
We have
this whole time.
actively.
Wait, is Matt thrown from the console? That would be very on point for Star Trek.
How we made it from?
We haven't
Uh,
hit them.
the times that no, we've hit the command ship. The shields have gone down maybe 30% in this time, and ours are like less than 10.
Because we're being pummeled.
Yes, from 11 directions.
Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
Yeah, we like. I still feel like we have like almost no shields left. Can we do like some sort of weird thing where we just try to like EMP them with shields so it shuts down both our shields? So that everybody.
So here's a question. Like, we've been taking evasive action.
Mm-hmm.
Like, have we been? What he said? Have we been doing sporadic, like evasive?
Because it can't dodge an AOE attack, as far as I learned.
Like, are we being like super just like unpredictable?
Yes, I mean Helm. Helm is trying to shake them off one way or another, and they're compensating almost instantaneously.
Did we try a short warp jump?
We can't.
Oh, that's right.
Would there be a way of like reading?
Then we could be like, Picard stole that.
This is not the card mover.
Would we be able like to try and like overload the shields through a burst in order to like shut down the drones and the enemy shields to even out the playing field a bit?
Sorry, repeat that.
Would there be a way of like utilizing the energy we still have in the shields to sort of create like a sort of forced burst of energy that shuts down the drones or at least fries them a bit and destabilizes the enemy shields? Kind of like canceling each other out in like a quick hit of energy. Because they wouldn't be, because that could like be unpredictable as well, and that could also just make the command be like, how do we? That was not calculated. Something like that.
Kamikaze into that.
So you're wanting to use the
Ramming
shield
speed.
as a weapon.
Yes.
Okay. That would require shutting down the shields.
Well, I mean, we only have 10 left, and they're at like 70.
But at the time, when the shields shut down, that means what you're trying to do wouldn't be able to happen anyway because the shields are
Why
non-functional.
would that require shutting down the shield?
But I just meant like all the energy we have in the shields right now, just into the shields, kind of like whatever's keeping them and a specific sort of dome around us. Let that go so it can extend out and hit everything.
Oh, so you're not talking like sending an energy pulse, but just extending the shields.
As a weapon, kind of like
We're talking about
detaching.
like a
it.
burst attack.
Yeah, like we have the shield and it goes, it like spans outwards, draining, like which would
That didn't-
effectively be a burst attack because we're using all the energy in the shields to achieve it. Since it probably wouldn't be possible with like a small amount. So it's effectively like even the playing field since we're clearly not winning this fight at the moment.
All right. Well, let's I'll see where this goes.
Eric, finish
Warp engine is offline.
I mean, if
Our warp engines were damaged.
Yep, that was the first thing they shot.
Have they been fixed?
It's
No.
been like
Fix them.
3 minutes.
we're still in combat.
does that mean like
All of this has happened in 3 minutes.
We
Well.
talk a lot, guys.
That is true. That is true.
All right.
I've gotten
Oh.
blown up in the first 3 minutes of the fight.
Okay.
I like Tim's idea of just start flinging photon torpedoes.
They'll need to be modified.
That we've been modified. That we've modified, yes.
They have not been modified yet,
Right.
but they would have to be. Okay. So, Eric, what you're going to be doing is rolling. Let's see. Yeah, deflector shield. So this is going to be average of intelligence, deflector shield operation, and deflector shield technology. Considering, again, this is not something it was really designed to do.
is everyone
It's-
okay with that? Is the shield okay?
I mean, it's not actually working.
He's not on the bridge.
That's true.
Just saying.
Well, would you communicate this up?
I mean, I would just say like what's going on, assuming you got feedback on technically communicating. Ask if you guys thought about that idea.
Well, this would have to go straight to the captain. You'd be communicating to the bridge on this idea,
Yes.
and the captain's going to say, "Well,
There's your pencil.
Oh, good.
well, I'm out of ideas, so Commander Nakamura, take it away." All right. So yes, the average of your intelligence, shield operation, and shield technology.
Divide by 3.
Mhm.
Oh!
No,
I do not get
no,
it.
that absolutely does not work.
He missed the button.
Nope.
What actually winds up happening is that just collapses the shield.
Sweet, now we're all dead.
The
Can I
ships-
reboot the shields?
What?
Can I reboot the shields?
No.
Turn them off
Turn
and
the
on
shields
again.
off and on again.
The ships are
I mean-
stop firing.
Okay. Are they gonna answer hails now?
They're gonna hail us.
Did we just
Infect them. You gotta infect them.
No, wait, we just guys. I think we just successfully failed.
we
just failed successfully.
Kind of blew up our communications down.
Well, maybe
can we even accept the hail?
they did
Well, I
do
mean,
it.
Ramming speed.
Well, it's able to be routed through another console.
Let's maybe
because
hold off just
things
for a
are possible.
second on the infect them because they wouldn't be talking to us and stop firing if they wanted us dead right now to do that.
Yep.
So
Oh, yeah.
if they're
So
gonna
we-
talk, we should not infect them. We should have it like at the ready to hit the button.
I'm
But we're
gonna have
not.
it at the ready.
At the ready.
Oh, one more thing. Just rickroll them just as they're like gonna shoot.
But maybe
Don't
maybe
start
they
playing
did.
We don't need any copyright stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I have
That's why I
the,
use the Toad version. I don't think
can I have the
the application
antivirus
gonna
ready?
pick up on
What?
Can I have the antivirus ready?
Yeah, you can have it ready.
Okay, cool.
We'll have Dave sing it.
Well, we failed successfully.
So
They're
just
taunting
left,
us.
and they stopped shooting at us, and they're now hailing us.
Eric rolled a 100. Our shields completely shut
Yeah,
down.
I think they don't wanna kill
stopped
us.
and they come.
He actually rolled a
Correction, I rolled a 97. Thank you very much.
And we don't know why yet. We're about to find out.
Okay.
As soon as people stop, and we can listen to what they're saying when they hail us.
Okay. All right. So what they're gonna say? Hi. Please hold. Cat break. Okay. So the communication is going to come into the bridge, and it's going to be just an Iosian standing there. And what he is going to say, USS Lexington, you have no hope of surviving if you continue to resist. You will surrender, power down your weapons, and submit to imprisonment on our vessel to be taken back to Iosia.
Send it.
And presumably the captain says, on what charges?
Can you just push the button and send the virus over this now open to the antivirus?
We're bracing. We're ready. Fingers hovering over the button.
We're
Right
like,
here.
we're just waiting for the
Right
captain
here.
to just give the nod at this point.
Sending at you,
Well,
Captain.
remember, he's not on the bridge, so this is going to have to.
Oh, I'm talking to the captain. Yeah.
How?
Don't we have intercontinental? Doesn't Matt have
But the
information
guy
about
on the well, here's the thing. How are you talking to the captain where the Iosian on the
He's
screen
probably just
can't?
listening in on the comms.
He's not.
Well, I'm sure the captain isn't going to say anything.
No, he's been working in.
Oh.
The captain can still hear me.
Okay, but so would the Iosian.
Yeah, the only people on the bridge of our party are me and Alex. And
Send it to one of us
So then,
on the bridge.
just that you would have to just do it independly. You just decide
Text
whether
me.
or not you want to do it.
Text.
I mean, could you at least
texting him.
receive the information? Doesn't like talk to the captain. He's just like,
His pager goes off.
let's go. And he has his hand over the buzzer, and he's kind of just waiting to see how things go before he does it.
So like him listening into the bridge.
Yeah.
Like if I just like clicked open comms just so he could hear what's going on.
Sure. That,
Yeah, not on comms. Matt's on comms.
No, the little.
Well,
comms
Matt,
thing.
you've moved to the science console that's now being used as comms because your panel blew out.
Okay.
So,
I was more curious if I was just like unconscious or something.
We have internal comms.
now
I
it's
turned on
working
an internal
because
comm for him.
plot man.
Yep. It took a minute to transfer the function.
You just had to reboot it. You know?
This has been going very quickly.
It took like 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's been less than a minute since his comm panel blew out. So he had
Yeah.
to dust himself off, go over there, configure some things.
Right, but so you made it sound like we had no comms anymore. So we changed.
Well, I
that.
specifically said his panel blew out.
Yes, which makes it sound like we don't have comms anymore.
Well, that was your interpretation of the information.
Teleport a strike team over to their ship.
Fine.
Take over their ship.
So anyway, so what were we?
Anyway, we're ready to transmit, but let's hear the conversation.
Okay. So, Sherman is going to say, I'm sorry, and why would we agree to that? The Iosian would say, I have already stated, you are defeated, you have no choice, surrender or be destroyed.
Alright, push button.
So they just committed a war crime.
I don't think that's covered under any war crime.
That's
No,
stated
by the way,
there.
at this
it
point,
is an active war.
Could we be making our way to the evacuation pods or whatever at this point? Like at least like guiding people's like.
Okay. Let's see. So, all right. So you send that, right? So you transmit that.
Yep.
Okay. That's going to go out. The Iosian is going to be on screen. It's going to turn left for a moment and go, why are you attempting to send a program to us?
We wanted your opinion on it. Can you open it and tell us if it works?
I thought you put it in an auto run.
It's our official surrender.
I mean,
Yeah, it's our surrender file with all the classifications.
Surrender.exe, totally not approaching.
totally.
It's the command codes. It's the command codes
It's
for
the
the
proper
ship.
documentation for a surrender.
It's the most efficient way.
Click here to accept our
It's the efficient way to surrender. It's
Mi-
not the efficient way to surrender.
Administration role right there. We're
I said it's
gonna.
the other one.
You
So
just
if
need
they
your
took
approval.
the file, then it should be running.
It should be running on its own.
What he's going to so the captain's going to say, I'm not sure what you're talking about. You're getting signal, and Iosian's going to go, yes, and we have identified the program in it and terminated it. Your attempt at destroying or disabling our vessel will not succeed. You will surrender now, and communication cuts off.
Transport strike team over to their ship. Let's take their ship.
We spent so long talking about it doesn't mean it was going to work.
No.
Did you write us a way out of this situation? Or?
Yeah, we get arrested.
And then kill them all in space.
That's how we're starting next session, I guess, is in Iosian jail.
If you'd have thought a solution that worked, okay, we wouldn't be here, but you didn't. But I have written, trust me, you're not dead. I'm not killing everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to have something.
Trust me, at this point,
No,
okay.
He's going to torture us first, then kill
A
us.
step behind the curtain right now. At this point, the campaign is extremely open-ended. Like I'm running primarily on improv right now.
With the captain.
The only thing you know is that nothing that we can think of will work.
Well,
That's why I said primarily. If you'd given me something that would have, okay, but what you gave me so far is not going to. Their computer technology was never going to fall for a virus that
we
you
have
could
like
make.
3 tools.
Assuming surrendering.
Ram the ship.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like their best solution this time is get as many people to shuttle.
Can we send a Romulan distress signal?
Or ram the ship.
But I mean, it wasn't a virus. It was that we
The
created.
comms are destroyed.
It was an antivirus.
No, only the comm station is destroyed. We have comms through the science station.
Whoa, Matt just had an idea. Say that again, Matt. You want to do what?
Can we send a Romulan distress signal?
Huh.
You can, yeah, and I'll tell you from what you learned from that book, you would actually know basically what it needs to say and what configuration it needs to be.
That could either help us or kill us instantly.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
we
like a
can
double-edged
deal with
sword.
Romulans a lot easier than Iosians.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, am I wrong?
I mean, we're running out of ideas. That's
Exactly.
so, it's still on the table, but dealing with the Romulans better than this? No, I don't know about that.
I mean, do we have any other option right now?
Surrendering will.
Set the ship to self-destruct.
Right?
I mean, they might just
So
not
if we go
kill
full
us,
guns
since,
blazing, we kill them all.
You know, it doesn't sound like
No,
this
that
is a situation where they're going to turn us into poison green. We've already confirmed that that's not a situation. So if we surrender, they're, at least from what my character has done, they know that they can get information out of us that they don't currently have. So it's rather likely that they would imprison us. If not, like, probably not execute us right away.
What do we know about their biological?
We know that they have computer-like brains. So
What do we know about their skin?
Skin?
Yes. Here's what we do. Hear me out.
It's vaguely reptilian,
Drive
but
off, so it will absorb water or water-like substances.
I mean, about as well as ours
This is
would.
a small curiosity.
We know how
it
lightweight
wouldn't
they
work
are.
right away.
If we
but
replicate a few tons of beer and teleport that over, because if we basically get the whole crew drunk through like osmosis, because they're reptilians.
using
They're not
biomechanical
reptilian.
engineering,
Well, their skin's reptilian-like.
I'm kind of
It's
able to
vaguely-
blur the
vaguely
line between
vaguely.
machine and person, right?
And
Could we
through osmosis.
theoretically convert the
How
virus
lightweight
to
they
a
are.
fully machine-based infection to a partially biological? Since they're very computer-like, they're the closest thing to bridging that line. So if we kind of like pull a bit of work together, could we basically turn the data virus into a literal virus, specifically designed to kill them off?
With an antivirus.
Yeah, but if we use the original core virus, implement into this, specifically target at the Iosians.
We don't have your original.
We do have, we have it on the
We have it
computer.
on the com. We have it
Oh,
on the
the
one
copy.
we unplugged. You can basically try.
No, we only have the
We also have the
specifications
antivirus, so
for it, not the original virus.
Near the original.
Well, we have
We put a red shirt with a bomb implant and then send him across to the other side, and he blows up.
But it's my drunk idea, please.
I volunteer.
We have.
It's to save the rest of the ship.
We put a biovirus bomb in his body, and we send him onto the mothership,
And just wait.
and just go. And
Watch him drop.
We put a photon,
We just send
miniature bomb inside of him.
We just send a
Every
Harkin with
idea
like.
fails.
We just
People
send a
get
Harkin with
desperate
like.
and crazy.
I volunteer as tribute.
Is that like actual approval of the plan for once?
No, I'm not approving of anything.
We just
I'm
send a Harkin.
Nah, she'll never do that.
But that is
She'll never do that.
refused. So that's at least admitting that the plan has a possibility,
We just send a
which
Harkin
is
with like.
more than nothing.
Okay, we're desperate, but are we Romulan desperate?
Can
I will strap a photon torpedo on my back.
No, just bring like.
Do the transporters work?
1,000 gallons of beer.
Can I
Get them all
try to like
passively
reverse
drunk.
engineer, like use my cadaver as kind of like a makeshift, like self-contained sort of like psychopaths like workshop to sort of like take out whatever I need and kind of convert it into the materials that we would need to upload the virus.
I'd like to point out we haven't actually determined that the jamming signal idea worked. We just failed at implementing it.
Do we want to try again and fail again and then have
The whole
photons?
point of the jamming signal is to transport the antivirus.
I mean, okay,
Apparently doesn't work at all.
which I still don't understand why that has no chance of working, but we'll get back to that. But no, that's not the only reason to do
I
it.
may
The
have,
other reason
I
to
may
do
have
that-
misspoken how I phrased that.
Okay,
so.
because you very much phrased as though it was never going to work, and that does not make sense. The other reason to do it though is to not have 10 ships shooting at us. So we jam the signal, they don't shoot at us.
Well, they're not shooting at us now.
Right, but they're about to be if we don't give up.
Okay. Well, we don't need a photon torpedo to jam the signal.
No, I know.
Just make a neurovirus that transmits like the
So
same.
can we do both?
Oh, what?
With both plans, like we try to do the act thing, as well as also prepping a theoretical bomb, and then see if either one works.
Just make a neurovirus that gets them drunk. We know how lightweight they are.
Would it be possible?
How are we going to design that within like probably 5 minutes of?
That's like years of research.
He is the best.
I
can probably pull it off in a
would
matter
be
of
that
minutes.
situation where
Can
I pull like my 99 biology or like bioengineering and my 99 luck and just get that 1 in a million miracle soup by like sacrificing like the cadaver, which is like potentially all fish.
Right.
And also so like would I be able because I would clearly never be able to do it again like in this session or the near future since that cadaver contains basically all my core research and was probably the only reason why it even got approved because like this is like my core research. So if I'm able to use all of my materials that I have, probably expensive ones too, and create some sort of like half idea that because they're no it only works because high biology, high material rate, like all my materials I wouldn't be able to get again, high luck, and also the fact that these just happen to be the most bread and butter like circumstances of their specific biology, being super mechanical, and I'm just trying to phase them on a neurological level, if not like body breaking, just brain shattering. And we have a virus like that's super connected to them, their society, potentially on a psychological level, though definitely able to like mess with like a lot of
If we're
stuff.
just trying to break.
So I'm just gonna combine like these 6 things into some sort of like Triforce of
Magical
MacGuffin
biological
level
weapon?
Star Trek stuff that just happens because Star Trek.
If we're trying
And
to
can we
break
just throw this one time and never be able to do this again?
If we're trying to break their brains and they work off efficiency, can we just say something like some sort of stupid like brain teaser that would just basically fry them?
I'm literally throwing all I got at. I'm giving it all she's got, Captain. I can't give it any more.
Invite them to play.
Okay, but what's the
Time
brain
for
teaser,
Tic-Tac-Toe, got
like,
it.
Would theoretically, if be possible, with every like star line that we currently surprisingly have.
Unfortunately, I had a very hard time following exactly what you're wanting to do.
What he wants to do is build a biological weapon.
To affect just the Iosians, using all of my knowledge and all of my research material that is on the ship.
Which is the
A genocide bomb. He's looking for a genocide bomb.
For a genocide bomb.
Well,
which
I
is
can tell
definitely
you-
against Starfleet regulations.
Okay, but at the
We're
same
gonna
time,
So the tricky part, just humor me for a second. The tricky part is not developing something that can kill the Iosians. It's developing something that will kill the Iosians and not literally everyone else on the ship.
It's specified for the it's genes.
I understand, but that's not an easy thing to do
It's the thing that
because
they use in the last James Bond movie.
exactly nanoclothes. That would be, but that's not what he's doing. That's not what he's talking about.
I'm thinking more like how their brain
Nanovirus?
and basically just make it infectious because it's like their brains work like computers. So I'm hoping maybe I can tap into that like frequency and then upload the code into their brains through semi-biological means.
Well, frequency. You're talking about uploading it into their brain like a computer.
Effectively, but through non-com communication. A thing that wouldn't be, they could just interrupt because it's happening on a level that's like biological, like crossing that line from the machine to the flesh, which is like my which is my thing.
Okay.
We have time travel, and I don't know if we know how that works. Maybe there's a bio wavelength, like feedback that we can tap into.
All right. So, do you want to communicate this to the captain? This idea.
I'm telling him this. I would assume I'm telling this as I'm running to do the activity. Like I'm like I got, like I'm like beelining it to my cabin. It's like I have this idea. You give me the green light, and I'll get this thing like finished.
Do you have the ability to make it a way that will just incapacitate them but not kill them?
Probably. It's like most likely. I can't guarantee 100%. Yeah, nothing's 100% in this world. We know that.
Okay. Work on it, but if it's lethal, I'm pulling the plug. But at least figure out a way to that if you're able to that will affect them and not us. That is that is the only requirement. Some way that we can affect their physiology and not us.
The only way this can function is it has like I'm gonna like design it maybe where it needs to loop through two brains in one head to function. So kind of like a feedback loop where it like it will infect everybody maybe if it makes it easier, but it wouldn't function unless there's like a feedback loop. It's kind of like it makes it potentially easier, and it wouldn't kill. Like it's like it only affects you if it feeds.
It short circuits the dual brain.
They have two.
Which is the captain's going to say that you're already getting beyond things that I can begin to understand. But if you can make it work, do it. You do not have much time because
it wouldn't kill them either because if we basically have to deactivate.
Are you cutting off the captain?
This is out of
I'm
character.
talking. Get to work.
This is out of character. Like I think I got this, guys. Like because if we cut off one brain's activity, we could reset them. So we're not killing them. We're just making it impossible for them to think.
Well, we already know they can survive with just one brain.
Exactly.
or we can just
That was
use alcohol.
established like 3 hours in the game.
Yes.
Or we can just use alcohol because of how lightweight they are.
Okay. So yes. Sorry.
So now might be a good time to break and everybody catch their breath and figure out what's going on. How we're gonna resume.
that one statement earlier I was amended is the way I should have said it with the rolls that were gotten that was not going to work, the virus idea. That could work, but what we scored was not nearly enough. Because I mean, they like I said, they are quantum leaps above the Federation in computer technology. So them doing that, I don't even know how to describe what it would be comparable to us. It's just nothing.
Right.
The way that it was done, or the effect that antivirus had, because what happened is okay. So no, I don't even explain that part, but it's. Could it have worked? Yes, but the way that it turned out, no.
Alright. Are we taking a break right now?
If you would like to, I'm.
Alright, yeah, now might be a good time to do that and reset. So we are going to go ahead and go to dinner. We will have one last poll in which people that are watching have the opportunity to vote for who their favorite character in the campaign has been. Player character, or the GM. The GM is also an option. But not like the NPCs. So we'll have that poll up while we go grab our dinner, and then we will be back with food in a few minutes. Thank you.
back. And he's back anyway. You lost the die roll while we wait for you.
Oh, fine.
Did you guys roll that for me?
Yeah.
You got a nat 20.
Oh yeah.
That's why. Okay.
We were waiting very much.
Sorry.
Yes. Not only were we waiting for you, we were really waiting.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Okay.
Wait till you get a turn, master.
Alright, so
Lovely.
the last thing that happened when we left off was your suggestion? Was that it?
Yeah, I was talking with the commander about setting up this biobomb. He gave me the green light, as long as it wasn't lethal, which I think
conditional green light.
which I think I managed to make it into a temporary state of vegetable until we disable half of their brains, one of their brains.
That's the theory.
In theory,
That's the theory.
the theory,
A temporary
plausible
vegetable.
theory, but a theory.
Or just make a nanovirus that attacks their blood that releases whiskey.
That's not his specialty.
Oh, true.
I'm
Okay.
basically, yeah.
So you're going to make it back to your quarters with all your stuff. Let's do your rolls to see if you succeed.
I'm basically using my cadaver as a research material.
That is totally fine.
Okay.
So what is this
Bio
Frankenstein roll?
Say what?
So what is this roll that he's doing?
Okay. So specify to me as simply as possible what are you attempting to accomplish.
I'm converting my cadaver with all of its machinery into a bomb specifically designed to infect and disrupt the neural pathways of Iosian species
Okay.
through basically a burst effect.
Okay. All right. So this is actually
I can tape some knives
So
on
it's
for
gonna-
out of it.
It's gonna stop their human brain, and then the robot brain's gonna take over, and then that's when they become the Borg.
Yeah. What is this?
Oh my god.
Nuclear bomb?
It's both kind of.
Will it explode?
It's a physical thing that will do an effect on the physical body of the Iosians.
There's no shrapnel involved.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
there's
I
no
can't
fire.
I can't tape my knives onto it for
it's
bonus shrapnel
basically
damage.
it's basically a fleshy gas grenade.
Slapping.
God.
Yeah.
Why you don't make it just an actual mechanical grenade, I don't know, but sure.
Well,
This is what you're planning on
If
doing.
you make the delivery system its butt.
I can't just fully turn it. Like, it has to have biological components to it, or else it isn't.
All right. Give me a straight intelligence roll. I'm going to check something real
You're a
quick.
true gas bomb.
I have a small question.
Yeah.
Is this a life or death situation?
This is the equivalent of a wisdom or check just to
So
see
it
if you
just-
are aware of something.
So, does it have to be 80 or lower?
Yes. So this is 80 or below.
62.
Okay. You would understand that if you do it this way, it's only going to affect a localized area. The most effective means of doing this would be to send it through life support. Otherwise, you're only going to knock out like a handful of them.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so the most important thing, your original idea of designing something to disrupt them, that's great. But it would occur to you, oh wait, I want to use this cadaver, but let's send it through life support because otherwise it's going to be not going to work.
So, I do life support instead of cadaver.
Correct.
Okay.
So how are you going to access their life support?
That means I
No.
gotta get them.
Oh.
Well, you're working on, well, either way, you would have to go through either our life support or their life support.
Right.
One way or another. But it's that method is on its own only going to affect the immediate area. So that's just he could have said like do it as a smoke bomb, same issue.
So basically, I need to either convert our ship or their ship into this.
Well, what you need to do is devise a way to disperse whatever this is.
So,
Life support would be a way, but and what you just realized is doing it that way would not affect.
well, I was thinking, can I create a bomb, effectively, that causes a chain reaction?
Of what kind?
Like, it would infect them and bounce this sort of biological feedback through the systems to them.
Through what
Still in
system?
red alert?
through like the mechanicals, like
Okay, I hadn't turned it on yet.
through like the like the machine
Right now,
system,
Coin
like
is
coding.
making a bomb that's going to affect.
So you're trying to affect their biology through the computers on the
So
ship.
effectively, I'm trying to create a code that, once transmitted through code, sends out sort of like it's kind of like residual radiation coming off of like from like electricity.
Okay.
Or like
And
the
so
computers
this-
that would kind of like seep out into them, and then mess them up from the inside. Like not physically, but like on like with the neurons and the electricity shooting.
Okay, so it's basically very broadly the same idea as how a taser would disrupt your neurological function.
I'm basically trying to turn their ship into a taser.
Hey.
That won't hurt anybody else.
Okay.
I'll say 2 brains.
All right.
There's beef stew if you're hungry.
And, we had a massive like potluck picnic there.
Okay. So roll number 1 is to determine whether you are able to even create this in the first place. This isn't a delivery system. This is just the thing itself.
Biotechnology.
Yeah, this can be average of intelligence and biotechnology.
Yeah, we were talking about it.
I need to do that calculation. I think my phone is dead.
It's 80 and 99.
So we're running up to 100.
Divided by 2.
Right to 90. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the huh?
79. I hit it.
Yeah, no, not person.
Okay. But he's able to create it.
All right. So yes, you have created it, and it is focused on Iosian physiology. So it appears that it is not going to affect any other species.
Captain, it's ready.
Great. How are we going to deliver it?
Explanation later. Not as in like explanation later, as in like time skip after my explanation.
Okay. Let's just say if you're about to tell the captain an explanation later, like, that doesn't sound ready to me.
It's like, like 2 minutes later. That's how it went. Because I'm not going to explain like the intricacies again. Like
It was a commercial.
idea.
Commercial. Came
Okay.
back.
So this is going to be a more complicated role. That's going to be intelligence, biotechnology, and electronics technology. So add those 3 together and divide by 3. Because electronic technology is going to apply more broadly to everything you're wanting to do on the ship. You know, actually, you're going to do 2 roles. One for whether it works.
Could I like swap that with life support system technology?
Well, is it going just through life support?
Okay. No.
Okay, no. Electronics is the one thing that would apply to all systems in one way or another.
What about computer hours?
Okay.
Okay, actually,
So there's going to be 2 roles with this. One is going to be a plus 15 for on the Lexington. Then you're going to have a negative 15 for on the Iosian ship.
okay. So the 3 numbers I need to like to combine again.
Okay. So the 3 numbers.
Intelligence.
So intelligence of 80.
Okay.
You're going to have computer. Or sorry, not computer. You're going to have electronics technology of 0.
Plus 0.
And then biotechnology of 99.
9.
Divided by 3.
Straight key.
Alright, so what's your first number?
Okay. Well, it's a 60% chance. Or
Alright,
60.
so is that before or after adding the 15 for the Lexington?
Before adding the 15. For
Okay, so 75% chance for it to work for the Lexington system.
96.
Okay.
Can I count this as a life and death situation?
Not at present, no.
Okay. So
You
I
can
think
roll it again for the Iosian ship. You may somehow be able to figure out how to make it work over there, but not here. So take that, but now you're at a disadvantage of 15.
So instead of it being a 75% chance, it has now been reduced from 60 to 45.
Correct. Good luck. You can do it.
The dice gods be on
You
my
can
side
do
this
it.
day.
You're welcome.
Grant me your divine blessing
Try it, Steve. I will try.
I have faith.
of Star Trek
Okay.
and all other divine forces of this world. Make you guide my hand to the silver line. 36!
Okay. So, by some quirk of the
Whatever
way.
you want.
There's gonna be a fair bit left over, it looks like.
Yeah, there's gonna be a ton.
Alright.
There's also chips on the table.
I got chips. I got sugar crackers. I got sugar almond wraps.
Nice.
She has one of my playlists on Spotify.
Nice.
Yeah.
So she's just gonna listen to that all the way home and stuff.
Okay, so. For fish. So,
Give us that list.
what you will have figured out to communicate is that by some quirk. Alright, I need to have everyone listen to this one. Alright. So by some quirk of the systems on both ships, the way ours is set up is just not in a way to transmit that. However, I guess because plot, because it's an Iosian ship, it's more apt to transmit something that will affect Iosians. Because science.
Efficiency.
So what you are able to tell, so that's what you'll be able to tell the captain, that you have a transmission method that can actually just broadcast throughout the entire Iosian ship from itself.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Alright, so.
I explained that to him with a look slightly madness, so he can't see this.
No, he can't see this. I can see this happening right now. A very young Soong.
I'm totally imagining Sauron just turning his unconsciously.
Like, I hear ethical violations! Alright, so then.
I like that you called him Sauron.
Sauron, yeah.
Sauron?
His
Soren?
name is Saren.
No, it's just Soran.
Okay,
Soren.
Soren.
Soran.
Yes.
Soran.
But it sounded like you said Sauron.
Maybe how many seasons it is.
Soran.
Okay.
Soran.
So then he's going to ask, okay, that's brilliant. So how do we get it onto their ship in order to transmit it?
Well, we need someone to go there.
Well, fun fact, that's where we're all going right now, myself included.
That's true.
Well, it looks like we're gonna do a
Absolutely.
bit of a Black Ops operation here.
Yes.
So should I meet you? I guess I'm gonna meet everyone up at at the spot, and we're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
What spot are we meeting at?
Meeting up with everybody.
So what was the meeting?
So the whole crew is being ordered to the shuttle bay. So that's where everyone's going. So he's going to tell you, all right, we need some way that you can get this virus to there undetected.
Where's Jeff Goldblum when you need him?
Good morning, David.
Has anyone seen the first episode of Rick and Morty?
Nope.
Yes, but I don't
So wait,
remember.
I will not explain.
What?
Okay.
What's the
Up his butt.
What's the question?
We need to find a way of transporting this device onto their ship without them noticing.
Cadaver!
Teleporter?
Isn't it need cadavers? in it?
Their shields are up, aren't they?
Well, literally, what they're about to do is dock with us.
Actually, I just thought something. How long do we have, and how much time do I have for transplant surgery?
Wait, what?
I can transplant it in. I can hide it in somebody's body.
Right. They're about to dock with us.
Mhm.
That means our communication. That means our people have to talk to each other briefly to align everything.
I think it's what.
They only do it so much manually. They use manual and computer guidance, communicating with each other. Okay. So
Is this airborne? Is it software? What is this?
Is
it an implant?
Basically, we have to like get it into their system, and it effectively goes through every single bit of their machinery.
Right, but
How do you get
how do you get into the system?
It just has to basically connect to basically this thing.
Is it software that we're putting into their software, or is it an item that we're putting into their life support system, or is it what is it?
I don't think we didn't restrict it to life support, so it can be basically any method of entry.
From what I understood from it, is it's going to be something that broadcasts from the electronics on the ship in a way that's like a
So is it software? Is it?
I guess it's
electrical.
It's like
I guess if
okay, so it's like an energy.
It needs to be energy based.
It's like a bioelectrical impulse.
So basically, we are converting the electronics on that ship to act as a transmitter for this whatever it is.
It's like an inverting eel. Instead of transmitting energy out of the eel, we're trying to transmit energy into it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, we're working with some really non-logical science.
Okay. They're actually physically docking with us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The actual docking bay will have a physical interaction that allows for communication between the two ships. There is a point at which they touch, and data can be transferred. So if we put something that enables that on the physical surface of that docking ring, then when they make contact, it's directly in contact with their system.
Okay.
This is the first time they've docked with us, so we can first time.
So all we need is a little pad that we can stick on the docking thing on the outside of the ship, right where they're going to touch
They're
it.
coming in to dock with us right
That's
now.
the
Do we have time to make that?
Okay,
You
well
already
then,
made it.
I have the thing.
can you just plug it into the airlock door then?
I imagine I could.
Plug it into the airlock door so that the dock, connecting point, just has that ready in it.
That's something that can be attempted, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds like mechanical engineering.
It does sound like mechanical engineering.
Okay. What we got to figure out then. Okay, so all this is happening. What needs to be determined right now is where is the rest of the crew?
Well, I'm on the bridge, but
Yeah,
I'm still in the sign.
I thought we were in.
Captain just ordered everyone to shuttle.
So
by the way, this is just totally high. It's about basketball size.
During all of this happening, that was an order to happen. So we're stepping back a few steps now to after the communication was cut off and the captain had this communication with him. The captain ordered everyone to go to the shuttle bay because if they don't, the Iosians going to realize what's happening and start shooting again. So we kind of have to at least give the impression that we're complying.
I don't think I heard the order.
That was now I'm getting it. That was not mentioned before because I had not had a chance to because I was working through him.
Are there
shields
lots
down
of
because they're docking?
injuries from that fight?
Yes, there are definitely injuries.
I don't want to leave the medical bay while there are a bunch of people dying.
Okay.
Grizz, that's yours.
That right there in the middle of the room.
The yellow thing.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
I just love how on the camera he's just standing behind you menacingly.
I'm Slender. It's my job.
Wrong universe.
So Harkin. So
Alex, yes.
Are their shields down because they're docking with us?
Yes.
So if I quickly run to weaponry and shoot one of their things, I could severely hit the ship.
Theoretically, but then
But you would get us killed.
yes, because also our shields are down, and there's 11.
Pick up a dice.
Pick up the dice to roll.
And there's 10 other drones around. So
I need specifics about security.
okay, specifics how?
Are we going unarmed or are we?
Oh yeah, everyone has absolutely been disarmed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was, they said surrender, so disarming yourself is absolutely a stipulation of surrender.
What if I forget where I
don't know that. Outside
Part of the order that's going to be given is crew, disarm yourselves and go to the shuttle bay for
transport to the Iosian ship.
Yeah, so if we take this thing and we hook it directly into the airlock controls, then it is in the electrical system directly at the airlock controls, and it will pass immediately through when they make contact. It's like plugging in a wire. Alright?
I know the,
And it's localized enough that they're not going to see anything suspicious changing on the ship.
the only weird restriction that we kind of established is that I can't plug it into our ship. Which is because
Well,
like,
no,
I thought I failed that
what
one.
I didn't say you can't plug it into our ship. What I said is it won't be able to be
Okay.
transmitted through our ship.
So
No, what I'm saying is like the electronics on our ship are not capable of doing
Okay,
what
so
the
I
ones
wouldn't be able
over
to
there
carry it
are.
over from theirs, but now that ours are touching, it's
Yes.
different story.
Right.
So
Okay.
let me make sure what exactly
The
I'm
energy
saying
is passing through. The energy is passing through. It's just our ship doesn't have the means to actually transmit what it's telling it to transmit.
Correct. So any Iosians on the Lexington would be unaffected.
So it's got to get up there before the
Yeah.
Iosians can leave.
Yeah.
Their
The idea is that it's plugged in, and as soon as they make contact, their entire ship goes
Okay.
lights up.
Oh no, their ship lights up like a Christmas tree. Then they go dark.
Huh?
just light switch off.
Can I replicate an aluminum baseball bat?
Is that going to creep that much the entire time?
Not after I stop moving.
Okay, thank you.
Can I bring a baseball bat with me?
That would be counted as a weapon. Tim, you're giving me that look. What is that look?
Am I doing this?
Yes, it can absolutely. Okay, so now we've had distractions. So here, so the captain gives this order, but specifies certain people hang back, because we're giving the impression we're working on it. If the Iosians start asking questions, he's going to and haw and delay one way or another. For you specifically, yes, the medical team so far is not leaving, and if they haven't called on that yet, but if he does, he'll deal with that. So the senior staff and the ones immediately, so all of you are also being held back. And the communication is given, figure a way out of this. This happened, he's going to tell you what he's doing, but if that doesn't work, I need solutions and I need them yesterday.
I have a total of 79 knives and 2 swords. I can guess
No.
way out of this.
thing that video uploaded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
All about 20 short of the total creep, but
Affiliate means we can't post to YouTube for 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done.
So if it had worked, he would have broken the TTOS.
No. No, but I can't, because that was before. That was before.
Okay.
Four.
Maybe.
So I can't put up this for 25.
So,
But I did it anyway. So.
all right, so we have one solution. I know we've talked through this multiple times before, and it says the computer solution could have worked, but the way it turned out it didn't.
Right.
Do we have any other potential solutions?
We don't yet know that the jamming signal won't work. We just haven't been able to implement it.
Mhm.
So that's something.
like I
if
said,
we can have the
it's
ship,
a crap ton of knives. We can always go genocide route.
if we can tell the ship to try to automate that and put a delay on it,
Mm-hmm.
then that gives us something that will happen that would be triggered later.
Okay, so what exactly would it be doing?
It's the same plan with the jamming the frequency.
Mm-hmm.
We never tried to crack the.
Well, we
Remember that it was
would not
encrypted?
be able to craft the encryption.
Yeah, we never tried.
Right.
We never tried to crack the encryption.
Yeah,
Oh, we
because
did,
it'd basically be impossible for us to do.
Yeah, it would have been taking a negative 60 on it.
Right.
I can't.
He would have to roll a -5, basically.
Well, he did roll, but failed. Yeah. It would have been a 1.
Okay.
Not close enough.
So we can't use that system to deliver commands
Mhm.
if we don't have the right encryption. But we can disable all those ships, which is, I mean, literally that alone buys us a lot of time because we already know we already checked this. Our weapon systems and our shields are better than theirs. The problem is that we were being overwhelmed by numbers. So if we can force a one-on-one fight and have any means of restoring shields.
Well, if they're docked with us, they can't find us.
Right.
All you have to do is
Well,
take
they-
out the drones and then you stand a hand.
No, they can send the drones after us.
If you take out the drone, you'll put jamming features.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So I assume at one point we all meet up at the bay, right, or get close to each other.
We're all in the bay for the most part.
Well,
Not yet.
not yet. Not yet. You're basically delaying going there as long as possible.
Do I meet up with Sorab to be able to do the handoff?
Yeah, I really shouldn't delay working on installing that.
Okay. Then if you guys were in communication about that, so
Quick trade. Hand on shoulder from
I
fish
just
to
sit
fish.
here with
Yes.
I hand you my magnum opus. It's
I
in
just
your
sit here
hands
with
now.
two swords sheathed, like,
All right.
with two swords.
All right.
Neither am I.
let's see if we have. So that plan's in motion. Let's see if we have any other plans. Let me check again. Okay.
Weak.
Yes.
We don't know if they shot on us because of the beacon, right?
TJ would get that.
No, I think we can say this.
Hang on a second, guys. Hang on a second, guys. Say that again.
So when I uploaded my antivirus to the computer with the Romulan virus, we created a beacon. And we're not sure if that's why they shot at us or if we did something else.
Yeah, you're not exactly sure what happened when it turned into a beacon, why it turned into one. All you know is it was sending a signal.
Is that why they shot at us?
Right.
Do we know that that's why they shot
For
at us?
certain, no. That's you've not established a way to know if that's for sure why.
Okay. Feels like a pretty down blood belief, though.
Right. And that's what I was thinking.
It was pretty instantaneous.
Yeah.
Well, they just
I know it
like
sends
the
out
way
a
that
signal.
our,
Do we know
our
the nature of the signal? Whether it be like distress?
Down the
It was
You weren't able to analyze
Yeah,
it.
it was actually
because, like you said, it was a Vulcan
great
ship.
place
So
for
if it was like
Romulan.
a Romulan ship, it could have been like a
There's a
some sort of
chicken.
like
There's a bucket.
5-gallon
attack.
bucket in
There's
the
a
can.
blue
like some
bucket
sort
in
of
the pantry.
aggressive signal that caused them to fire at us.
Next to the fridge.
You don't know.
Any food waste can go right in there.
I was looking for a trash can. I didn't know what the trash can was.
The trash
Or
can
the
is
trash
in-
bag.
Oh, they're
Oh,
all
the
the same.
trash
but-
bags are under the sink.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to empty the trash real quick?
And recycling.
Well, I've already emptied it. I just didn't know where the trash bag was.
Oh, do you
I
want to
can
empty the
punch
trash bag
things.
real quick? Thank you.
if things escalate.
What?
I said I can punch things if things escalate.
Yeah, that's totally a possibility.
I've got something that has me and two swords on me.
So-
Things to really get to it.
Is there anything that
You were ordered to
we
disarm.
have that can
No, we were held
shield
back and figured out-
communications?
When he said figure out a way to get this out of this, I just grabbed all of my stabby sharp objects.
So what are you
Yeah,
saying,
well,
Is
Jacob?
there,
I was going
is
on
there
a killing
anything that we
spree.
have on board that can shield communication? Like, say, make it so they can't get out.
Not yet.
You would have to construct it, basically a Faraday cage,
Okay.
that
Well,
sort of thing. But as far as like,
Oh, good.
you don't have a way to like make a well, okay, you can try to send a signal via subspace. That only works if they don't have a way to receive that signal.
Well, no, I'm trying to prevent a signal from getting out. So
Okay.
Faraday cage would work. But would I have enough time to build it?
Why
Okay.
are you trying to prevent the signal from getting out?
Because what I want to do is I want to turn the computer back on, download the beacon onto, some type of portable device and be able to see if I can upload it to theirs.
Well, you would be aware that in engineering there are basically industrial replicators. So you would be able to construct a Faraday cage
Relatively easy.
relatively easily, yes.
Okay, yeah. So let me do that.
Okay.
And throw that on top of the machine, turn it back on, so that the message can't get out.
All right. There's going to be a roll involved because you're trying to do this in a hurry.
Okay.
Okay. That is going to be a mechanical engineering roll.
Whoa, that's good. So what do I roll?
All right. So if you don't have mechanical engineering, let's see. We can substitute.
Electronic technology?
Because-
Electronics.
Are you going to manipulate it through a Faraday cage? Are you going to be in the Faraday cage with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris, did you do the
The only
recycling as well, like I asked?
Recycling?
When she talked about getting the garbage, I said, and the recycling, because the recycling is full.
Oh no, I didn't even hear you say that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
Please don't kick that in. All right. Trying to think. Is there anything else on your sheet that you think would be close enough to use for a substitute role?
The only thing I'm thinking of is either electronics technology.
Right. But you'd be taking a negative 30, remember,
Well,
because it's not the
right.
same. What do you
Might
think?
I offer something? So a Faraday cage is a pretty straightforward device that engineering would already know how to make. Mechanical engineering would be telling the replicator how to make it. You don't need to tell the replicator how to make it. You need to convince the replicator to make it, which is more of a computer operation or something like that.
So it's not capable of constructing the Faraday cage all at once. It's able to make the components, like the sides that you would have to assemble together.
Right.
Okay, so that's the mechanical engineering aspect of it, being able to build the thing.
Okay. So what you do is you tell the computer to make a giant spool of chicken wire. You create it, and it's a Faraday cage.
They're saying chicken wire is going to prevent the sensors prevent the.
A Faraday cage is just a bunch of wires that form a barrier around it. It doesn't matter what it's made of.
He would still have to assemble that into a form that is a Faraday cage, so it's not really going to make anything better.
Can you just say computer?
How
make a
hard
big
is it
Faraday
to form?
He's trying to do it quickly.
Chicken wire.
Trying to do it quickly in a stressful op. That's the reason why there's roles.
If you're asking the computer for something, just ask for a Faraday cage.
It cannot build something that complex. It can build the components, but it can't build like the complete structure.
That's the only thing I think of.
So.
Yeah. I mean, I can roll just straight intelligence, but I'd have to get like a 5.
Grace dress up as Eric's character
You mean Chris's character?
Yeah, that one. That's the one. I always get those two mixed up. Sorry.
I'm not doing that this late in the game. Don't even worry about it.
I was joking.
Confusion.
Are they? Can they hear us?
Hello?
Hello, the phone.
Matt and Eric, are you there?
They are not.
Hello, the phone.
Matt's there. He's just like.
Matthew.
Yes.
Okay. See?
Okay.
Eric.
Eric fell asleep.
Honestly, I would not.
His eyes are open.
I kind of love this neutral face of that character.
Okay.
He took like a quick minute to go to the bathroom. That's the one time we interact.
Oh. Yeah, I'm looking through here. Okay. You know what?
I mean, electronics.
Yeah, that's the theory of how it works, but it's not really putting the thing together. Electronics technology. Yeah, this has got to be a mechanical engineering.
Okay,
so that's
it's just intelligent.
that is intelligence with no skill with a negative of 45. However, one thing I'll give you is there are other engineers still that are held back. There's 2 lieutenant commanders still with you, so they can offer their assistance.
Okay.
And luckily for you, one of them actually does know something about mechanical engineering. So we're just going to roll this then. Intelligence minus 55. Or sorry, minus 15. So you're rolling 55.
Intelligence minus 55.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen. Alright, let's see here.
Separating yours.
What's your roll?
100.
Oh!
Not only do I
So
not build
Tylenol never put together anything made from IKEA.
They don't have IKEA on Andoria.
I feel like 3 or 4.
You don't know that.
How?
I don't know.
Who else has rolled 100?
Probably no.
I know
Yeah, Matt has rolled 100.
I have for some of the
I
guys.
think I've rolled like
NPCs.
3 nat ones as well. So we just balance each other out.
That happens. Statistically speaking, that does happen.
Sweet.
Okay, so your first attempt doesn't work. You're going to waste a bit of time doing that.
I would imagine.
So you will be able to try again, but unfortunately time is something you are running short on.
Yes.
Okay, is there anything else anyone else is
When do I
wanting
get
to
to do
try?
my roll?
I'm waiting.
Okay.
These are things happening concurrently.
Okay.
So everyone gets patient at one point or another.
Well, I'm just asking.
It'll have, as soon as I'm sure there's no one else that has any other ideas, because this whole thing happened first. I want to give other people a chance to give their any additional ideas, which Jacob did. Now, are you there at all, Eric, or are you still just kind of asleep at the wheel?
I'm going to go to sleep.
I'm gonna go to sleep at the wheel. Matt, any suggestions, thoughts? If you're talking, I cannot hear you.
Sorry, silence crunch. But no, I don't really have any ideas.
Okay.
It's crazy.
All right.
But it's just crazy enough it might work.
My only idea was the enemy of my enemy, but
That
So,
does.
is it mechanical engineering that I'm rolling?
Okay, so what you are attempting to do again is to install what he gave you at the airlock in a way that it will infect the other ship, correct?
Yeah, so that when it makes contact, the electrical signal will pass through.
Okay. That you can do. Okay.
So it makes contact. 54, I'm rolling in.
7.
Okay. So what is going to happen is, so you're going to be there with Captain Sherman, because he already went down. What you'll need to do is you'll kind of go up to him and kind of tell him, so this is the plan. What he's going to do when you guys are going down is he's going to cause a distraction. Like, he is going to trip, just straight up trip. And at the same time, when you are right where you need to kind of just go right on there. Okay, so tell me how this thing works. Like what does it immediately start doing something or what?
So basically, the second it gets into the system, it would be one of those things that may not be visible, but I always just imagine it goes in, and then it starts going, and effectively it kind of creates a vibration, or like, you know how sound waves...
Like a frequency,
yeah, like,
a harmonic
or
throughout
like
the
when
ship.
sound waves travel, it kind of bounce off.
Mhm.
So every time it hits something connected to the energy, it bounces off again and again and again, creating sort of, as it kind of goes further in. I like to imagine it turns the thing a bit red, but that's more of the... that's more of like...
Hey, for flavor,
yeah,
you can do that.
Yeah, for flavor, but it just basically, until it goes like, hums through the entire ship.
This is so Star Trek, I love it.
And then they're all just kind of like, they all just kind of go, fall over.
Okay.
And then if you want to kill the string?
No.
However, we could drive this back to their home and just keep going. They tried to infect all of us.
Plug it into their mainframe at
They
the
tried to
test.
infect all the Federation. It's only right.
That's a very Terran Empire way to
The Federation does not operate on an eye for an eye policy.
I know.
Section 31
That was just a potential if for funsies joke. But it works.
the Romulan Empire might.
The Federation has rules outside of Federation.
I mean, yeah, we could sell this technology
we should attack back.
to the Romulans.
That's not
We just did attack back.
Yeah, give us your stuff.
They can
So
try
we
to
need to go
send
back to their planet and
some
annihilate their whole
Romulan
race.
ale.
Always thinking on his liver.
Are you guys trying to patent my technology to sell it to like an arms race?
No, we want to sell.
You're the black market guy.
I know, but there's certain markets, you know. Are like the
Actually, one of the
There's an information black market.
one of the adopters I made
actually does operate in the black market.
That's why we're friends.
Yeah.
I don't know. He was like, it's like,
All right.
do you need that time in the black market?
All right. So yes, what is going to happen is, yeah, that's going to happen. They pretty much all of them just kind of spaz out and just kind of fall down.
And now we can just walk
Then they
onto their
immediately
ship
get
and
up,
do what we need to do.
and they're angry.
All right.
He's not that heartless.
All right. So, congratulations, you successfully incapacitated the entire crew.
I have the highest body count. It's not even fatality.
Alright, probably very quickly we need security to sweep through and get all of those people into a brig.
Preferably their own.
Yeah,
You know.
until we figure out what the heck is going on.
The only
You
exception.
should probably keep you way far away from that brig.
The only exceptions is there were 4 of them in our shuttle bay, kind of escorting everyone.
How did they
How
get
did
there?
they get there?
This
It
was
was the
this
second
was the
we opened.
moment they made contact. Remember?
They wouldn't have been able to walk through the dock.
Yeah.
No, the way I visualize what's happening is you were walking through the dock when you attached the thing. That's how I thought this was happening, like through the docking port.
He did it before they actually.
Yeah, I said multiple times.
Connected
The
the
idea is to
docking
have it primed so that the moment they make contact, it bursts through their ship.
Okay, and something was lost in communication at some point. Because when all this was happening, like they were just about to dock with us. So I was under the
Why
impression
he
that
kept
we.
saying I need to do my role.
Well, no, that was. Well, the other point is to have it ready before he goes on the ship. So that was the urgency that I thought he was talking about.
Like primed and ready
So-
for when it.
No, I understood it.
Understood what they meant it or the way I was taking it.
But I mean, if that's not actually going to happen, then that's not going to happen. But that was what we were saying the whole time. Yeah.
Okay. Let me do some quick thinking. All right. How long did it take you to do that whole process?
So that's why I said when the captain was like asking for ideas, I was like, I can't be here for this conversation. Like I need to already be doing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he ran through the ship at 80 kilometers.
The speedster. Good old Kelpian biology.
I gotta stop things. I was assuming it was the other way. So, okay, but how long did that? All right, so we got to lay out a timeline here.
Okay.
So we surrendered. That's we were given the order to surrender. So that happens at one point. Then the captain basically asks, "I need ideas." Or actually, no. Do you contact the captain first?
I think I contacted.
Yeah, he contacted the
I
captain.
I got an idea, and it was like, and I was already like, as I contacted him, I was halfway through like making it.
Okay. All right. So that happens. Say, I'm actually gonna write this down.
Because I imagined the second like, maybe we should do the shield. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah.
Big bomb.
Usually, in most of the Star Trek episodes, when they're asked to surrender, the captain usually asks for a certain amount of time for his crew to prepare.
And that is true. That is true. All right.
If absolute worst comes to worst, we only have to deal with 4 days.
And every once in a while, they'll be like, "Why aren't you ready?" And they're like, "We need a little bit more time."
And that's what I said would be happening. That when he told the certain people to stay back.
That's why I didn't.
Okay, so about 30 seconds it passes, and then you send your signal, your message. Okay. So I need to figure out how long does this process take, because
Well, it should be near instantaneous from the point of origin, and then
no, for you to develop.
Oh, yeah. MacGuffin science. It's very fast.
He's the guy who
How
on
else
a
did you
whim.
succeed your role, though?
Well, this is the okay.
If you remember.
I got so For the actual construction, I made 2 rolls. The first one was to see if it was even theoretically possible. That was a yes. And that was,
I think we're considering all we care about is the second one.
in the second roll,
Well, he made. There were 3 rolls I remember to see whether it would work, to develop it for the Lexington, to develop it for the
I'm
Iosian
just trying to
ship.
remember which roll.
So
Um,
he failed the
I failed the
second.
Lexington one, but
Yes.
he succeeded.
Yes, but each of those represents a
He's under
certain period of time that he spent
36.
working on it.
36.
So he succeeded his check by 9.
Yeah, because the target was 45.
So with that, you can determine how long it took.
And I was already
Okay,
underway.
I can use that as a metric. Alright, so that was for which roll?
That was a successful to figure out
How
to
to
build it for the
For the
Iosian ship.
Okay.
And
yeah,
I could
ship.
make it, and I had like a difference of 30 for when actually creating it. I don't know if that would be a factor into the time it spreads. But.
Alright, so. Okay, so your first was a difference of 9 and a difference of 30, you said?
Well, the difference of 30 was like, can I build
First
this thing?
conceptual.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can. And it was like 27 to 30. And then it's like, can I get it to work on the on their ship? And that was like a difference from success.
Okay. Now, I can't work in straight minutes. This would have taken him way too long to wait. So obviously I can't use something like that. How far away you were is how many minutes it takes from an hour.
So he
no.
Wesley Crushes it.
Basically.
You just MacGyvered it out of a
So
way.
obviously, in Grand Star Trek plot tradition, this happened in a way that was way too fast. That makes no sense, but it looks great on.
It's like Captain Kirk making a gun out of a log, a rock, and just whatever material he found.
And some rope that he fabricated.
Yeah.
From vines.
From vines.
He just MacGyver but bioengineered.
I became Soon Kirk hybrid.
Okay.
Captain Cirque.
Okay. Alright. So here's the one thing. Even if Captain Sherman said we're going to need X amount of time to get ready, the Iosians are still going to come into dock and wait.
Okay.
So
Not necessarily.
well, they're about efficiency. They're just going to come in and dock, whether we want them to or not. And the ship's right there. Anyway, it's going to take not even 5 minutes for the ship to come in.
To be fair, they cut no corners. We already see them. But
I mean, we're arguing over 4 IOs.
yeah.
Yes. So again, it makes more sense for them to have already docked, and the time it takes for him to figure it out, and then get that to SORAB, and then for SORAB to make it to the shuttle bay.
I mean, all we need to do is just push them back in, right? They're near it. It's like.
All right. And well, here's the funny thing. That wasn't even about to become combat. What I was about, you jumped on me. I was about to say there's 200 crew in there. They literally just swarmed them. So all for nothing.
You said 100.
No, there's 100 of them.
There's 200 of us.
Yeah, well, there's 400 something, but there were 200 right there. Not everyone is in the shuttle bay, but there were 200 in the shuttle bay that just swarmed for. If an Iosian has ever looked surprised, these Iosians look surprised. Yes.
So wouldn't the most efficient thing be for them to just surrender?
Actually, yeah, that would make sense.
Knives? Can I lend them all my knives?
Stop with the knives.
The turns have tables.
Yeah. I wish I had brought my sword and brandy with me.
Maybe you could find that your
surrender
friend.
this.
Maybe you could find your friend on the ship, and you can just have a nice time with him.
Well, if this had all ended amicably, I was hoping that the last scene is us having a phaser battle and then a marksmanship competition.
I mean,
rather than the phaser battle, use champagne
maybe
bottles.
he could be our first IO teammate.
Take a whole bunch of
Bigger than the thing's teammate, got it.
Okay. So all of that happened.
I definitely want to see all that on Federation Soul.
And then have the 80s like smile at the end. Bye,
I told him we're gonna go on their ship and find your drinking buddy and pull a weekend at Bernie's.
That would be good too.
Oh man.
And like the very last scene, he turns his head and he has a face fat flashlight.
Just bring it back.
All right. Well, because I can't think of any other bullshit to throw at you right now, you have successfully incapacitated the Iosian.
Okay. So now we gotta figure out what the heck is going on.
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm still very confused on whether they're intentionally malicious or not. There's still a bit of doubt.
So I think the first thing we need to do is get out of the
dock.
Altierian expand and send a message to Starfleet.
Well, we're gonna be in there for a while, right?
Should we just bring the ship with all the knocked out
First
people?
things first is fix the ship, our ship.
Yes.
Then send the message and get ourselves
Should
home.
Fish be
Ah.
like doing like the brain scans and research and stuff? Since you've incapacitated
So-
him, shouldn't you do like the brain scans and stuff you wanted to about like the virus and stuff?
I was gonna. I don't know how
Eric
much.
just said he's back.
Good.
I don't know how much time I had to work on the brain scanner thing. Sorry, the brain wrench engineer. The brain wrench engineer.
You can start that now, and especially because you have the
Or we can
bodies
just
to
bring
help.
them to Medbay.
That is true. I mean,
if you bring them to Medbay, then they'll wake up, right?
I think
Maybe if I keep them out
No.
of stasis, like
I know I
we
just
have
stand
the
there with a knife at the
technology.
ready.
You know, I think I've
can just stand there with a knife at the
compromised
ready.
enough ethics
I know.
for now. I'm gonna let
If they wake
Chloe
up, I
call
can put them
that
back to
shots.
sleep real quick.
We have
I'm gonna let my superior officer.
Yeah.
we have the means to put people to sleep.
Soon is very
Yes.
content with his achievement.
Okay.
This is gonna go in the books.
So,
Technology.
all right. So, what's going to happen is it's going to take some time, but you are able to successfully restrain, confine all the Iosians, both on the Iosian ship and the Lexington, because there's not room for 100 prisoners on the Lexington. Your program keeps working. So pretty much any that's on the Iosian ship is night-night.
They're basically in a prison in their own body.
Basically. But just in case, the captain's going to order, they're going to be, they've got a brig. Actually, you know, they have ample room on there for 100 of them because they were about to hold 400 of us.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, that happens.
As long as no one unplugs the router, we're fine.
Actually, yes, Red Alert would have finally ended.
Ta-da. Can I have one of them in medical bay?
So the captain is going to give the order. There's not time right now because everything's prepared to like have a big like on stage talking. But the order has been to figure out as much as you can about these people.
Okay.
By any ethical means necessary. It does have to be ethical.
No, that needs to be stated for him.
Oh, so Eric has completely lost us?
Well, Eric
No,
was
he's
gone for
back.
a little while, but he's back now.
The
Oh.
eyes are
So he'd ask him
spasming.
what he missed.
Well, they're not really trapped in prison in their own minds. They're just unconscious. Basically, they've been more or less tased.
They're in a feedback loop.
Yeah.
It sounds like prison to me.
Did we pull up a card and put them to sleep? Is that what we did?
Well, it's kind of, I imagined it like they were doing something, and now their brains are forced to just constantly replay that single second until they like. I mean, it's
The worst. It's the worst
Wow.
moment of their entire life.
Black
Like,
Mirror.
oh god.
It's ethically, I didn't.
The moment they fail.
I said the feedback loop. I didn't specify how it could. Maybe it makes them unconscious. I created the feedback loop. It's like,
Okay, but
I'm
now
gonna-
I'm.
We
gonna
have
be
no
picturing
idea what's
that.
happening in their
you
brain,
can ask them.
in their mind.
Now I'm gonna be picturing that because that episode.
I mean, it's not permanent. They're gonna be like that for like until we decide to shut it off, which isn't gonna be super long. And their efficiency, they really don't care too much about like time. It's more
But
just
we have to figure out how to neutralize it. And then they're gonna be like, "Why did you do that? That was our way of life. You ruined us."
That's
Alright.
true.
It'll
We
be
are.
a very Twilight Zone moment.
Well, I mean, at least we don't have to cut off a brain. That it just only affects them in the ship.
Yeah, I told you we didn't have to cut out anybody's brains.
I was just prepping, okay?
Just being ready.
Okay, so
Okay.
now that we have unbridled access to their ship, while our people are trying to fix our ship, maybe we should find out what the heck is going on with this code,
And
this thing that we're dubbing a virus.
that was going to be one of the orders. They go over there and just go through their systems. Now, their computers being as incredibly complicated as they are, it's like, imagine someone from 100 years ago handing them a laptop and being like, okay, use this. There's a learning curve.
Okay, real quick. How long would it take to get out of the expanse at warp 8?
Warp 8, like a day.
Okay.
We can't presently go warp 8.
How long will it take to fix our warp drive?
At the moment, based on the damage done to it, it is going to take... It's going to take 15 hours to at least get it functional. That's not even necessarily to warp 8, that's just actually being able to go to warp at all. Because remember, the engines are the first thing they target.
Right.
What's that look for?
So realistically, how long is it going to take for us to get out of the military expanse?
That is not certain. Because it's going to depend on how soon the engines get repaired, at what speed you're able to move.
Spitball estimate is 2 days and unreasonably fast to get out of the expanse.
I mean, if we're able to make warp 8, yes, it would take approximately a day.
Right. But we're not going to be able to do that for, I'm saying,
For minimum 15 hours if we...
minimum 15 hours if to get to warp, but will that get us to where we can do, like, at least warp 8?
Probably not.
Okay, so it's going to take considerably longer. So, is it then, so that means it's going to take more than 2 days to get out of the expanse, right?
If you're not able to reach warp 8, yes.
Okay, well, we can send those drone ships to do whatever we want, including send a drone ship to fly a warp 8 out of the expanse, transmit our message to Federation space.
Fun fact, they're actually capable of warp 9. They were only doing warp 8 with us because that's all the Lexington could do at the moment. So, you're to be able to get us there in about 16 hours.
Okay, so we can send a drone ship, if we do it from their ship, presumably. Send an order to a drone ship to fly out of the expanse and transmit a message of our choosing to the Federation.
Okay.
Explaining our
So,
situation.
that's also going to be part of trying to learn their systems, because, again, it's a extremely advanced computer interface controlling everything.
Okay.
So, first thing we need to do is...
Now, would me knowing...
Matt?
I think he was about to ask if
Tripper, would me knowing a bit of Iosian, would that give them a bonus to learning the system?
It wouldn't give them a bonus, but it will... Well, they have to understand it in the first place, so you are basically essential for this task. Or any knowledge of Iosian is going to be necessary in the first place. So... I think we might be losing Matt. Yeah, your internet is jumping.
No.
He's just moving in very short movements.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just not moving
He's
a whole
moving
bunch.
very deliberately.
Okay. So these are going to be rolls of...
Oh, the lights on the driveway?
Okay, so I will accept roles of computer operation, computer technology, or computer science. So basically, everyone who is able to is working
before we can do anything else, we have to crack this computer system.
Computer technology?
I was rolling against a 52. I got a 49.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I was rolling against a 65. I got a 3.
Okay.
I don't know. I lost them.
All right.
Computer operation.
Computer operations, computer technology, or
Did you lose them too?
so any of the 3 computer disciplines.
Yep, 38.
All right.
Can you
I
guys hear us?
assume we cracked through.
Ryan is dropping.
You guys were a little choppy. That's why it was kind of difficult for us.
Oh, okay.
I got
When we were going through the choices, essentially everything with computers in it.
Correct.
I got a 28 on a 61.
I got a 3 of 65.
Okay. Matt. So
Eric, can you still see them?
Your internet
Yes, I can
going
see them.
all weird. Reload your video.
Yours is a little.
Yeah.
I can see you, but you are
can't.
blurry, so I think your internet speed's throttling or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna reload it.
Okay. From this, we need his roll.
I made my roll.
Yeah.
I made mine too. 38. I successfully pushed a button.
So was it the right button?
Oh yeah. I think we need
At the right time.
Skippy's roll to determine whether or not I pushed the right button. Is that what we're banking on?
This is basically okay. So his roll on whether on reading Iosian, and this is technical Iosian, not just like what he's used to with
The Romulans.
no, not what he's used to with like even diplomatic Iosian or just like standard Ocean speech. This is complicated language. Jargon. Yes.
Standard ocean sweets.
All right. Are you back, Matt? Matt? Skippy?
Are you talking? Because we can't hear you if you're talking.
Matt, are you there?
Yeah. But I only see you. I don't see them.
I hear Matt. Can you hear Matt?
Yeah, we can hear Matt now.
Yeah, you're coming in clearer now. It's.
I can no hear you.
He can't hear us.
I do not see them. Oh, there.
Yeah, I see you both.
Okay.
And hear you both. So.
All right. You got me now, Matt?
There we go.
Can you hear me, Matt? First to Matt.
Yep, I got you now.
Perfect. Give me so what
Yes,
do you have?
yes, I can hear you.
What do you have in Iosian?
We never really discussed a
Okay.
a concrete number for Iosian. We only discussed that I am fluent enough in Iosian to talk, but not for the minute details of it.
So after all this, you would have a 10 in Iosian. After this whole experience. So we'll go ahead and add that.
A 10? Okay.
But they also defend like for Romulan.
There we go.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, he already had Romulan. Okay, so I need you to roll me Iosian. So average of that and your intelligence.
All right, so let's roll it. And that's a big fat fail.
Okay.
I got a 95.
That's not
It'd be a 4.
one thing before, and for another thing, 2 isn't a match.
Okay. All right. Oh yeah, Matt, you are completely lost in the.
Rolled a 95.
You are completely lost in the weeds on any of this language. So what that means is, so everyone remembers what their roles.
What is
right?
going on with the internet?
You're taking negative 30s.
Oof. I only succeeded by 3, so
Okay.
I'm not.
Oh, I failed by. No, that doesn't matter. Failed by 14.
You didn't fail.
Thanks, Matt.
What?
If anyone's talking, I don't hear anybody. If anyone can see me either.
I can hear you, Matt,
3 and it was 65.
and I can see you, but your video is kind of garbage.
I also made.
Everyone in Virginia is online right
I
now.
don't know what the heck is going on with my internet.
Great
Because
question. There's
You couldn't hear us.
well, there's a huge delay happening. This.
Did you give Ian your Wi-Fi password?
Okay. Well, Skippy's issues aside, we can set that aside for now. So, so Sorab and Caitlin are successfully able to figure out the system.
Well,
be able to-
I said if we were subtracting 30.
I succeeded.
I still
Then I did
succeeded
not.
massively.
Okay. So.
I had only succeeded by.
Oh, I thought you said it
Okay.
afterwards. Sorry.
I had a roll.
Let me see here.
So I'm the only one that succeeded.
I passed.
Okay, so both of you are able to figure out the way the system operates, and using this basic, there's going to be a lot of like reference, read. Basically, everyone's using Iosian diction. And Matt is.
All right, here we go.
What you doing, Matt?
I'm back.
Okay, good. Yay. All right.
I said I'm back. I can hear you again.
You're still on a delay.
It wouldn't be a proper stream without checking.
Well, yeah, and at least I can hear you instead of being not able to hear you at all.
Right. Well, I'll come back to you for right now. I'll come back to you when I got a roll for you. So for everyone else right now, it's done your computer rolls. So yes, it's slow going, but we know
We're
how
gonna
to
try
do.
this one more time.
It's slow going, but we're in. We know how to use it. It's like it's teaching someone from 100 years ago how to use a laptop, but they slowly are trying to use a laptop in a language they don't even speak.
So it's
So
like
you're getting there.
teaching Matt how to use his laptop then.
Yes. The
All right.
laptop that we bought.
I know.
Okay. So you are able to slowly gain information. So what are the answers that you guys are looking for first?
Harkin's still just trying to figure out how to turn his on.
Alright, so.
Well, you're shown how to turn it on. Once they figure it out, they're able to explain it to everyone else. So everyone here is able to use the computers
okay.
now.
I should probably look through the computers for the virus first off.
Which fact?
Well, for some form of it, I suppose. Yeah, that'd be a computer sciences role.
So,
No!
yeah.
Let's redeem myself.
Do they?
Failed.
So,
Oh yeah.
curious what the extent of their database actually is.
Oh,
Do they have like?
That's what got it, I think.
What?
That's what they actually got it.
Okay, so. Alright, so what you're going to find is no, the virus as you understand it is not there.
As we
All the code is very similar. It's like you can tell it's based on a lot of the same philosophies, a lot of the same concepts of programming. But what's on there is not the virus as designed. Is not the virus that's designed to be a malignant.
It's not life. It's not the caffeine I'm worried about.
Yeah, that's why I'm going slow with it.
No, it's not the virus.
Okay.
The code on there is code designed for operating the ship. It's the data and all that. So, no, it's not that.
What, can I tell if my antivirus would have had any effect on the system?
You can tell how you could have made it have an effect.
Okay.
But you can also you can see why it didn't work.
Okay. Knowing this new information, can I build a new interface?
That'll you can try not at the moment, but that is something that you will be able to try. Yeah. Once. Right now you're focused on gathering information. When you get back to the ship, you will to our ship. That is something you can work on.
Gotcha.
All right.
I was wondering, like, what's the extent of their database? Is it like Starfleet vessels where they like have like historic databases, or is this only like, or do they keep their systems isolated like a military like a military vessel?
Okay. There is a database that includes some history, but it's definitely not. It's more like an encyclopedia.
Well, tell us what happened 305 years ago.
It will tell you.
All right, that's what I wanted to know.
I also have an important thing.
Hey!
Do we know if they picked up the beacon that got created when this one did the antivirus?
Okay, we'll get to that.
Okay, if the logs show that it picked up that beacon.
All right, so 305 years ago, they developed artificial intelligence. And this artificial intelligence revolutionized their society. That is the point at which that's when they built everything around the technology. That's when everything became, no one is late for work anymore. Like, everything is done precise as clockwork. They developed that, and from that developed an entirely new philosophy of living.
Yeah.
The children are home.
Yep. So, if we destroy an AI, does that count as killing?
That is an ethical question.
If we destroy the AI, they're
That is an ethical question that Starfleet has not been faced with yet.
I think
It
we're
won't
okay.
until Commander Data.
So what's that?
Right.
Oh, we're talking.
Hey, bud!
Not tonight. Oh, wait, yeah, sure.
Sure.
Which ones do you want there, buddy?
I mean, that's why I'm asking you guys. Like, is this something ethical that we wouldn't even have?
To destroy an AI? Why would we want to destroy it?
Because it tries to kill us.
I don't think that warrants destruction.
No. The handy thing about an AI is that, unlike a person, it can be reprogrammed and not try to kill us.
Well, we tried to be diplomatic with it, and look how that turned out.
No. You tried to write an antivirus that would destroy it, and it became hostile.
Well, it definitely became hostile when we tested the antivirus and it made this magic beacon.
It got hostile when the beacon went off.
As far as, yes.
That's how I'm choosing to interpret the situation.
It got hostile at the
until
same
Tripper
time.
verifies or denies it.
Okay.
It got hostile at the same
So I'm
time.
going to create an antivirus.
We don't know if it's because of the beacon. Tripper is about to confirm that.
The reason it turned on us was because of your antivirus, which was threatening to destroy it.
But no, because it was already destroyed the Sun-Tzu. So it's already
but we
been
don't know if
hostile.
that was intentional.
Hey, but how was your...
How is it not intentional? They created the virus, took down the...
Good. We don't know.
We do know.
We never established whether or not it was intentional, because we never had the chance to do so. Because you made an antivirus,
No,
and they got
It made a magic
hostile
beacon.
while we were asking them for their permission to scan.
It
We
was
should probably just
intentional
ask Tripper
because
if the logs picked up the beacon.
Because we
literally have access.
Alright, guys.
That was our interpretation of
Guys,
events,
just-
but we never got.
We can just see if the logs shed any light on any of this.
Yeah.
I know.
We have access to this info. Let's figure out rather than just speculating.
All right. So what's the question being asked?
Do the logs pick up any sort of signal from this beacon?
What beacon?
The beacon that you
beacon
created.
you created when you
That beacon.
Was that the end of your explanation, or was there more?
Which explanation?
When you were saying
He was definitely cut off.
I was cut off.
Yeah.
But that's basically it's basically an encyclopedia. As much information an encyclopedia would have, that's where we're able to find the event that happened 305 years ago was the creation of artificial intelligence that revolutionized society.
Okay, so
Can we find any logs that indicate whether the artificial intelligence is responsible for these signals? If the people were doing that, if this is part of its programming, if it reacted to the beacon, like, take some time and look for anything we can find about this.
Let's deep
anything
search
mentioning
the
the
logs
Sun-Tzu.
and see what we can learn.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
comb through, whatever you want to call it.
A good point of reference incident with the Romulans, if we that might be a good reference point.
Well, I don't think that would be on their log because
Oh yeah.
the Romulan kind of just intercepted a message and then went
Maybe
back.
Well,
that has a
but
correlation.
they referenced an incident with the Romulans.
Yes, they did.
So I
As
wouldn't
far as
mind
we
knowing
know,
what
that
that
was
was.
one and only time the Romulans have ever been by their planet.
Okay. So first thing is the Romulans did make contact with them before that wreck happened.
Toby!
Not that ship.
Right.
But the Romulans did make contact with them first, but you can also see how much closer they are to Romulan space, so that makes sense. So, so yeah, that happened about.
Do we have any? But is there any records on that encounter on the discussion?
No, it's really very basic encyclopedia. It doesn't give you description of what happened then. They just tell you that. And it was 2 years before that ship crashed. And there's no record of any
I don't think
Romulan.
that sounds like an encyclopedia. That just sounds like a timeline.
Yeah, an encyclopedia.
An encyclopedia's whole job is to give you the information.
Well, for this.
The data is corrupt.
No.
Well, okay, less than an encyclopedia.
Okay.
All right, so it's almost, I don't know how to describe it. I'm very distracted right now. Okay, just a lot happened.
Your child is confusing Titus. He's like, what is this cat-shaped thing?
Okay. Thank you. One less noise is very helpful right now. So you do get a timeline that it was about 2 years, but there is no record of any Romulans visiting Iosia since. Okay. All right. Other questions you were asking?
We were looking for any sort of logs related to these signals and the AI's reaction to the beacon that he set off.
Okay. Well, what the log is
Careful. Careful with the child.
all right. So what the log says is that they received. So they detected the signal from us that was coming from the computer core, and almost instantaneously after the order was given to start attacking Lexington.
So you're saying
They interpreted your antivirus as a threat and reacted with hostility.
Is there any mention of the Sun-Tzu in any of the logs?
There is a mention that that incident happened, yes. That ship was not there when it happened, but there is a mention of what happened, just like a brief, like what you would see in a report of the incident. And there's not a whole lot to go on. That there was a warp core overload. There's something in there about it being theorized that it was something from a virus from the Romulans, but there's no conclusions. It's just what the report said.
I think the treaty needs to be rewritten to say you will not transmit any data, malicious data, to any spaceship you encounter.
Yeah.
Within the Federation.
I don't think they
Federation
purposely did it though.
I still
Hard
think.
to tell.
I still think that those messages are probably AI trying to self-prof.
Will there be any? Because we haven't actually interacted, or they haven't really brought up AI specific. It's a technology, but we haven't like interacted with any like AI individual.
Well, we know.
But the
Yeah. So maybe we should like.
Well, he did say that when they discovered AI was when it completely altered the way that they do things and made everything uniform, which suggests that the AI is in play.
Basically, they
It's part of now.
If you want notes they gave us, but maybe we should do not an autopsy, but an analysis of their actual biology.
That's
see if
why I
there's-
have one in the med bay.
That's good. I can roll some engineering, see if they have an implant.
Okay. Anything else we're looking for?
Did the
Well, we
ship
were also
react
looking
to
for
the
how to
beacon?
control the drones, so we could send one.
Did we get an answer?
What you're
if
going
the
to find
ship
out is the drones have a limited range. So they are not able to be beyond a few hundred kilometers from the mothership. From
That's
the
what
control.
I was gonna be. That was gonna be my concern. Was like, how are they gonna get there?
Well, I mean, if it was told to do it,
Well, remember earlier it was receiving constant every single time it did something just before it received a signal.
Right.
So it appears to need direct control at all times.
okay.
Screw down
So
with
we
the
could,
encryption key, encryption and decryption for their communication.
Did we get an answer?
Yeah, that's in there.
Did we get an answer on whether or not the ship reacted to the beacon
Yes.
or the
Yes.
crew?
It
Yes,
was a
so basically-
direct response.
They detected the beacon, and then almost immediately after the order was given to start attacking
All right.
Lexington.
Can we talk to their captain?
Yeah.
I would like to talk to their captain.
Okay, Captain will be the first person that is actually brought in for interrogation.
Okay.
it's not interrogating.
Oh yeah, I would like to be a very diplomatic.
It's a-
Like,
As
we're not in.
It's
You know,
diplomacy.
It's forceful. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's warfare. Okay,
I mean,
Sounds
we're
more
on the
like
brink of
subjugation.
warfare.
all right.
There's a fine.
Yes.
There's a fine line.
That's being an imperial.
So
All right, so this isn't going to be like everyone gather in, let's interrogate. But Tim, you are going to be in on this.
Right.
So it's going to be you, the captain, and Commander Blaine.
Can I be security
You'll be-
inside the room?
You're not. You're outside the door.
Oh.
No, this guy. He's. They attacked us. This guy is in handcuffs. I mean, he's got ankle cuffs too. Like this guy, he's restrained and chained to the chair.
Okay.
So he's just existing.
I've
there.
seen Star Trek furniture. I know that it's not bolted down very well.
Okay. Okay. So,
So who's leading this questioning?
well, you can chime in as you have been given free reign to ask questions as you see fit. But Captain Sherman's going to start it off. So Captain Sherman is going to say, "All right, let's get the elephant out of the room." And when he says that, the Iosian's head's going to tilt slightly at that turn of phrase, and going to say, "Why in God's name did you try to kill my ship?" The Iosian is going to say, "We were not attempting to harm you, your ship, or your crew." Okay, bullshit. It's like, I'm sorry, I do not see what this has to do with the excrement of a bovine.
The question is, why did you attack us?
Okay, I'm gonna sit there a second, and okay, how am I gonna put this? All right, he's going to say. He's going to say, because we detected the signal sent out by the computer core in your ship.
And what about that triggered an attack response?
My orders included attacking under such parameters. I was not given such information.
Okay. What signal are you referring to?
The signal that was emitted by the computer from your ship at the exact timestamp, like down to the millisecond.
Did any of us know about that computer core thing that you did?
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did.
I was the only one that
core was when they were doing like the.
Well,
I was the only one that knew about that.
I know about the beacon. I'm saying, does any of the characters know about the beacon?
I think I was one of the only characters that knew about the beacon. I knew about the beacon.
What?
I was right there with them. Computer, shut off.
They were both in the science lab.
This has been like quite a few hours since the incident.
Right.
There's been debriefings happen.
Okay.
So what Jacob did is known. So
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna say you're aware that was not actually sent from our ship's computer core.
The nature of the signal is the reason why we responded as we did.
What
The
is
origin of
nature-
the signal is irrelevant.
What is the nature of the signal?
Yes.
I am not at liberty to disclose such information.
Understand. I need you to understand that you just broke a treaty that we signed with your people within this past week. And if there is going to be any further relationships between our peoples, it's going to depend on answering this question.
Yes.
Let's see, I am in the middle of a thing.
All right, he's going to say, the nature of my orders does not reflect one way or the other the standing between the Federation and the Iosians.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not there.
No. Let's walk through the timeline from our perspective, and you tell us where you disagree.
What?
We were trying to understand the nature of the virus that took out the Romulan ship that we found in the data that we recovered from the crash run. In attempting to understand that data and study it, apparently the attempts to contain it backfired and it released a signal that it turned off. You begin attacking us, near as we can tell, by a completely unrelated event. We only are now finding out that it was related. At no point in there have you been willing to discuss any of the reasons why you're doing this, to relent, or to give us any indication on what we did wrong. You initiated hostilities. And we very much want to know why you initiated hostilities. And you are not in a position to ignore that demand.
You're breathing on your mic.
Ah!
He's on a delay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's...
Midstream hurricane.
Yeah, okay.
He was giving us the Ian experience.
Understand that your position is one in which you have initiated hostilities in direct violation of an international treaty. That you are we currently have control of your ship. We have successfully resisted your attack against us. And at no point in there have you been cooperative or even efficiently working with us to try to resolve this difference. Why? What is in there that's so bad that you refuse to find any grounds on which we can cooperate through this?
Okay. The nature of your question is more geared towards someone in the diplomatic corps rather than the military. I am uncertain of how to best answer your inquiry.
You could answer it at all, honestly. That would be how you best answer it. You have given us nothing.
He's telling you it's not his program.
The response that I give you is that you need to ask someone in the diplomatic corps as opposed to someone in the military corps. I am not able to provide a satisfactory answer.
Right, what's the non-satisfactory answer?
We're going to do the same thing.
Right.
Where did the order to attack originate?
That was part of my mission parameters when I was sent out to escort your vessel from our space.
Who gave you those mission parameters?
Iosian High Command.
The Iosian High Command, the High Chancellor that we met, or?
She is part of the High Command, yes.
Were they going to attack us anyway?
No, they gave parameters that would trigger an attack if they were met.
What were the parameters?
Apparently, the beacon.
Just the beacon.
If they detected the beacon, they would go.
So they knew the Corps would do that. So they and they noticed the core was gone.
This is starting to seem like a lot more of a setup than anything.
They were curious
Yeah.
about the fact that the core was gone. So
Yeah, they're gonna take us out back, man.
it goes on.
My guess is there was something to the defense that didn't.
Yeah.
So,
We copied all of
well, I mean, we thought it was a virus, but what if it was an AI? Because I
Well,
can't get over the
AI
fact
basically
that
we were
that's what
trying
I'm
to
saying
kill
the whole
their
time.
AI
It's
baby.
the AI trying to propagate
it's
itself.
I remember that one note he said, and the machine, the system got angry. I'm like, that's a weird thing.
Well,
to specify for
that was a metaphor. It didn't
Okay.
actually get angry.
Well, you do have AIDS.
I mean, I'm not the only person talking in this meeting.
Well, I don't want to be talking to myself.
You're the only playable character that's in the room.
Yes, yes. Again,
I'm standing
it's-
outside the door.
It is apparent I'm not going to get any more information.
Do they have
other
and
than we need.
Captain Sherman is going to have just as little, and Commander Blank have just as little luck at getting anything out of this guy beyond just.
I think we need to turn around. But
Do they have any diplomatic people on their ship? Okay.
No, they're all passed out or gone.
No, that's military vessels.
Oh.
Because we can wake the one
So
up.
ask if their parameters can be to turn around and escort us back.
And if they say no, I can
call
just,
somebody
you can just
from
phase it.
diplomatic.
It might be a different way to check on the
Yeah,
biology.
you might be better off
Well,
staying
okay.
in rather than going to the place where they have
Are
all of
there-
their people.
Okay. Your civilization exists within the nebula.
That is correct.
Are your communications designed to be able to penetrate the nebula?
We have made attempts to, but so far have been unsuccessful.
Okay, so we're not going to be able to call home.
Right, but can they turn around and escort us back?
I mean,
Back to where?
why don't we just take their ship with us?
Iosia, because we're closer to Iosia than we are to Federation space at this point.
You're close
Right,
to
but-
Starbase 241.
Oh, okay.
As far as the Federation is concerned, we have orders to return to Federation space.
You're actually
Exactly.
you are at Warp 8. You're 2 days, a day, give or take, from Federation space.
Ooh,
We're at the
okay.
edge of
Do you
Federation
think
space,
their
in
ship
the
would
in
be
the
faster than ours?
in the
But I
Alterian
thought we were
space.
2 months away from
But we don't know
the
how
starbase.
No, it's 2 months away from Earth.
See, that's why I was.
This
That's why I
trip
was
has been
confused.
going on for a few weeks.
Because I heard 2 months and I thought that it was going to take us 2 months to get to the
No.
starbase.
No,
and
no,
I
no,
was
no,
like,
no, 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 no.
well, we've only been in space for a couple of weeks, so why would. That's why I was saying that, like, we'd be closer to turn around
Yeah.
than to spend another 6 weeks.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, but aren't they the enemy at this point?
Oh, well, okay.
It's unclear.
Tenuous.
We are sending.
I mean, they've shot at us.
Uh-huh. Sorry.
Alright.
We are sending. We already have en route to their planet military vessels and diplomatic vessels and administrative people. If we can tell them, listen, this is the situation, this is what's going on. The negotiations are not as clean cut as was originally presented. What needs to happen at this point is that this issue needs to be resolved. Because whatever it is that they're hiding in here makes them a threat to incorporate into the Federation.
Okay.
Yeah,
We need to-
nobody should go to their planet. Nobody in a new ship should go anywhere near their planet until we figure this out.
But we very clearly need for someone from our diplomatic corps to talk to their diplomats and be like, explain what happened here. Why is this in the mission parameters? Why are you hiding this from us? And what relationship do you expect us to have while you're doing so?
Okay. While that is happening, Jacob, you have still been attempting to build your Faraday cage, correct? Was that something you were still doing?
Well, no, because we captured the ship. So we
Oh, that's right.
right. But I still want to build my antivirus
Okay.
based on the
And I
stuff that
still
we found
want
with the
to
new
do
ship.
all kinds of scans on this guy.
Okay, that too. An order that you're going to be given is to actually continue building that and power on that Romulan core again to see what we can learn about it and what it does
Okay.
and why. Because from that conversation, okay, it sent out a beacon. Okay, why is that important? That's what the captain's going to ask.
Okay.
We should probably build the
Well,
Faraday
can I
cage
just
before
take my time and do it now?
Yeah, you're taking your time. It'll take like 3 hours
Okay.
when you're not under stress.
Alright,
Or is
so
it taking one?
Yeah.
Because
If it was, then they would have attacked us.
All right.
They went off.
So, to
Ship the
Chloe,
Faraday cage, the vacant.
so you're able to take one of them, keeping them sedated, able to do a really deep scan. The thing that you're going to find out that is definitely very interesting is one of their brains has something analogous to what a human brain does, as far as like how the synapses fire. The other is the closest thing it acts to is a computer.
A fish.
Is it an AI?
This
If
is
you want to roll computer sciences, you can try to figure it out.
This is where you have to call fish shit.
But
An actual need for a bioengineering role?
And it's only 15 minutes from the end of the campaign.
Yes.
About 15 minutes.
I'm not trying to start something. This is the answers phase.
So,
Yeah.
can I punch something before the end of the?
You can punch a wall.
But I mean, if the computer doesn't have the information, no one on the ship has the information.
Can I loot all
The
the?
only way we're going to get the information is if we leave.
Can I loot
So
all
the answer phase is going to require more travel.
Knives
Well-
are inefficient. No.
There's still
Yeah.
2 avenues you've not fully explored. Analyzing
How
that
will
data
lines
from
up
the
then?
brain
And
and
that's-
analyzing the computer
Maybe
core.
it's not in the brain that we're talking to. It's in the other.
Ooh! During this whole thing, can I examine their weapons? Since
And can I loot all the knives?
Sure.
knives are inefficient.
They don't have any
They don't have
knives.
knives.
They didn't even have silverware in their.
No, like stabby murder knives.
No.
Dude, you're talking to the woman with the 3 kunai in the other room, you think?
Okay.
When you say operates more like a computer,
Like the signals, like the way a human brain or a normal brain fires is there's certain patterns to it that are more biological or natural. This is very much how a computer
That would just
operates.
be-
The way the way the signals are being sent.
right? But would I have any way to recognize, like, is this biological mass that's just functioning similarly to a computer?
Yes,
Or
that's exactly what it is.
okay, so it's not an input.
No.
Okay.
They're just sitting there.
No, they are 100% biological.
Did you know if like the 2 brains can operate at the same time?
They are operating.
Well, I mean, like.
And they can operate independently. We knew that already.
It's a simultaneous
That's
system.
one of the things that Fish figured out at the beginning.
Okay, gotcha.
Alright. So what you are going to also figure out, though, that is the side that operates like a computer seems to be, the other side seems to be slaved to it.
Can you upgrade the RAM?
Basically, the computer side is the dominant side.
Can you upgrade the RAM on the computer side to run faster?
So what would happen if we temporarily
Are we hot swapping this?
computer science from other emotional stuff?
I was going to ask if it was possible to turn off the computer side to see.
It would require a procedure in order to effectively sever temporarily the connection to the computer side brain. And the captain will give you authorization to do so. He said this is ethically gray, but we need answers, and if you're willing to do it,
If you
I'm going to call
separate,
Fish.
separate the computer
I just
side
it's like,
from the human
hey,
side,
what do you mean?
only have the human- Is it possible to only
You
have
do the
human
whole
brain?
what?
not
Is it possible to
ethically
only have the human
okay
brain?
thing, so I'm
I'm
going to
sorry, that last you speak.
Is it possible to only have the human brain running?
Well, it's not a human brain, but one side.
Yeah, one side of the brain.
But based on everything she sees, the 2 brains are identical in structure.
Right.
So that's why it's basically like having 2 central processing units.
Well, I'm
You
just
can operate
saying-
without one of them.
I'm just saying, if you get rid of the computer, you might be able to get more answers than you would have.
Potentially, that's
Without the
she's
program.
attempting to do
Figure
that.
out.
Yeah.
Is the computer brain like still organic?
Yes, there's 100% organic.
Can we roll computer
Yes.
technology in to find out?
I want an organic computer brain.
Could we?
You technically have an organic computer brain.
What should I roll to?
That is fair.
Yeah.
Just wait about 50 years and then you can be assimilated, alright?
It's gonna come back in like
Can we roll
half
computer
robot,
technology to
half
learn
human.
about like computer side?
The first side.
All right. So, all right. The best thing for you to roll on this, on your sheet, it's going to be biotechnology, average of biotechnology and intelligence with a -30. Because it's not, this is literally neurosurgery, which you don't directly know, but you can figure enough out.
Or nothing. 17. I needed. I had 90 threshold.
Wait. Better than nothing? It was better than nothing. It was a lot better than nothing.
What happened?
I aced it.
I'll explain.
If 90 is the worst you can do,
I don't have time for explanations.
Yeah. If 1 is the best he can do and 90 is the worst, he rolled a 17.
So yeah, he did good. Okay. What's going to happen when the guy comes out of the medically induced coma is he's going to look extremely scared first about where are the voices? What?
That sounds so bored.
Right.
What's happening?
Maybe the second brain wasn't actually original.
Wait. We captured you guys. We were taking you in to take you back to Iosian. Wait, what? Huh? What happened? Someone, please, tell me something.
I knocked you
Scared.
out, and then I cut your brain in half.
Maybe don't think that.
Don't tell him that.
Worrying.
It's why he's not a diplomat.
What?
No, that's why you can steal anything, really. You're welcome.
You're welcome. Okay. So he's going to try to reach up to the side of his head, but he's handcuffed to the bed.
Yeah.
As he should be. And I say, why would you do that?
I was asked to by my superior. You go talk to them.
Orders. Yeah.
You know, I like to follow the rules, you see?
God,
Just following orders, man.
I wish this had a deception roll. Okay, so he's gonna ask that, and does any or you're gonna be there. The captain is there.
Am I there?
No.
No, Dave, you can't touch things.
Okay, fine. You're standing by the door.
I thought he was standing guard upstairs.
This is after that.
This is after that.
He's
I thought
probably.
these were happening simultaneously.
Well, this surgery took a while.
If the captain's there, I'm
imagine you were
escorting
on
the
guard.
captain and being security for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just wondering if I'm there.
So you're standing inside the door actually with 3 other guards because this is we don't know what's about to happen.
Yeah, I
Literally
can't
just
talk.
Can this guard? Is it? It's just. It's not the commander, is it? Or is it?
Just some random guy.
Can it be the guard that he's actually friends with?
No.
who?
Remember
The
guy
drinking
who
buddy,
drinks?
drinking buddy.
Oh, Commander. Wait.
No, the guy from
The
Iosian.
The one he got
Yeah,
drunk and
yeah.
passed out.
Okay, we're rolling a D100, and if this is a 1, it's that guy.
Can I roll it knowing my luck?
Do it. Do it.
Odds.
These are true odds. There's 100 of
Those
them.
are
Roll.
troll
Oh,
odds.
troll odds? No, these are true odds.
It's most likely not going to
100 to 1.
There's a 4.
You
No.
got his cousin.
Ooh.
We got one of the other 3 guys that passed out.
That's good. I would accept that.
It is one of the other guys from the security detail that you saw that same day.
No, I was hoping that it would be one
I
of the other.
I know that guy.
I understand, but you do recognize the guy.
Hopes and dreams and such.
It's close.
So what was the question that he asked?
Why did you do this?
Science.
Yeah,
Oh,
Science!
to understand you.
Yeah, Harkin was about to say
Weren't there
science.
easier ways to do it than literally cutting apart part of my head?
One hemisphere at a time.
That doesn't make it any better.
Now you know how it feels, huh?
He's gonna actually start hyperventilating.
Okay.
Like-
Give him a light sedative.
Okay, you're better.
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Just like you want answers, somebody to tell you something. I don't know.
Yes, we want answers. Should I be calling Mr. Diplomat over here to be like, hey, we have one on hook?
You can if you want to. The captain's there, but he can come in as well. Yeah.
Okay, well, the captain can ask the question.
Okay. That's me talking to myself.
Then I'm calling Mr. Diplomat. I'm not a diplomat. I just make things
Talk to
happen.
yourself. Hello. Used to be.
Just get a sock puppet.
Oh,
You
yeah.
talk to yourself so many times during this.
I don't want to do it during climactic stuff. Like, well, this is the climax stuff, but this is still during stuff that's really, really important. Like, it's your guys' job to find stuff out, and not for me to spoon feed everything.
Hey, Mr. Diplomat, we have one on hook.
Okay.
Come ask him your question.
My questions.
Yes?
Please.
That was my plan. It was okay. Try.
Do you know who you are? Why did you do this? Okay.
Get answers.
What?
Well, you weren't getting anywhere with the dude with his programming attached.
Ask the same questions, but this one.
It's so morally gray. I love it.
And Carol's in the middle of it. I love that.
Mrs. Morally right.
Man, Sorab is gonna love the report of this when he wakes up.
Oh, no, this is totally how the demotion happens.
Soren. Damn it.
You're gonna
Assuming
owe
his
him
brain is
so
fine.
many cheeseburgers after this.
Yes. Okay.
Watch the cord. Good job.
Hey, buddy, you should go brush your teeth, okay?
Can you tell us in detail about your daily life, and if you actually liked it?
And if you actually.
I mean, in my daily life, I've done just what.
I'm getting some water from my mixing cup, and I never finished.
Okay, we'll go in the kitchen and finish it.
And then, I'm also gonna get some water from my
Okay.
mixing cup. That's what I think now.
Okay.
So what he's gonna say is, so you did the daily routine. It's like just my daily routine is just what the programming says. It's I get up, I go to work, I go home and rest, and repeat. That's what I do. Do I like it? I do what I do. I don't understand what liking is supposed to have anything to do with it.
Well,
It's my job.
all right. Well, take a moment now. And think about that. Think about what your daily life is like. Think back about how the cycle has been for you, and how do you react when you think about that?
So cold.
Do you wish, in this moment, to return to that, or to explore what it would be like expressing it different?
I don't know how to answer that. Yeah. I just think how scary that question is.
Okay, you can take some time to think about it, but in the meantime, what it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, what is that looking one hook? That one right there.
What is it? What is it?
It is one of the cameras.
But they're all functional.
Or one's frozen.
The one with dad in it here is frozen.
Okay, yeah, the bottom right one is.
Yeah.
We still have the two others. That's good.
Yeah, may have to refresh that camera.
Yeah, just go into its input, select its input.
Which one is it?
I don't know.
Wait, it's not working?
You see it's frozen?
Yeah, see the I'm waving.
No, I see you guys moving. I see everyone waving. Pointless waving, Tim waving, Jacob waving.
On
Guys.
Streamlabs.
Oh.
Stop talking. Is it the back couches or the side couches?
I don't know what that one's called. It's that
side
one.
couches.
Thank you.
You haven't selected it.
The side couches.
I didn't know. I can't see which one has the waving.
So yeah, it's set to USB video now. So change it. And now change it back.
Okay, it's working.
There. Okay.
All right.
So anyway. So I'm gonna say it sounds like the device that they've separated from your brain.
It's just part of the brain.
Okay, the device that, or the part of the brain that they separated was taking control of your every action.
I mean that's the programming. Yeah, that's what it does. It dictates everything.
Was there any degree to which you had autonomy away from it in any aspect of your life?
I could offer suggestions, but pretty much everything that I did was set. Do this. It's. We're all parts of a machine. That's what we do. It's not about what I want. It's not about what anyone wants. It's just what's best for society, and that's what the programming is. What's the most efficient, best way to do things?
Okay. So the answer that I'm getting. No. No.
Put it back.
Okay, so I'm going to turn to the captain and say, yeah, so if this is the case, if this is the functionality, then every single thing that has happened is being dictated by this central computing system. That all of these people are just drones under its control. And the way that we need to address this is to sort out the intentions of the computer, which I suspect you have an AI that was designed specifically to bring efficiency to living beings that it has control over, that it has access to, and has governed an entire planet for 300 years unquestioned. When it makes contact with another alien species, I think the AI's programming is to bring them in line with that efficiency. I don't think it thinks what it's doing as malicious. It's not attacking us. It's trying to institute the efficiency that it has been programmed to institute over living systems.
Would you say assimilate?
Yes.
Many would say that, yes.
Many would say that.
Except for our GM.
It has gone.
They disappeared for you too.
The problem here is that the AI. The problem here is the AI has gone fully rogue and unchallenged, and no longer in touch with the idea of any system. In order to deal with this species, we need to be able to access this AI and either take the species from it or find a way to limit its programming to remove the functionality of trying to assert control.
Now, one thing that she will have noted is there's no signals going in or out of these brains.
So it's not a hive mind situation.
No.
So you're saying even if we cut off, even if we kill the AI,
It's central. There appears to be no central AI to kill.
Would I be able to?
Well, I'm not entirely sure that that's strictly. I mean, they're not drones in the same way that the ships are drones. But when we were at the planet, they were talking about a central processing center for the entire planet being in the building where we had the negotiations. They literally said that existed and it was there. What it seems to do, is it has roles and functions already programmed in. And it's not dictating, the central processing system isn't dictating step by step what each individual person is doing. What it is doing is assigning roles and then putting the programming for that role into the person, and then that's running autonomy. So what we're talking about what I'm talking about isn't hive mind. What I'm talking about is a system by which one central unit dictates the
terms under which everything else operates.
Right, there's only one AI. And everybody else is programmed by it.
When I was in their head, would I be able to?
Let's nuke it.
If there was any tampering with the brain, like early on, like maybe there was like they either messed with that side of the brain, or them when they were young, to grow along with it, or
EMPA.
something to determine that it wasn't a part of their original natural life.
That's going to be a biotechnology role. That's actually a perfect example of a biotechnology role.
The system, as far as what I'm saying in this concern, is that the system doesn't make a difference between 32. Its actual job, which is governing this planet, and the function of bringing efficiency to all of the systems that it has contact with. And so it's trying to do its job on this scale. And we need to either shut it down or teach it to distinguish between the people that have given themselves over to it and the people who haven't, and not try to incorporate that. Otherwise, they can't be in the Federation, like outright. One of those two results is necessary for them to be functional in the Federation.
So the result of your roll is you do see on the side of the brain that's got the computer in some evidence that, I don't know how to put it, but
Tampers with it,
I know. Where is it? It's it's scar tissue would be the best way to put it. That there is.
I think that the computer would think it would be like reproduction would be inefficient for them.
We don't know maybe any generations at all.
Maybe
Well, I'm just basing a generation as 30 years. We know it's been 300.
Yeah,
years.
But anyway,
So yeah, it does appear that at some point there was some interface added and then removed.
Hey!
500 bits.
Nice. I don't know what that means.
Bits is essentially like donations to the street group themselves.
I make 1 cent per bit.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So that was $5.
Nice.
I don't know if you would get bits. Okay.
Yeah, you have to buy bits and then after buying it, then you use them.
So yeah, you said that basically something was put in the brain, altered the brain, it was taken out. So something is messing with your head.
Yeah, I wish that was one of the things
Probably the AI.
Oh, right.
Oh, so they're basically the Board of Junior.
So my plan really early on to try and get a brain or dissect them would have been very useful.
Yeah.
Got some crazy
But it wasn't ethical then.
Fair, but I could have checked a cadaver.
Where did we unplug this? Oh.
So you said all that to the captain.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, right there. Like,
Okay. Yeah. The guy's going to say, okay, let me straighten some of this out for you. When we're born, that's when we're given the program. That's just it. And that's just our lives. I didn't know life before it. I mean, I guess the version of me that's without the programming, which is just, I don't even know how to begin with this, but that's just the way life is. We've not had war, we've not had conflict, we've not had anything for 305 years. It's been great.
How true that is. You did kill an entire ship of Romulans.
You almost killed that.
And killed.
That wasn't
everyone
purposeful,
on
was it?
the Sun-Tzu.
Harkin was going to say that, but then he quickly shut his mouth. I said Harkin was going to say that, but he quickly shut his mouth because he remembered that he's on duty.
Mm-hmm. We've not had any. Okay. Yeah, obviously we shot him. So there has been conflict, but that's what the programming told us to do.
The programming told you to wipe out 218 people on a ship.
No.
They just made a truce
No,
with you.
that I don't know anything about that. That was I've been told what happened. I don't know why that happened. That wasn't me. That I was not part of any of that. My ship wasn't even there at the time. You know, I don't care.
I have
What
a
the-
guess at what happened to this.
What?
I have a guess at what happened to this Sun-Tzu. My guess is that the AI connected with the Sun-Tzu attempted to implant its functionality into it. When it found no host to implement, assumed that the ship was a drone and began shutting off unnecessary systems.
It's possible.
That's-
Or it
Holy
finds
be
it in the system long enough to assimilate it. That's exactly how it works.
I mean, that's a guess.
That's not what the programming asks us to do. What the programming's number one goal is to provide for itself, to sustain itself. Every single one of us works towards that goal. That's it. So destroying that ship wouldn't provide anything for that. That would provide no benefit.
I didn't say it intended to destroy the ship. I said it specifically didn't intend to destroy the ship. I'm saying it didn't. My guess was that it attempted to incorporate the ship into its programming. But when it found no host to assign roles to, it assumed the ship was a drone because it didn't have any targets. That there were no brains like yours on the ship. Therefore, it didn't register that there were things on the ship that were supposed to be there.
That's not how the system works. Let me ask you one question. Earlier, you asked if I had the chance to be different, would I? If I tell you everything, will you give me that chance? Because I want out of this, and I don't want this to happen anymore.
I mean, that's the captain's decision, but I can't imagine we would say.
And the captain would say, "You have my word." Every new civilization that we meet, we give them a virus. We give their ships a virus that hides in their code. And then when they go back home, it cripples everything. And then we come in and take everything. And we bring it back, and we use it.
I said that.
Well, you said that. I was so pissed. Like hour 2, he's like, the scavengers.
Oh yeah, he called them scavengers.
Yes.
I called out the AI
Yes.
and crippling the entire Federation.
Right. He got caught on later.
Tim was right on the Borg thing.
They became way more Borg than I intended as the campaign went along. I was kind of getting forced that direction. Like, well, okay.
Apparently, we're going with it.
Yeah, we are going with it. So, that we take the resources, we bring it back to Iosia, and we just keep building. The only thing that the programming wants is more. That's what it understands. More, better, more efficient.
Sounds pretty human to me.
That's from what I know about history, when it was developed and uploaded into the first Iosian 305 years ago, I think exactly what we all keep saying.
It's just the org because there's no biological involved. It just wants your technological distinctness to add to its own.
Yeah.
We developed the AI, and we realized that this answered all of our problems. That if we integrated this into ourselves, that's it. We've achieved utopia. And that's what they decided 305 years ago. But right now, thinking for myself for the first time in my entire life, I don't want that. I don't want utopia. I want what I want. And this is the first time I've ever wanted what I want. I
Yeah, well, I mean, destroying the AI itself won't do much.
Well, stop.
It'll stop
Creation.
it'll stop propagation and probably scavenging.
Every Iosian should be given the opportunity to make that choice.
Yep.
They should all get brain surgery. Every one of them
No.
should be a fundamental.
What we should do. All right. So there's a system in place by which the system is installed into each of these brains.
Yeah.
Presumably, there's a way that it communicates in order to upgrade.
No, say that again.
Apparently, there's a way to communicate. There is a way to communicate with it to upgrade or update or change parameters.
From what you saw, it has been a very long time since this happened.
Yes, but every time they get more,
Like an individual.
they have to upgrade it and everybody else.
Like it's done to baby trade.
Yes, it's done at the beginning of life. That's basically what he said.
Well, what I'm
it's
saying
done
is-
at the beginning.
What I'm saying is, if at some point the system decides that it is more efficient to change this parameter in
It has
this
to be
way,
able to
there has to be a way to
communicate
propagate that information.
There has to be a way to
communicate that.
So
There has to be a distribution system for patches, for download patches.
to each individual.
So are you asking this to the guy, or how's this happening?
Yeah, I'll ask that.
No, the system's perfect.
So
the programming is perfect as it is. It has
So
not
you're
needed to be updated since the beginning.
So one of the contingencies is like whatever the AI tells you after you've gotten the thing, follow. Effectively.
Okay, well then the
I guess we gotta nuke it.
well, nuking the central thing won't affect anything. Shutting off the main AI won't affect anything. What needs to happen is we need to have a way to sever everybody functionally at once in such a manner that those who wish to be can be reconnected.
That's
Why are you looking
literally
at
what
me?
we're talking about.
No,
The
but
only way we know how to do that is to detach the programming portion of the brain.
Do you need me to shut off a specific? I have one, but if you want me to like shut off like a half of a hemisphere, maybe.
so you don't want yours anymore, right?
No,
All right.
I do not.
Will you donate it for this purpose? To give the people the same option that you're having.
Sure.
Okay. Can we get our computer
So we
people?
are taking out a brain.
Can we get our computer people and our bionics people to work together to figure out a way to wirelessly do that?
My best theory, at least if we're going by
EMP,
creative
planet-wide
theories,
EMP.
would be
We can't fry it out
whatever,
because then we can't reconnect them.
whatever emotion he has.
You can't EMP a
Or-
biological
Yeah, well,
system.
well, we kind of did. We kind of
We
figured that
kind of
out.
did.
We have a prototype for effectively if we plug it into their entire system in their city, which should be compatible, and it sends this feed out. We should be able to get a similar effect on a wider scale because it like how it is designed. It doesn't have a range. It jumps from one to another. So if we get to the city, it could just cover the city. It's like as
Yeah, but he's talking about sending a signal that will disconnect.
Yeah. So
We can figure that out.
How we would make that work is if we can, at least I'm imagining is if we can get the kind of because it doesn't disable the other
This
brain,
thing-
it just suppresses it. So we just have to get the emotional input that he has for freedom and basically install that into this new program that lets that side to become dominant, kind of like flipping the
Is he Hal?
and making basically it would probably not be permanent. We'd have to like install it, and as long as they're in that frequency, they're fine until we can find a way of like making a more permanent solution. But if we're going by step, we would do that first, and then we could possibly devise a way to fully suppress that hemisphere of the brain through a more advanced program.
Okay. So that's what I was asking for. Though.
Yes.
Have a system like that so that we can free all of them at once explain the situation, give them the choice whether to go back into it or remain free.
I'm a little nervous about freeing an entire civilization at once. We saw how this guy reacted to being severed.
Dude in waves.
He nearly hyperventilated on the table.
Well, we can knock them out first and then do it one by one.
That's what I'm saying. One by one is safe.
I mean, one by one.
That's
it's
gonna
gonna
be
take
crazy.
We would
population
need,
of
we
the
would
planet.
need the
I
entire
know, but
federation.
if you have multiple people literally being scared to death because you just severed their program.
Okay, we'll just get the
A similar,
Romulans to come
I
in.
feel like what we have to do is we'd have to go in, we'd have to basically hijack the AI, and then from that point we would get them into like a system where they can individually follow the order to go to a point, like it's kind of like a box and like disable the signal for them, make them have a decision, and then continue on from there.
But they don't get new orders, is what.
The order
Rick
would
was
just
saying.
be the
If they leave. If they leave the program.
No, he was saying the AI never sends them new orders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It implants the program.
Well, it doesn't send them new orders. Well, no, you said they don't update the programming inside their brain.
But what he said is the program has not changed since the beginning. It's not changed in
Okay, so
305 years.
so the orders they've received, or just
They don't receive orders, that's the point.
What
they
is-
receive a role
They
at
receive
birth.
programming.
Yes,
Okay.
that's it.
Yeah.
That
It's
role
not,
plays out.
It's not a connected mind. It's not continuous orders over and over and over again.
Okay, so yeah, I guess it's we're either gonna get mass coma or mass hysteria.
Yeah. We don't want mass hysteria.
No.
So mass coma. Okay.
I mean, mass coma is going to be real
Well, I
bad for
thought
those
that
driving
your
vehicles
system
too, though.
put them into a mass coma.
I mean, yeah, it does, but I'm just saying if you have a population of millions all go like dark at once and like,
Okay.
it's gonna be really hard to find everybody.
So, how much of this is being said in character?
all the technical stuff, yeah, pretty open.
The captain is going to say so.
None of the stuff that I said was in character.
That's fine. But for what you were saying, if we put the entire planet to sleep, there's going to be a lot of people that die.
Yeah, that's
because
why...
people driving vehicles, flying things, all sorts of times going to be very inconvenient and hazardous to your health.
Yeah, what I'm asking is if we can say this brain to find a way to give them a choice. That's the function that we're looking for.
I guess that would be the equivalent of if I did the option of the other side more dominant, and if they do decide to like choose to be free, they get full of emotions, and then they might write.
Ooh.
Sir,
How about Soon just sets up shop at their planet and lets them choose?
All right, hold on.
I have an idea, sir. They all eat at the exact same time, at the exact same place every day.
That's true.
No
one is driving at that point.
Nobody is driving at that point. We can use that as a point for
well, they come in
this
waves,
operation.
but anyone who's
so they come in at for 15-minute shifts, and they eat. So we have an exact
Localize
time
it to the
where
area.
people will be that we know they will be at these different centers. So at least we know that it's a safe time for us to be able to do this.
Dr. Soon's food truck and organ transplant?
Yes.
All right, so you were about to say something, Eric?
I was just, that's kind of what I was going to say. Why doesn't Dr. Soon just set up shop on their planet and just be like, offer it? And yeah, he's on sabbatical, but this is like his dream, like converting, doing organ transplants on a whole planet. I mean, that's what he's lived for.
So, administratively.
And lobotomies.
So, administrative question first, before I decide what we do next. How much longer are we willing to go tonight? Because what I figured the story was...
We should probably get going.
Okay. So, you guys have now gone really into a second story. First story was meeting Iosians, escaping from them. Answers has now turned into you wanting to do something on those answers, which I don't know what I expected. Of course you're going to do
A lot of
that,
Star
but-
Trek episodes they reach this point, and then suddenly, and with Captain's Log, we successfully did it. It took a week.
Yeah.
Captain Ross to be continued.
You're not wrong.
Well, if Soon goes through this, that's his story for the next month and a half. Yeah, part of the log is like he goes to set up food truck / organ transplant.
Maybe.
The ship gets repaired.
He's not retiring here. He's not going to spend the rest of his days just like effectively being like a can opener. Like,
So
yeah, but That's what he likes doing, man. That's why he's 99 in it, right? So
It only take like 2 months,
yeah, a couple months.
right?
I was gonna say end of year and say.
I mean, you get good after the first couple of them you crack open, you know.
Yeah.
So I'll give everyone.
After then, it's just like routine.
All right. So 2 options. Do we want to pull the bullshit Star Trek ending and just like Captain's Log, da 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 da, or continue this actually on Thursday?
Yes, I'd love to continue this on Thursdays.
Okay. So everyone voting for continue on Thursdays.
This storyline.
Whatever the group wants.
That's unanimous.
Okay.
I'm
You don't know how happy that actually makes me.
Oh yeah, this was great.
Oh man.
Honestly, yeah.
All right. So the captain is going to say. Actually, what's going to happen at that moment? The fleet that's going to come to do all that negotiation stuff is going to show up, and you're gonna get hailed. Go up to the bridge and say, Captain Sherman, we noticed that you are not on your way back to Earth. May we ask what happened? And Captain Sherman will say, we've got a story for you.
So thank you very much for coming, to tuning in for this. This has been the Rabbit Haberdashery Extra Life event for 2022, Star Trek Lexington, Last of the Line. This story will continue on Thursday nights on this channel at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, unless we discuss in the week between now and then and decide to move it a little bit earlier or something. We'll talk about that. If you want to know about that and be part of that conversation, you can join us on Discord.
Oh, you're going to bed.
To 9 p.m. or starting at 9 p.m.?
Starting at 9 p.m.
Hey Carol, we've got to do it one more time.
But we can.
Hang on one moment. Let me get this ready.
Live long and prosper.
So, this thing is very slow. All right. So last time, just for fun, are we ready? Tell me when you're ready to finish. Tell me when you're ready to finish.
All right.
So we're getting queued up. We're getting queued up. So sorry, anticlimactic.
So anyway, so you can join us on Discord, get full updates on that. As you saw during today's session, we cracked affiliate and got signed up for affiliate. So please consider subscribing and doing other things like that. But remember that all of this has been for Children's Miracle Network hospitals. We are fundraising through Extra Life. Everything you donate through Extra Life goes straight to the hospital. We don't see any of that. It goes to care and other related areas of support. We will continue fundraising through the rest of the year. So you can donate anytime between now and the calendar year. This has been our major event, the 24-hour.
Hey!
So yeah,
Finally got my little answer.
Nice.
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 So we are very thankful to have you, and please consider sticking around and donating and helping us help kids.
All right.
Mr. Styles, will you see us out?
And for the last, actually first of all, thank all of you, the players. I cannot thank you guys enough for how amazing a group this has been. You do not know how much sleep I have lost the last, I don't know how long, planning this thing, thinking, oh god, this is going to be disastrous. And now that we sit here, it's like, holy shit, they want to keep doing it? Whoa, I didn't make them hate me.
It's the beginning of a success story.
It's the beginning of something. But yeah, and viewers, thank you for all your donations and support. Again, we have a hell of a lot of fun here, but our fun isn't the goal. The goal is children, and that's why we do this for Extra Life, and that's why we do this and spend 2 very long weekend days and don't get enough sleep and eat a whole bunch of bad food. It's all for the kids.
We kill our bodies so they can keep
something like that. You're not talking about. So yeah, thank you all so very much. Live long and prosper, and for the last time, Red Alert!
You didn't turn the volume up!
You didn't turn that thing's volume up.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
volume up.
What?
Whoop, 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 whoop.